was an outbreak. They killed everyone.
Do what you gotta do in here. This place has a way of changing you.
These aren't accidents. They're all connected somehow.
A new assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destin. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however, so check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Tarita, to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carlo, to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners, so check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details on these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS, and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
What's going on? Day number 3 here. I got Selfish from Peak. Let's go. Day number 3. So let's get right into it here, Selfish. I gotta know, what is the game plan for day number 3?
No, I think our first objective for the game day 3, it's make regular games. We'll have really bad games in 2 days with 0 points, and today this doesn't happen. We need to make good games like 8 or 9 points. If we make this today, I think we have a good chance to get a good spot on the table.
All right, love to hear it, and I'm looking forward to it. So I want to ask you, there was a play yesterday, all right? Let me ask you if you remember. You had a grenade, you were about to throw it, but then you swapped it for a molly. You threw the molly, it blew up in your face. Do you remember what I'm talking about here from yesterday?
Yeah.
What happened? What happened? Why
I think it's Vegas or shit. Yeah, I don't remember who is the player who shot me. So the plan is make the molly, kill the guys, got the check, and wait. I don't know if I can win that play, but I think I can secure one top 2 or also like this. So the plan's that. But when I cut the molly and going to make the throw, I think it's Vegas. I don't remember who's the player. He just looked for back, and in like 0.2 seconds, who the mollies exit my hand, He gonna blow up, and I think what? And then
Yeah, we saw it, dude. We saw it. I had to slow motion it, but hey, I'm looking forward to the big plays today from you and the squad. Any shout outs you want to give to the fans right now watching?
we have a lot of fans from Pig, honestly, because 8VZ is a good streamer here in Brazil. So in the Brazilian streams, the chat's gonna make have a lot of emotes who go Pig or else like this, and that's really good. And today, for the Pig fans, can I say in Portuguese? I think it's better.
Yeah, for sure.
Não. Ok. Para todo mundo que torce pela PIC no dia de hoje, o que a gente promete só é tentar fazer valer a pena essa vaga que a gente conseguiu. Estar aqui é muito importante pra gente. A gente sabe o quantos times ficaram para trás e saibam que a gente vai dar o nosso melhor, que estamos muito felizes de estar aqui e que a gente sabe que a gente não é equipe de fundo de tabela, nós estamos aqui por um motivo, a gente conseguiu essa vaga e lá o porquê a gente merece estar dentro desse top 8, dentro das melhores 8 equipes das Américas. Então esse sim é o nosso objetivo hoje, e representar todos vocês que são tão especiais para nós, que assistem, seja de casa, sejam pessoas novas que estão chegando agora e torcendo por nós. Tem alguns torcedores torcendo por a gente. E, bom, quem sabe o que eu tô falando. E, bom, é isso. Muito obrigado por todo o apoio de vocês. E a gente vai destruir hoje por vocês, assim. Go Pick.
Heck yeah, what I think you said is that you said day 3, Peak getting all the chickens here for Brazil. I appreciate that, Selfish. Manos, my friend, day number 3, best of luck on the battlefield.
Thank you.
Afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for our final day of the PUBG America series. My name is Toppies. I'm excited to be your host on our last 5 match to determine who gets to go to PGS1 and bank the big money. But I won't be doing it alone. I've got the Brains Trust joining me here on the desk to start the day. It is it's Godspeed and Porosaurus. Cammy D and Match will be starting off our cast today, and they'll be swapping midway through. Gentlemen, welcome back. Glad to be here. Are you excited about our final day of play, Poro?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you got the big battle for the top 3 going on, and then obviously anybody's guess as to who's going to take 4th place after 5 games. It's going to be excitement all the way to the finish.
All right, speaking of the finish, EMEA just wrapped up, and we had the pleasure of getting a chance to check in with them. So let's bring in some of our friends from across the ponds real quick to talk a little bit more about how their day went.
What's up, gamers? My name is Tickle. I'm joined by Saga. We are part of the European broadcast team, and we're about to recap what went down in the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring right here. So, Saga, tell me what's up.
Well, if I have to use an American-friendly analogy, it was a bit like buffalo wings. A little bit spicy, very saucy, and a great appetizer for what comes next.
I love it. Hal was the eventual winner. I don't know how they did it. Right on day one, they were popping off. They stayed in the top spot all the way through to the final, second last game, which is when they dropped out, and they were able to clutch it back in that final game to take the victory. It was so close between all our teams.
Neck and neck, 8 points between the top 4 teams coming into this, and not a single global partner team was involved, and it came down to the final gunfight of the game, a 1v1 to decide whether or not Exalt would qualify.
It was absolutely insane, and all your favorite teams are in the mix. All the big names were there. Na'Vi, our PGC champs, they had a terrible start to the tournament, only 3 points on day one, but at the end they were starting to clutch it back. Really impressive from them, just not enough to make it into the top 3. All the favorites were there, but it was in fact these new names, these sort of more unknown teams, Howl and Ascend, that clutched the first and second spots.
Yeah, some of the newly formed rosters did their best for a comeback. Foot came extremely close. Exalt was painfully close, but wasn't quite good enough. And in the end, Howl and Ascend will be our PGS representatives.
It's absolutely insane how close the competition is here in the MEA region. I hope that you have as many cracker games as we did today. So enjoy the broadcast. And what's up, America's team?
Thank you very much, guys. We'll talk more about that. It's interesting to see the partner team struggle over there, whereas here ours seems to be dominating. But before we get into that, let's talk about how it is that our teams got here to take the field of play today. It started with open qualifiers. Our teams battled their way through until they got to the regional championships, where the top 8 teams from each region came together to make the Big 16 that is battling it out in the grand final. Now, if you are familiar with PUBG Esports, Super is basically obvious to you, but for those who are joining us for the grand final, let's go over it one more time. 10 points for first place, 9 and below gets nothing, and 1 kill is worth a point. That does mean if somebody steals your down and they're not on your team, that goes to them instead. 5 matches played per day, and it is our final day of play. But what are all those points for? It's so that you can earn the big money. $95,000 on the line and $25K for first place. But the most important part is those PGS 1 bids. 3 teams will be going to PGS based on their performance. And we're going to find out by the end of the day who that is going to be. Now, the next big thing is PGC. That is something that is on the horizon, but you have to start thinking about it right now. Not even the partner teams are guaranteed a bid to PGC. The only way you get the points to go there is your performance in the regional series. So that 300 up top is a very big deal for a lot of these teams. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard to see where everyone stands right now in the race to get those points. Luminosity in first, Sonics in second, Shoot to Kill in third. It is a very tight top 3, and then wide open below that. Teams still performing, but they are in a battle for fourth. Let's bring everyone back in here, including Dave, Mustache Dave, the 4 horsemen, to chat a little bit more about some good PUBG. And Dave, loving it. Welcome back to the team. I think even some of the coaches and the fans have been excited to see you back in with your brand of flavor.
Whoa. Somebody really wants me to invite them on that fishing trip here. I mean, it's confirmed, but shout out to everybody watching. Shout out to you guys on the desk. Make me feel so welcomed here. It's been one heck of a weekend for sure.
Yes, sir.
It absolutely has been an awesome weekend. Glad to have you back here. And now, gentlemen, we talked about the leaderboard. We see where these teams are. I'm going to be honest, though. That is 16 teams. It is a lot to break down. For those folks who maybe are just joining us for the finals today, I want you to focus on 3 teams that we can sort of keep an eye on coming out of the gate. So let's start off with Poro. I think you want to talk more about Friendly Fire.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Friendly Fire, day one, not that great. Day two, they absolutely caught fire. I mean, I think they got something like 64, 65 points in one day, jumping from 15th place all the way up to 4th. But now is where the work really begins for this squad, because holding on to that 4th place position, holding on to that last piece, PGS 1 spot, is going to take a lot of discipline. It's going to take a lot of great communication coming out from this team. But fortunately for Friendly Fire, they have some extremely talented veteran presence in there in the form of Roth and Sharpshot. They've been in this position before. They know exactly what to tell their teammates, Corsac and Maji, how to keep their mental in the right place. So I expect them to still be fighting for that 4th place spot here at the end of the day, maybe taking the whole thing.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic point. We saw that, mental fortitude and that experience come into play at the end of the day for Friendly Fire. But the team that I want to talk about is actually Troglodytes. They have been, I don't want to necessarily say quietly gaining points in the background. We haven't really seen too much of them. They tend to die off, not early, but somewhere in the mid game. But when they are dying, whether it's on the edge, whether it's in the center of the circle, they are taking teams down with them and they are doing damage, right? We're looking at this game here where they got 2nd place. This is a game where they actually ended up sending this from the west side of the circle. They managed to get in this spot, hold it from multiple teams. Yesterday in Miramar, in another game, they were able to take on Funny Business as well as Spam and 2 back-to-back crashes. I mean, we've always known Troglodytes has been a roster that's very explosive as far as team fights, but they've just been accruing points, man, and they may not be placing in the top 3 every single game, but they are getting kills and they are wiping teams. And ultimately, I feel like if they continue this, there's absolutely no reason why they wouldn't be able to sneak into that 4th place spot, especially with this roster. Yeah,
solid picks. Listen, I appreciate both of the picks, but let's be real. The team to look at here today, put it up here, LG, Luminosity, okay? I think this team's going to be doing good today because when I talk to all the players, they understand their role. They know exactly what's expected from each of them on that individual level. And when I look at the teams, I'm looking at the team that is the most hungriest, the team that has a lot to prove, and that has to be LG in my opinion. They're looking to use this event as a stepping stone to kind of open up the rest of the competitive year. So LG all day long. I know people are gonna be like, listen, Dave, fan club, what's going on? I'm just spitting facts out here, man. LG gonna finish #1, fellas. I'm guaranteeing it. All right.
Oh, there it is. The guarantee, man. I love
Guaranteed
it.
or your money back.
I love having somebody up here willing to give us a guarantee. So let's remember that. He'll stake his mustache on that. No, I'm not going to do that.
No, but all my G coin, all my G coin,
all
my G coin. I like that your G coin is.
You don't mess with the brand, Toffees.
I know, right? I would never ask that. Awesome though. I like that you put that guarantee on it. We talked about a couple of teams here. Porosaurus brought up Friendly Fire at the top of the show. Yesterday, we got to have an intimate moment with Friendly Fire as we watched the comms go wild. And it was fun to hear the interview. If you guys remember, Dave asked Roth about it, and Roth was honest. He said, I am loud. It is what it is. And so we thought, let's get Godspeed, who's probably got the most experience at being in these comms in these moments, to take a look at it and give us a bit of a breakdown of that entire situation. So Godspeed, break down this comms and the whole play for me.
Got you. Hey everyone, welcome to my humble little corner here as we break down some of the plays that happened from the action yesterday, focusing on Friendly Fire, obviously having a very explosive day, but in game 1, starting off with a fight in Fumba 3v3 on the east side of Oasis, it did get a little hairy, so let's go ahead and take a look here. We see Friendly Fire coming up to this compound Fumba has hold. They actually were able to knock Emmy early to get this to a 3v3 situation and see how this plays out. Roth sitting on the back of this building after they go for a little bit of a reset. Maji being called over to give him a health pack. So far, everything seems great. The fight's been going well for Friendly Fire. They even put some more pressure onto Capitan. They have to be aware of the other players. And here we see Maji going in to hold that angle after dropping the med pack for first aid for Roth, but then he gets knocked. And this is kind of where I wanted to pause things and get a little more insight as to how that oversight happened as far as watching that angle. Obviously, things can get very hectic. Comms can get very hectic. So let's go ahead and just take a listen to see what was going on with these guys.
I'm in shack, Roth.
I know. I flushed one. I'm healing on the
shack,
back of this
healing.
wall.
Yeah, me too.
I have no first aids.
There's still 2 teams.
Reset.
Yeah, I'm scooping on you guys.
2 teams in there.
Still 2
Guys,
teams in there.
listen to me. Do you have a first aid for me?
I don't have none.
Okay, I'm gonna bandage. Can you cover me real quick, please?
I have one for you.
Play in
but
my building. We need to get my building.
Yeah, I'm
Play
crossing
everyone
you.
to me. And clear
I've
this
done first aid.
Thank you.
LG has a lot of
Give me
space they
anything
can
else
take
if you
over.
have. LG's
I don't have.
Sharp.
And the shack, close shack. I'm
Sharp,
coming back.
come to us.
I've been inside. I'm nading in the shack. I see him in shack. I'm nading.
I'll nade
Nice,
with you.
double nade.
He's right side.
So right here is a very pivotal moment, obviously, in this fight. Maji has come around. He dropped that first aid for Roth, and now he's going to continue to hold Capitan, put pressure on, and potentially get nades off for the knock. We did hear something very key earlier, though, and if you weren't quite keying into it, you probably didn't hear it the first time, and Maji might not even, because of how chaotic things were. Sharp was trying to call that there's still 2 across on the other side of the building. So Sharp was aware. Obviously, they came into this fight knocking 1, knowing there's probably at least 2 to 3 more. Sharp calls that. I'm not sure if that registered to Maji, maybe because of all the adrenaline pumping through, obviously the comms being a little hectic. So it takes this angle, which is normally a fine angle, onto Capitan. The problem is that he's completely exposed to that building to his left. Because of that, he's about to get knocked, which then puts Sharp in a weird place, and we'll see what happens to Sharp in a second. So let's go ahead and roll the rest of this.
Right side.
I naded.
Left shack as well.
I naded. Right side.
I knocked left shed. Knock left shed.
There's one more left side.
Give me your first aid. Give me your first aid. Give me your first aid.
I don't have.
Give me bandages.
I'll drop
Where's the last guy?
He's
Into the right shed. Right shed.
No, I
Left.
knocked
He's
right
left.
side.
He's left.
I knocked left shed.
No, there's one more there.
Okay, that's what I've got.
I'm just gonna get the res, bro.
Get the rest. Get the rest. Choose that. They have 2 reses to take.
Give me comms.
They can't trust the right
Just
guy.
listen for me. Just listen. That's all I need is audio. I got my kill. They're 2 up. Right?
He's outside. Pushing.
Nice!
That's what we needed. Let's go.
Love it. I loved hearing it. I love the breakdown. It sounded like there was just a lot of chaos going on there, Godspeed, but it was nice to have the perspective of like how to do that better. So that was nice. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like it sounds hectic to us, but
yeah,
I mean, I could understand everything that was going on for the most part. I know the players did as well, but yeah, sometimes you lose track of things, especially in those very chaotic firefights, and you know, adrenaline's pumping. Everyone's kind of trying to get their information across, but regardless, Roth still clutched that out, and they were able to recover. And obviously, Friendly Fire had an amazing end of that day. So I'm really hoping that team can keep it up.
Speaking of amazing ends to the day, somebody else here who was also just talking had an amazing end to his day for Fantasy League, and we'll get to that in a second. First, we want to show you guys a reminder. We're playing still. It's 5 points if you survive to the end, 2 points per kill, 1 per 100 damage, and -3 if you die early. There's also that captain ban worth 1.3 times points, and we'll show you how that matters. Global leaderboard. These are the best players in the world on the North America Fantasy. Troy.low is in the lead right now with a whopping 345 points. Let's take a quick look at what his lineup looks like. If you want to know what the perfect lineup would have been going into this one, it is Snakers, Alo. Wow. I mean, this guy's still another winner who's left a ton of money on the table. And he's done that because of the place he put his captain ban. Very nice pickup there. Now, let's take a look at what our team has chosen to do. And I think our leader right now is Godspeed with 277 points. Very, very nice.
Hey, it me. I'm leading for the first time. You know, I'm usually behind Poro, who's usually behind you. So it's nice to kind of switch things up a little bit. It feels good. You know, it's just nice to be here.
Poro,
look, man, it feels comfortable because I'm here all the time. Like this is my lot in life, is to just constantly come in second. I will say that I have not fallen below 10 points out of first. So no matter what happens, Capitan and Trimsy, you're keeping me in this thing. I love to see it. But Matcham, that switch to Tiggleton on the captain's armband cost him a little bit yesterday. Maybe he can come back today. Who knows?
Let's check out the last page just so that me and Dave can be sad. Dave, what's become of us? Why?
I mean, I'm feeling good. First of all, this music is a vibe, but I'm exactly where I want to be, just like how Friendly Fire was at the bottom yesterday. Today's my day, the redemption arc here, fellas. I'm going to prove everybody wrong here today with these picks.
He's got the friendly
He's
fire
gonna make a
strats,
friendly
man.
fire push. If you guys think that you're better at fantasy than us, hey, we're playing it all year long. You can play PUBG Fantasy on twire.gg for all of our future events and test your PUBG knowledge against your friends as well as us, the experts. So you'll have a chance to win prizes on top of just a good time for the entire year. So make sure you check it out. Also, keep your eyes on the screen throughout the day if you like prizes, because later today, we're going to be giving away G coins. So stick around to get your hands on that code and a little extra cash to go buy those skins. All right, let's get everybody back in here so we can talk a little bit. First, before we break stuff down, I want to show everyone at home we are starting the opposite of how we started yesterday. Here is the map schedule for the day. The first 3 games will be on Erangel, and then we're going to finish up on Miramar. Poro, I'm going to start by asking you. Luminosity has won 4 out of 10 games, chicken dinners, and all of them were on Erangel from what I remember. Does that mean that they have an advantage to start today?
Well, 3 out of 4 were on it. They did get the one. Okay. They did get the one Miramar win, but yeah, no. You want me to tell you which one Luminosity is better? No, yeah. I mean they're just as good on both, man. I don't think that they prefer one map over the other. I will say that so far this tournament, it seems like Erangel is providing them with some very fortunate circles. For sure. So we'll see if it continues today. 3 more games left to go. There's definitely a couple of teams that could stand to get a few more games on Erangel, though. Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could get a few more games on Erangel. They've always tended to be very strong on this map, but as you said, they're strong on both maps. But yeah, the circles definitely helped a huge, especially that Milta one that was just Milta Power was just money for them. So we'll see. I think Sonics obviously wants to take the fight to them, as we'll see that. But don't forget about STK in third, baby. They're making that surge.
Well, either way, we're about to find out. The game is getting underway. Let's kick off our final day of matches and head over to our casters. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Tons of insight being brought in as finally we're getting a southern plane path making its way over north, but it still feels like Stolber Kameshki getting a lot of love, Cam.
Yeah, hopefully this time around we can get some planes that are, or circles rather, that are other parts of the map.
We've been getting a ton of
other parts of the island.
I'm content right now. That said, I would like more. Give me more crazy circles, man.
I mean, yeah, I like crazy circles, but you know, let's get some uniqueness in how crazy they are.
I don't know. We'll see how it goes out of there. I like Stolber just in general, but I was disappointed we didn't get the Zarky yesterday. And you got my Oasis. That's still never happens. Oh, well, he almost knocked himself. Hey, well, Cam, this does look quite familiar.
Yeah, it does. It's a little east from what we saw a few times yesterday, but yep, we're still going north. Still going north, which means that Coruscant is probably not going to be just a little bit less tempted to try and chase this kill down. 4X early on those. Oh, man. Shots are looking good, but these are incredibly difficult to hit. Loading. So, yeah, still sticking with it. Just send those shots out. He has a fair bit of ammo already.
Look, yeah, I was gonna say it's so common for whenever things are like people taking the shots, you just don't ever see anybody get dropped whenever that happens inside of it. It's so rare inside of that. But I mean, it's fun. One of these days we will see it and we'll see the drop come out. And with this, already seeing people make the switch over, grab some boats, making the rotations come out from here. And this is going to be FB. You can see already making the path right up underneath of the bridge, moving back over to T-Sock and the rest of the crew already doing their looting.
This is just going to slow down their loot for a really, really ridiculously long time. And the fact that this is a Northern Circle, this is a terrible situation for a team like Funding Business to be in. At least Friendly Fire has the luxury of being able to switch away, have a couple of vehicles already. And most of the team outside of Coruscant has been looting up this whole entire time. But Systematicos, they're not in a much better position right now. Zig here is still looking around for a vehicle, it seems. And they have just as far of a rotation. So they're going to be coming in super, super late as well. And at least... when you come in late, usually you want to come in with a lot of gear, but from the split that they have around Primwars, they can get some good stuff there, but it might not be as much as they would be hoping for.
And whenever we're looking, like you were alluding to it, the distance that they're going to have to travel, losing out on vehicles, and the situation that they're trying to cement right now could lead to some problems. Now, our usual suspects in LG chilling around that Stolber area are going to be pretty comfortable. Seeing a split coming down from the top of Stolber all the way over to Kameshki, then along the buildings down that east coast is going to give them pretty much about a third of the landmass that has the circle is going to be under their control. They will regroup and they will try to exploit that as much as possible. But the high ground for Stolber hasn't always been the best when the way we've been seeing these shifts come in camp.
Yeah, Stolber, because it's quite wide, it's quite big, you can't control the entire thing. You can't even control half of it. It's one of those positions that it's more of an auxiliary position where you like stop there halfway, you get some nice control in the mid game, but rarely do we see winning teams come from that position. Mostly because the circle rarely ends on top of Stolber. Sometimes it usually flips either south, east, or west. But either way, we've seen multiple times a team try and control the sort of like weather dish position, and they get pushed quite easily from the west.
Yeah, that compound always seems to make for its own set of problems, but usually you're right. That's where like a lot of the hinge fights happen, because the way that you can push in the sight lines, really you have to like reveal yourself coming out of that building and kind of looking around. Keep an eye on different rotations as we're seeing right now. STK making their ship over from Georgia Pool. They're going to be coming in that southwestern corridor. They do have Troglodytes just to their north, but they've got pretty much open spaces wide and, I don't know, pretty much all the way to Severny that they can choose to deal with. Sonics have already made a rotation as well. They're coming into that Badlands, low ground, Stolber area. Most of the other teams, though, are very kind of slow. They realize the fact that, okay, this is going to be an edge game for us. Let's just go ahead and make sure that we get our meds, our ammo, everything topped off.
Ooh, okay, shoot to kill, spotted Troglodytes. Might be turning on this to try to take a fight, but no, it seems that they're going to be slowing down, allow Troglodytes to get in front of them, potentially using the high ground to take some shots, but if Troglodytes continue on driving, then shoot to kill, they're just going to go their separate ways as well. Very, very risky, as always, to take an early fight, and if SDK was able to identify that was Troglodytes, they are very familiar with early fights against Troglodytes.
Sonics are kind of squeezing in over here. They do have Decimate that's going to be on both sides of them right now. See, playing that no lean location. They've got one of their members down in and one holding that position for Decimate, but Sonic's just going to go ahead and cling to this cliffside. It's got pretty decent control, but they do have to be slightly cautious. If one of them does get caught out, it could make for some pretty problematic situation, as I don't even think that LG is playing that western side and can hear what's going on just quite yet. They're still in their looting process with more of an eastern focus on their defense and that road over there.
Grenade coming out. He's really looking for some damage here. He's from a good position. But taking a fight against the Sonics is a very ballsy one already from that range. Instantly knocked to 41 HP, has to back away from that.
Did you
Sonics could recognize that and try and push off of it.
That was immaculate parking in that position. You don't see that actually happen too often, that somebody manages to get the car into that position that well. So it's just set and ready to go and firmly defended in a very peculiar spot that you might not be keeping an eye out for a car from. I mean, we do see that in like pubs and stuff like that. That's a good place to hide it. But in competitive, usually
where you have time.
Yeah, you have time in that. And in competitive, usually you don't. So that early rotation is going to at least be good for them to keep that car alive.
Trog now already going up on the sort of the steps to the west of Stolber. This is a very, very interesting area for teams to play around. It is notorious for being one of the most open and hard to control spots. Rusty, as a solo individual, just playing by a rock. Necro is going to be grouping up with right now, but it looks like they are going to be employing a bit of a split. Snaker's instantly tapped in the face the second he tries to peek out and get some angles on to Decimate. But this is going to be LG who are floating towards the west side of Stolber because that is naturally closer towards the center.
Yeah, Decimate is also stretching their legs up in that LG corridor as well, looking into the top of Stolber. But while they're doing that, they're also kind of bringing some defensive lines in around Sonics, as the cluster is all north of the lake. You can see that that's where everybody is playing right now. And a reminder, this is kind of how it looked yesterday too, when we had that northeastern switch on the circle and then led to a massive amount of casualties in the early game.
Sneaker's still looking for an angle here. As we're looking at the map, you can see just how many teams we still have yet to arrive in, and half of them are still going to be in the blue by the time they get up to phase 1. Systematicos, Fun and Business, I don't even know what gear they have. And Elevate, they are camping this eastern bridge, looking for an early fight. We know how much Elevate love to get into these chaotic engagements. Similar situation with Synergy. Hasn't really worked out too great for either. However, it's a fairly low investment of resources for these teams to try and go for these fights. It's just time, and it's just a little bit of damage from the blue because of how little it does at this point.
Well, that's just kind of been the nature with everybody in FB. There's been bridge camps galore for them to have to contend with. They've been doing a pretty decent job of trying to scout them out so far. Elevate looks like they were trying to set up on that side for them. I mean, usually you can see the fact that FB has been having to go and scout each bridge before going across and been doing a good job on spotting it out whenever they make their approach on it. So the Elevate, I like the idea and what they're doing right now, but they've got to be careful. They're spending way too much time here and finally realizing the fact that nothing's going to be happening. So they're cutting out. FF, though, has kind of leaned more into that Yasnaya area. Finally, a team playing more to the south, not having to move into the cluster that is just the tropical storm of teams just all up on top of each other there.
Swinging around this lake, probably going to be scouting out a little bit. I don't know if they want to take the risk to be pushing much further. They can play up on those rocks that you can see Korosek is heading towards Maji, doing the scouting, spotting out any information that he can. But any further than this might be quite risky, especially because we're not too far from phase number 2. Might as well just wait for the second circle, and then make a play off of that. But Clemson, he spots an opportunity here.
While we've got this leaderboard up,
blind.
I did want to point out our teams that are rotating in late outside of Elevate. See if maybe these look familiar on the leaderboard. We've got Peak that's just now entering, Synergy that's coming in, Systematicos, and FB are going to be back behind them. So the teams that are going to be coming late into the circle are also the ones that are needing the most points.
Could also say they're needing the most points because they've had to come in from the south so many times. But ooh, Clemson, one shot, one hit, doesn't get the knock, of course. But oh, this circle. It's the hard shift towards the east. You can kind of see that in the mini-map, and now you can see it on the big map. So everyone's going to be swinging around Stauber. And Stauber being dead center, I mean, it's good for LG because they're already there, but everyone else, you're not going to drive over Stauber. You got to basically shift around, whether it's north or south. It just makes all these rotations not only a bit longer, but everyone's going to be congested into specific pockets, and that could cause some earlier engagements.
The east side is just notorious for trap locations and the capabilities to have great sight lines on teams that rotate. Fiumba's already holding down that position, and we can see that Peak, as well as FF and potentially Dynamic, are all coming into a pathing with him here relatively soon. Third Eye just going to try to cut their way right through the middle. In between Troglodytes is Decimate. Sonics is going to use this opportunity to separate away from Decimate that we were watching out earlier. Third Eye is just going to kind of come up, take a couple of those shots, retreat away. STK, though, doing a very long wrap up into the north. And here's Friendly Fire trying to make their climb up through this. It looks like they did manage to navigate the pathing just well enough to find a good place to stop. And with the distraction that FF climbing this hillside did for Fiumba, means the fact that Peak is going to sneak over and try to cross along that eastern corridor.
Yeah, this is a nice little pocket for Friendly Fire, and they're cut in between the two separate pairs of Fiumba. This could mean that they can isolate these guys and maybe try and take out an arm. It also could mean that they're caught into a trap of their own, but it looks like that pocket is relatively healthy in terms of being able to hide. Keegan get taken out by Danny at this range in a vehicle. Really good shooting from Synergy. Should be easy enough to pick this one up. There's no way Funny Business is going to try and pick that member up. Not worth it. Just continue on as 3.
Oh, Albinia, gonna blow the horn at him. That's my fantasy points. You're blowing your horn at my friend. All right, Synergy, though, should be able to pick up that loot and make a fairly quick rotation to follow him back behind us. Yasnaya is still inside the circle, but nobody really stopping him there. We do have a 0-0 now making their rotation. Looks like they're pathing kind of similar to what we saw Shoot to Kill do earlier, wanting to use that coastline. We're seeing similarities in some of these teams and what they were trying to accomplish yesterday in this similar circle, but couldn't quite manage to do just due to how clustered it is. So now, with this more open northern area, you can see that the teams and what they were trying to accomplish is going to be much easier to get into. Notably, Shoot to Kill already in a good position. 0-0 should be able to come back in behind that. I don't know Systematicos that's going to be following in back behind 0-0 is going to have an easy time, though, as it is going to still be Third Eye, Troglodytes, and now H1, who's managed to get a crate, is also going to be on that path.
I don't know if anyone's going to have an easy time coming in from the north. They still have to push uphill, and while Luminosity holding the top of Stauber could deal some damage, it's mostly going to be the teams that are driving next to them or perhaps even behind them on the north side to just all be taking shots at each other. We're still seeing those tracers fly out through the air because of the lack of cover. Casagrande, though, almost got a shot off onto 0-0, but Troglodytes spotted him first, took some shots, has to back away. 0-0 might recognize with the shots whizzing past their ear that there are more people on this west side, but they still have to fight forward to get inside this zone.
Yeah, 0-0 has their eyes set into Troglodytes and already starting to make their push. Close range fights coming up, but Sparking is going to go down pretty early in this. 0-0 needs to find some way to press up this hillside. So one of the reasons why you see some of that shifting happening over to the more eastern areas is so that way you can kind of use the hillside itself for cover and not have to make such a, I guess, more dangerous push up, because look at the lack of cover on this angle. I'm not surprised on this having to move back. Want to point out the fact that with Sparking now being down inside the blue zone, LFP is not going to be able to do anything for that one, but at least kind of eyeing back there as the new circle has popped. We still stay north, but we also keep Stolber center.
Incredibly north, and this is great for Spam. They were set up here and they're ready to party. SDK as well. It's Luminosity, and this is the big question we talked about Stolber in the very beginning. Can they hold on to this with the wide split that they have, especially with so many teams potentially coming up onto their position? I do expect a lot of the teams on the east that we're already seeing elevate and peak just do a wrap around Kameshki and start to go into the Spam area. Those rocks up there, we rarely see them, but they can be pretty easy to hold. But a lot of these transitions are going to be caught out like Friendly Fire is doing directly to Dynamic.
Friendly Fire just trying to pass through. Dynamics going to be coming back behind them. Lines are going to hold for right now, but keep in mind Fiumba is also pathing but to regroup as FB is going to be coming in here. Synergy is also along a similar pathing over here, but are going to be leaning more into the east, while Elevate is doing a wide wrap next to Kameshki, going to be coming into the north where Spam is going to be holding down position. Remember, this is also where Spam had a great showing yesterday. Going back, already exploiting the areas that are going to be good for them. But I have to say, teams like Systematicos, Third Eye, y'all in some big trouble right now, because this is going to be a very difficult path for them to try to deal with. At least FB has the capabilities to maybe push into the warehouses that are right on the edge of the zone if they can get there, as Bunt is going to go down.
Yeah, it's another knock against Funny Business. It's like they're not even allowed to play the game before they start getting taken out. Hopefully, Hater and T-Stock can stay alive from that position.
Let's see. Now, kind of keeping a quick eye on this one, it does look like Elevate's managing to make it in the circle. Synergy is going to be pathing up next to Peak. Peak not taking any shots into them just quite yet, though. Systematico's Third Eye, kind of awkward friends looking back into the Sonic's Decimate location, as you can see them down in the low ground, as Sonics do have vision on what's going to be going on in Decimate. And this is the fight that's been going on for what? Probably about 4 or 5 minutes, maybe even more now.
On and off. They've definitely been poking and prodding at each other, just slowly climbing up the hillside, shoulder to shoulder. No real not going either way, despite the grenades and the shots that Mime and Shrimsy and everyone are sending out, and of course dodging in return. Decimate might be in a bit of trouble though, but Sonics aren't too much better because all these teams are getting surrounded by those Southwest squads, the Funny Business, Systematicos, and then Third Eye, Chocolatitas. Everyone's going to be crushing up onto this angle. I'm shocked we haven't seen a full-out fight. I'm shocked that we still have 16 teams up, but I can guarantee that that's not going to last too much longer, especially on this west side. It's going to get hectic real fast.
Systematicos doesn't have a path. They've got to come in where FB and Sonics are. Even if they wrap into the north, that's going to be where Third Eye has already kind of moved into that low ground cliff facing to where that they can kind of decimate some good sight lines into it. So Systematicos has got to make a walk into near on no man's land. And yeah, they're just going to be walking right in. This is like one of those carnival games, you know, whenever you see the ducks kind of on the wire and you're supposed to try to shoot them and get prizes. Well, Systematicos are those ducks as the circle continues to go to the top of the hillside. Systematicos nowhere near it, as they are going to have to put on some, I don't know, some type of mountain climbing gear and try to get up this hill much, much faster.
The upside is this is a great opportunity to pick up some kill points. There's really no reason to try and challenge for the top, challenge for the peak where SDK and LG are until you've cleared your space. So if you're a team that can fight, and T-Stock's already getting a couple of kills for Funny Business, trying to answer back for the few losses that they've taken so far. Mime looking to try and get others as well. They already got another kill on the Systematicos. But Decimate, they're just going to be driving up towards the top. They don't want to involve in any of this. It's way too hot for them. Third Eye pushed them a bit too aggressively. But where can they go to? What space is available? SDK and LG have been here for quite a while. I don't know what they're going to have left free.
I like this. Move over into this northwestern area of the top of the hill itself. It's got a couple of different areas that you can play. It's not the cleanest cover. Yeah, you'd probably want like maybe Stallber or something else like that, but you got to assume that's already taken. So with Decimate now getting into position, sure, they did lose one. We do have Shoot to Kill doing a great job defending up their area, as it is going to be Troglodytes, 0-0 Nation. And right now, also Spam and Synergy are getting close to lining up on each other, while Decimate isn't content where they stayed at. They're sending it down the hillside, moving into the low ground, right in between Elevate as well as Synergy. So while Luminosity is kind of like king of the mountain right now, everybody else is just kind of clustering around, trying to make sure that they're using the hillside to block out some sight lines. Did Spam learn from their fights yesterday, and have they figured out how to use this terrain to their best advantage? Because it looks like they're starting to figure out ways to exploit it.
Well, Decimate's also exploiting it. Synergy taking a bit too many shots from too many angles. Theros, though, is trying to challenge everyone at once. They're taking shots on any head, any scalp that they can see to land a headshot. Not landing so far, but it's certainly going to keep Decimate a little bit honest, a little guessing, and just, you know, a bit patient. Don't be too curious or you could lose your helmet.
This is odd because Meister's actually moving in very close to 0-0 Nation. I'm not certain if this was scouted or if this was just a planned assault or if this was just him trying to find a new angle and suddenly finding a whole new team. But either way, it's not going to go well for him. LFP is going to pick up that one pretty easily. And now Spam's got themselves a much bigger problem because they've realized that they're now sandwiched as reinforcements for Synergy are going to be coming in and potentially assaulting them from a lower ground position.
Yeah, trying to bite off a little bit more than they can chew, especially with not seeing that much action up until now in the kill feed. They should have expected there was definitely going to be someone coming in from that angle, but Dynamic is also going to get eliminated in the meantime by Fiumba, while Spam and Synergy are also fighting up. Capitan trying to run away, but runs into Selfish by Peak, the top fragger of the squad, going to be eliminating them. Fiumba, they're barely alive. It's all up to DraftKings and Friendly Fire trying to push in onto this as well and just clear the space, clear the land. They take Fiumba out, and in a matter of moments, we're down to 12.
Now this means the fact that Friendly Fire is going to be more calm in position, but Sonics do here. They're moving in to swoop it and see if maybe they can pick up a couple of kills. It's going to be Sharp Shot that's going to have to defend the line for Friendly Fire right now. This low ground push creeping around into this might be expected. Is Sharp Shot going to spot it out? Mime leading the way. He's got to get this knock and he's got to get damage out early, and he does. So now Sonics have a path to move in off of this. It's going to be Corsac that's going to be playing the high ground. He had himself a hell of a day yesterday, but Corsac is going to need to make some big plays for his team in that high ground position, and he manages to knock down Mime. This fight now starting to brew in a massive way. This is going to get control over the South, but whoever takes it on is going to now have to step into LG sightlines next.
It's all to Corsac, and he's not going to try and take this 1 versus 3. This is great for Sonics because it means that they have the space to get Mime picked back up and continue to play as far. Already 4 kills with the potential to pick up a whole lot more and continue to challenge Luminosity at the top of this leaderboard. Back here on the north, Spam was eliminated by SG, but SG are not out of it just yet. The grenade from 0-0 doesn't quite hit, but LFP is going to continue to push this one.
Keep in mind, nades on these high inclines are so hard to hit. You have to cook Neuron perfectly for them to land. This one's going to go a little bit awry yet again. So it's just continually trying to drop right up on top of this as Binya looking in. How's that cook going to go? It's going to connect, but not going to finish him out. LFP wants to get this done, spots him out, gets the damage out, and now should be able to get his reses off.
Yes, the timing was perfect. He wanted to push that fight because he knew that he could not res for free. There were too many players, too many teams around him, and now he has that space to do so because Troglodytes is not pushing. Sonics, however, are going to be pushing onto Peak. They know that there are more teams here on the eastern edge, on the eastern side. They don't feel comfortable to try and challenge the north, the top, the zenith of this hill just yet. The elevator coming in from the opposite angle, so these remaining players from Peak need to go big to try and survive right now. Laurent with a knock into Mime, that's definitely a good start.
Now it's going to be a quick response, trying to figure out exactly where those shots came from. Peak had to move down into this just due to the assault that was coming in from Elevate. H1 having to dance back into that blue to see if maybe he can get some more damage out of it, but you can see he did manage to take down HVZ. It's not going to be enough. Lawrence still in that low ground position. He does know exactly where he's at, though. Now, the whole time this is going on and these shots are going out, Elevate is creeping closer and closer, but Sonics have managed to reset, spot him out, finish it, but H1 is going to go down outside the zone as LG have now moved into an aggressive position, firing down the hillside as LG have so much control off of this position. Sonics have to creep away, have to set back down, and have to take a second to just regroup.
But they're still alive because of H-Win's play, distracting the remainder of Peak and getting those kills in order for the revive to come on through. And so he dies, but his spirit lives on, while Sonics with 8 kills are going to be continuing to push with the high ground, but instead with a safer angle. However, Elevate just to the east could threaten this. They need to keep their heads on a swivel.
Yeah, Elevate has separated out. They've left Hikerman back up next to Decimate and are taking some shots in. Corsac, though, has kind of creeped his way right in between all of them. So as the circle continues to move into that area that we were kind of looking at, that northwestern center, remember that I was talking about at the top of the hill, where we did see a couple of teams that were trying to stop at? I can't remember exactly who was in the vehicles moving over there, but this is going to provide a lot of different lines of demarcation coming in. Really, Corsac gets to sit on the outside of it, but it's going to be Honey Badger. It's going to open up the door, get the down onto Tiggleton. So with those shots, LG is going to reset, move into the circle, and try to move into more of a gatekeeping position, realizing that they have reinforcements with Elevate. Now, creeping in, Sonics has very little pathing options to get into the zone.
They're going for the revive. It's all into Shrimsy to try and hold point right now, and Luminosity are getting very, very curious still. Elevate, as you said, are moving towards the north because of this circle shift. They have an opportunity to get in a more controlling position, even if it does mean that that knock that Honey Badger got would not be confirmed. It's going to keep them safe. They know that the two big titans of this lobby are going to be fighting at some point on this angle of the zone, and they want to be there to pick up the scraps, but, you know, when you see Kong and Godzilla running at each other, you don't necessarily want to be in the middle of it.
LG has already shifted even further out now, and they're kind of eyeing the sight line down where Elevate's going to be playing from. Sonics, they could potentially try to wrap in back behind Elevate, and that looks like that might be what their plan is. They don't want to try to assault up that hillside against LG, and I think that's a smart plan. You don't want to just have to crest up, profile yourself up against near on no cover with teams that are going to be such good aim, such as like having Kickstart in a defended position. So now Sonics instead leaning into that Elevate pathing, but remember, Honey Badger just got a good knock onto Sonics just a moment ago. They know this. They've spotted this out, so we're going to go ahead and listen into their comms as they're going to have to hold up against Sonics.
Comes down the road. Hiker, try to kill that road guy.
He's out of zone. He's out of zone. We can wait on him.
Just wait. They don't have a play.
There's smoke landing into us, Guts.
Still keep behind us. DCM.
I'm staying low left.
Knocked one on the left.
Nice, you shit on them.
One more on the left smokes.
Low
On the
left.
right smoke, sorry.
I'm blind.
I'm blind as fuck. They could push
No one's
us.
on the low. I can't see anyone on the low left fridge. I'm holding low left. I'm holding deep low left.
Stunning.
LG speaking about us. Careful, Guts. Pushing us.
No.
I don't see the others. I'm spamming smokes.
One's gonna be mid smokes.
Yeah, I'm spamming smokes.
One low left. Knocked low left. Insert.
Rush to DCM.
LG's on blue.
Let's go DCM. DCM. I'm gonna get into a fight. I'm gonna run at DCM.
Yeah, I'm resing it down. Let's run. Fuck LG.
Okay.
Fuck LG. Let's go DCM on yellow.
Do you have boost, Guts?
Just have a one. Someone call who the one is. We need a one.
I'll be one healing. I'll be one since I'm healing. They just
LG
pulled
have a
out.
lot of control.
You heard it there. FLG, let's go after Decimate. And that is the strategy to net some more kill points as they're going to be rotating up into the north. Decimate's been quiet for quite a while now, allowing Third Eye to creep in. So it looks like we're going to have a lineup of Third Eye against LG, Decimate lined up against Elevate. Sights now starting to come out as Richie B has at least spotted out the movement coming out from LG as they've full on shifted away. They realize Sonics are dead. Now they've got their eyes set on center control.
Yeah, that shot from Richie couldn't quite knock Kickstart. Has to back away from that just because of the high ground advantage that LG are going to have in this engagement. We also got to see where Phase 7 is going to go. It's going to swing towards Decimate and Third Eye, and already Third Eye are running to the north. They want to try and pincer Decimate. They know Elevate are going to be coming in from the east as well. Remove them, and as long as it doesn't take so long that LG has an opportunity to sweep and backfill behind, going clockwise in the way that they're looking right now, Third Eye can take control, but Adam being knocked, not a great start to this.
Add on to that, Snakers just managed to go pick up a crate. So high ground control crate, tons of vision that they're going to be able to work with. That means that they're going to be able to just start trying to assert dominance on everything that happens. Elevate, though, trying to move in, pick up these kills. They know the fact that pushing up this hillside is going to be a recipe for disaster. That's why they've been trying to avoid it for oh so long. Finally getting vision into what's happening with Decimate. It's going to be and one in that low ground. While Hastings having to take shots up against Third Eye, he's going to go down. Decimate now decimated, and it's going to be Elevate moving in. But now LG swooping down the hillside. It's going to be Flood. Rello lined up, forcing Third Eye to run right now. They've already taken casualties and just trying to step away. Elevate's going to mop that one up real fast, and now we've got a straight up 4v4 across this hillside.
Third Eye are running, but where can they run to? Elevate LG, last two teams remaining in the lobby. Flood watching for it, making sure that there's no northern swing. There's not a lot of cover, not a lot of places to play with. The hillside is a bit dubious right now as Honey Badger does get knocked by Snaker. Smoke comes out for Gats to get the revive. But LG, they're holding strong, and they have the center of this zone. It's going to be on Elevate to try and break through the lines of crossfire that Luminosity have set up.
Ethan can have his moments. We've seen him make some massive plays for his squad. He's already retreating, creeping up that hillside, seeing if maybe he can prod in, find a new angle of approach. But LG's defensive line is just so freaking strong right now. Up at the top of the hill with two, in the stretching with Rello and Flood down in to make sure the fact that Elevate has nowhere to move. With this, Elevate's just had to cluster up, backs against what's going to be the new zone, waiting for the blue zone to kind of creep in as we're still in phase number 7, and they are hoping that they get a circle shift.
They better get one, because if they don't, it's going to be an almost impossible game to win. Despite being even on the numbers, just the positioning of LG is looking way too good right now. But Elevate are trying to counter that by going full pack play. You don't need crossfires, you don't need setups when you just barrel through your opponents in a full pack of 4 and play for the trades. Try and catch someone off guard, but they've been too quiet for too long, and LG are at least looking for this option. Kickstart spotted, not knocked.
trying to creep in. It was a full-on Wolfpack mindset, hoping the fact that they could just send enough numbers into that line. LG responds. Flood repositions back up into the line. Rello still playing back, making sure the fact that no repositions coming out from Elevate will provide any vulnerabilities, but damn, that nade hits. Flood's going to get the knock onto Hikerman, and suddenly Elevate, while they want to get that elevated position, it's going to be LG the whole time, just raining death and hellfire upon them. It's going to be more utility landing up on top as Rello. Look, you can't cross over here. He's got that firmly in control, and now Snaker's up on top with big boy guns. LG just has such a just clenched fist on this circle. It is just strangling out the life that Elevate cannot find anywhere to creep into.
Yeah, the element of surprise is gone. They've cut noise again, split back up again. Man, but it's going to have to just be purely based off of shooting to break into this one. Reload, taking a little low, but he brought Honey Badger even lower. And again, the positioning allows for LG to be able to sit back and heal without worrying about timing.
Elevate did manage to reset, though, so now they're starting to set up their own line. It's going to be much more difficult. Hikerman's now going to be trying to creep into that southern area, see if maybe he can assault some of the high ground. Snakers, though, in this central position, has just been able to rain down so much damage onto Elevate, they cannot find the pathing. Now, it's going to be Elevate leaning into a 3-1, saying maybe, okay, this angle, maybe this is going to work for us, but as they do, they're going to be creeping into Rello's sightlines, and this is exactly why he played here, why he's been so patient. Flood's going to go ahead and get the knock onto one. Rello's still holding that line. Luminosity just has everything that they need. They have all of the information, and even the confidence, and leaving a 3v1 position and leaving Rello back behind is just paying off big. But can Hikerman turn this one around? He's moving up into it. Ethan does get the knock onto one, and there you go. Hikerman finds another 2 versus 2 creeping in. Hikerman trying to assault off the side of this one. Rello low on life. Flood now has to make sure that he keeps control of that center position, but he's running in, trying to get the res onto Kickstart. That means that he's surrendered out information. Luckily, Snakers is going to be able to pass that back over as Hikerman's got the assault on one side, and it's going to be the rest of Elevate still in the low ground position.
They got 2, but the 2 were trades, but the revive came in on 1 for Elevate. Luminosity have all grouped up now. They're going to try and isolate Hikerman. He's a solo player here. They need to take this fast, though, before the rest of Elevate pick up.
Oh, taking some shots at crazy angle coming out from Kickstart. Good read into that one. Now just 2 up for Elevate, sitting on 8 kills right now. See if maybe they can find some assault angles into it. It's going to be exchanged between both sides. Now just 1v1. Rello lined up, looking in, seeing if he can connect on to Honey Badger. Honey Badger trying to get the life back up, but it is going to connect. And with that, a massive Molotov is going to push Luminosity Gaming up to 8 kills.
They had the utility at the very end. That was the last piece of aggressive utility that Rello had, but it was enough to do the trick. 8-kill win for Luminosity. We said that they had a fairly dominant performance on Erangel so far, and that does seem to continue. That lead against the Sonics is growing uncomfortably wide for what was supposed to be a fight for first for these 3 teams.
Luminosity, just again, that is just near on perfection in the end game and how they played that. It did get messy, but that's just due to firefighting skills and that sneak attack coming up from Hikerman. That was just a cerebral 4v4 in every single way you could want it. Like, I was on the edge of my seat. I'm standing up right now. I was actually on the edge of my toes through the entirety of that game.
Yeah, really well played. Not just by LG, who knew what they needed to do to stay alive, to not try and go too aggressive at the top of Stallber, let everyone else fight it out, and just be there to finish the game when it comes to them. But for all the other teams that were playing around the edges, I mean, you got to give it up to all of them. That's a lot of pressure to try and deal with, and some were able to, go with the tide, some weren't.
Well, I mean, it's just a historic amount of experience on that team. 6 years now that we've been having PUBG. Battlegrounds is marking that 6th anniversary this month, and we are celebrating the in style with the community, including a new dev talk, fun collaboration with artist Tristan Eaton, special in-game item drops, new background music, and more. Whether you've been a new player dropping in for the first time or you've been eating chicken dinners for a while now, it has never been a better time to check out PUBG Battlegrounds. We're going to take a quick break, but we still got 4 more games, y'all. Make sure you stay tuned in because they have been awesome. See you guys in just a second. Now just 2 up for Elevate, sitting on 8 kills right now. Think if maybe they can find some assault angles into it. It's going to be exchanged between both sides. Now just 1v1. Rello lined up, looking in, seeing if he can connect on to Honey Badger. Honey Badger trying to get the light back up, but it is going to connect.
Game 11 finishes in an absolute chess match that results in Luminosity picking up their 5th chicken dinner. It's not a value pack, it's a family pack at this point. My name is Toffees. I got Porosaurus and Godspeed here to talk about it. That was a beautiful game, gentlemen. Let's get the winner dinner screen in a second here and break down. It felt like a chess match, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, that was very much back and forth. Elevate getting multiple knocks, still recovering. They also had to hold that edge against Sonics just before they got into this Final 4v4 with LG. So big shout out to Elevate for really starting off the day on the right foot.
Yeah, man, I think you can't say enough about Elevate's performance in that one. As you just said, the taking on the 2 top dogs in the leaderboard right now, and coming out just almost so close. It came down to a 1v1 essentially against Rello, but Honey Badger just a little bit too much damage. A well-placed Molotov will be the thing that finishes it. But yeah, I mean, Elevate can leave that game feeling really, really good about themselves. And then, I mean, what do you say? Can Luminosity feel any better about themselves at this point?
I mean, 5 chicken dinners is, we played 11 games, y'all. Like, that is a win percentage that is unheard of. Let's take a look back at how it is.
Love this grenade.
That was a sick grenade by LFP. And still, though, the problems are still kind of cropping up every single game here for 00 Nation. Poro, I don't really know what is going on with them, but they're even losing fights on the edge that I feel like they shouldn't really be losing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna cut them a little bit of slack because Stalker games are just weird sometimes with the way the fights work out. Kind of the same with Sonics right there and Elevate, right? They were just kind of wrapping around and just face rolling everybody and W keying into every fight, but you just kind of hope that you can avoid the third parties. But a lot of times it's just not possible, and I think that happened to a lot of these teams here. Fortunately for Luminosity, they were kings of the mountain, kings of the hill for the longest time, and playing from the top side, so they didn't really have to worry about that as much.
This music's got me grooving.
Luminosity 18 total points. Elevate at 14. It is Elevate again. Like, they came out and you said it. They fought the lobby leaders and they did it in style. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Godspeed, it felt like they caught them off guard, both of those teams, a few times. That flank against Luminosity, like, they weren't ready for that.
Yeah, that Hikerman flank was pivotal in actually giving them a chance in that fight, because before they were getting absolutely just bombarded, getting knocked, nades, utility. They were losing armor, again, using smokes. So yeah, Hikerman with a beautiful play there. And then initially when their fight on Sonics, they had come off with a knock. So Elevate just looked incredible. But I also want to put a little bit of focus there on Third Eye, right? The team that's in that cusp at 4th place. They had a solid game. They controlled the west side of the circle. They wiped STK. I think someone on Third Eye, Poro was saying, had a VSS when they went into that fight as well. So, I mean, Third Eye is still very much in this fight as well. 4th is just so contentious, man. I really don't know which team is gonna end there at the end of the day.
It's contentious. And so a couple things, we look at the overall standings. First, Luminosity, 136 points. Right now, they're in that pole position to take home the 300 qualifying points for PGC, as well as $25,000. Sonics likely to answer, STK probably as well. But it feels like Friendly Fire is trying to close that gap, as is those other teams. Like Shoot to Kill and Sonics have let off the gas a little bit, Poro. And I wonder if a hungry team like Friendly Fire can catch them.
You know, if they do, that's great. That's fantastic. It doesn't really matter too terribly much. I feel like those top 3 are pretty much set, right? But the fact is that with one game like that, Elevate now finds themselves 2 points out of 4th. And that's just kind of the same boat that everybody pretty much, I would say, down to almost 00 Nation, Funny Business, maybe Fiumba. Everybody's kind of in that same boat, right? You have that one good game and you're putting yourself right in the mix of things. So, you know, so far, Friendly Fire, you know, we said coming into today, the difficulty was going to be, how do you hold on to that 4th place spot with everybody breathing down your neck? So far, they've done it through one game, but it's still close.
And Third Eye's on the climb after their big slide yesterday, trying to make a comeback. Let's talk about top 5 kills, because SDK in 3rd right now, and Godspeed, I feel like I want to give him a little love, because it's not every day that we get to end a grand final last day, and not only is 1 but 2 of their players, Alo and Penta, are out here just putting in work. Top fraggers.
Yeah, absolutely. We've obviously seen Alo and Penta on these leaderboards in the past before, and sometimes you're right, maybe not on the last day, but coming into the last day, STK at the start of this year have looked really great. We obviously talked about Vegas now coming into that roster, who filled in big shoes from Luke 12, but so far it's working, man. They are getting into good spots. They are getting a lot of kills, which they necessarily didn't really struggle with before, but the consistency that we've known STK to have in the past is starting to show up again, and that's what we love to see.
Yeah, they're still making their late games. They feel more confident. This is a team that, I mean, I feel like I'm excited to see them. I mean, if they keep their spot, go to PGS1 and put up a good showing for the Americas region.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to PGC and you can't. We were there, Toffees. Like, you could see the heartbreak on those guys' face whenever they ended up going out first from that tournament, and it was brutal. And you kind of wonder what the response is going to be, especially from a team that just so rarely in the past has made big changes. And over the offseason, they make two. They change coaches. They bring in Wooly. They bring in Vegas to replace Luke, who left. And whether that it's got to be, you can't really pin it on any one thing. Having that new voice of Vegas being in there, having the new voice of Wooly being in there, but also just personal work effort put in by Alo and Penta and Purdy to kind of bring themselves back after that disastrous PGC performance. You got to give them credit.
Yeah, you got to give them credit. You got to give a lot of credit. I also give some. You saw that tweet for just a second from Matt. Our entire production team has gotten the fantasy bug, and listening to them in the background arguing with each other about who the best PUBG players are has been a highlight of my week. But I think a new highlight maybe coming our way is game number 2 kicks off. Let's send it back over to the casters, Matcham and Cameron Davis.
The race for first is looking like it's about to become more of a race for second. Cam, is weird circles are making it kind of complicated for people to find the points that they need.
I wouldn't blame it on the circles. We've had enough of them that, like, listen, Sonic's had a really good game. I don't want to take that away from them. They had a lot of good kills, but you got to win all the team fights if you want to make it to the end. That's just how it is. And at the moment, Luminosity are just winning that many more team fights. And over the course of this whole event, gonna add up on the point lead that they have.
And I know there are some people out there that are gonna say something about rats or hiding, but remember, where's LG's traditional drop at? It's most of power. Where did they drop that time? The top of Stallburst. So they read the plane path into the circle to get a good position.
Did they read?
And exploit
okay, that's just knowing that flying to Milt to power off of that plane path is not worth it, and as this happens, they got, I'm going to use the term, they got lucky with where the Circle 1 was, but it's about how they utilize their initial position to put them into a better spot to eventually win the game from, they didn't just prone in the first building that they landed on to win.
Here you go, guys. You're yearning for something that wasn't around the Stallburg area or very far north, so instead we've got a Gatka chopstick-centered circle for you that's going to be pretty friendly and where everybody should kind of have an idea on how this is going to go out. Plenty of flatlands, but also plenty of cool POIs.
There's a lot of more field here, I'll tell you that much.
It's a lot flatter.
Yeah, very much so. But there's also a lot more solid positions to play in terms of compounds, and then you're even looking at the ditches and the chopsticks. I don't even remember what those words, but what those things are actually called other than chopsticks.
Drainage ditches.
There it is, drainage. Oh my God, imagine.
I got you. You've been out of Texas too long. We got those things everywhere here.
Yeah. I don't even know what those things on a farm is called.
You mean the sprinklers that everybody always has the debates about? Well, it is no debate that Roth is going to be down and probably going to be dead in just one moment. Friendly Fire, I don't think, is going to try to extend this one out, and Roth is probably telling him, nah, leave that one be. So with this, going to go ahead and flush it out. FF is going to go ahead and retreat down, and Peak has a pretty centered location pretty early in this one, and it's a team that's definitely needing some points, picking up an early kill as well as, I don't know, finding a flip buggy. It's never good life.
Yeah, that's actually, it's not so much good for Peak, though of course every point is good no matter where you are on the leaderboard. It's really good for a team like Elevate and Third Eye, who are trying to chase Friendly Fire for that 4th place position. They could be seeing that in the kill feed, and they don't have an immediate reaction to it, but it's still going to give them just that extra bit of confidence to continue to make good plays and know that there's a higher chance of it actually mattering this round.
Guarantee you there was probably some cheerings and adulations coming out for Peak as Elevate saw them take a loss, as they're just 2 points behind Friendly Fire right now. And as you said, that 4th place position going to be contentious. We've got Third Eye, 66 points tied with them, Troglodytes, then the drop down into Spam. Spam doing a good job of still just kind of holding up in position, but God, I mean, one good solid, I wouldn't even say win, just a good game, picking up like 12 points can put so many teams into the top 4.
Sonics right now immediately on the rotation, moving faster than anyone else. Peak has already taken up the majority of the central positions, though they're not going to stick there. It's more just taking up in terms of looting. But Sonics are arriving with the loot that they have deemed appropriate in regards to the timing of where they're looted up and the first circle where they can go off of it. And if Peak are not careful, they might get crashed by a full team, but it doesn't seem that Sonics want to go that far. They're going to stick around here. It's a free compound split that they can take very, very early on. This is a strong position to try and answer back to Luminosity's win the previous round.
This is just a tried and true position, right? This 2-2 split is as old as pretty much PUBG competitive is. Hold down around these two different positions, got good sight lines, good defendable, hill that's going to be around where we see Shrimsy in them at. Everything about it is just really, really good. So getting into that position early is going to be great for them, and then add in it so close to center. Très magnifique.
Okay. Talking about alt drops, this time around STK went to their alt drop of West Milta. Funny Business spotted that one out, and you can see Tater looking for scouting, but also an opportunity. But Sonics, they're going to continue to push it forward. They bumped ahead further from that initial position that we saw them land at. MV is out alone, isolated, and now dropped, and it's going to be a full confirm. No one else from Peak is here, and this is exactly what I was worried about. They were separated for way too long, and this means that anyone moving in quickly, whether it's Sonics or even Troglodytes from the west side of the zone, could take these individual Peak members apart one by one.
A 1v1, I mean, I guess what, a 4-man split in the center of a circle whenever we're looking at Gatka is usually a recipe for disaster, as Peak just found out. They've got Selfish way up to the north now. I do also want to point out, up in the top of Everest over there, we've got Adam that's scouting out for his team, separated away from the rest of them, as Fiumba is rolling in pretty close to the other members of Third Eye at the time. We do see a very Gatka-focused rotation right now from a lot of these teams, as STK is leaving Military Base Island, just crossing that western bridge. Means FB could come up back behind them. No bridge camps to have to contend with just quite yet, as really plenty of the circle is still out in the open for anybody that wants to take it. Just the center is the only part that's kind of, I would say, awkward to move through.
The problem is there's a pretty heavy strip of the north side of the zone that's kind of unplayable because it's where the water is, and you know it's not going to go that far. So anything north of Georgeville Mountains, not really good. You have a little bit of the water on the south side, and then there's so much open area in the center of the circle. I mean, there's a lot less to play here than you make it sound, Matt.
Well, I mean, we still have all of the quarry area that still hasn't been picked up. Georgia Pole doesn't have anybody that's inside of it right now. It's not a point where you just have to send it into your death, to say the least.
Sure.
So, I mean, whenever we're looking at this, I don't trust the circles in this event at all. For all we know, this could just decide that it's going to go, like, down to the bridge, or it could, like, the southern bridge around Military, or it could just decide that it wants to go Georgia Pole. I'm not going to go with any expectations.
0-0 Nation now. They're driving to that open field that we were just discussing, south of Elevate. Driving. If they continue to go forward on the angle that they are right now, they're going to be running directly into friendly fire, though there is enough room on that hills. You see a few teams sort of share it every once in a while. So this would be a good place for them to stop at. And it's always 0-0 Nation that are running into each other. Have you noticed that? Is it just me?
I mean, yeah, but in the fairness, they're also kind of running into other teams in their rotations. It's one of their problems. So we'll have to see. It does look like they do manage to find some safety, but they're going to be pretty close to Elevate, who's, I got to be honest, vibing pretty good off of that last game. They took it down to the wire, and they got to be feeling pretty dominant right now. Like, if you can take it down as close with LG as you just did, taking early fights now, I wouldn't be as hesitant. Now, problem with it is, LG is coming into Pachinki and also moving into that hillside where Hikerman's hiding at.
Yeah, Elevate's strength has always been their micro fighting team fight mechanics. It's their macro that seems to let them down the most more than anything else. And when they got to their position on Stalber, all they had to do was team fight. But here, this game, I can tell you, just looking at the circle, is likely going to challenge their macro rotations a lot more. So this one, I won't be as confident on their ability to go to the late game a second time in a row.
Well, Hikerman's taking some shots now and doing some peeks, so we'll keep you updated on that one. Synergy coming in from the north. They've got Dynamic in front of them. They're in that no man's land around the river that we were talking about just a little while ago. We do have a crate that's around school. Ain't nobody going to go over there unless the circle goes over there. So that's pretty much dead over there. And I don't expect anybody to pick it up. Spam going to be one of the last teams that's going to be having to come into this circle. And looks like they're eyeing that eastern bridge and will probably path along that southern road outside of Milta, which is going to be pretty much open. So nothing for them to worry about. And I think that's just kind of it, right? The only potential dust up is maybe Trogloditas and Systematicos over there, but that's more just scouting than anything else.
Okay, Machi. That car looks suspiciously stuck with how wide those wheels are. This one...
we're in that like Austin Powers moment. He can get it out of there.
Yeah. 32-point turn.
Yeah, just doing that click, tick, 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 tick. Finally gets it around. Does manage to get out. So after all of that, where's he going to go?
I'll group up the rest of the team. Spam now rotating to the east bridge. The west bridge is still in the zone. So they're not taking any chance with a potential camp there or on the gas station to the north of that. So they're taking the east bridge, even driving through the blue with the amount of time that they've looted up. And Novo is pretty good for loot. I shouldn't be too worried about their med abilities. And so this blue damage really shouldn't be much a concern at all. A though, still readjusting his vehicle. Maju went to his direction. They seem to have spotted each other out. Now Alo hears the vehicle go away. So he recognizes that, hey, I can stay here. I don't have to pull away from this one yet, which will only fortify STK's positioning even further. They don't have a wide split, but it's, you know, it's still a decent one they can try and play off of from here.
I mean, STK's position is pretty solid right now. They can see so much stuff. If the circle does go to the southwest, they can still back up, play in like the swamplands. They just have to because of the amount of teams that come in there. But they're going to have sight lines over that field in rotation. So as long as they're still in, they're going to feel good. But nope. Remember how we said it might go back down to that bridge? Well,
I do.
Yep, guess that's where we're going to go. So everybody to the north, have fun in this rotation as it's going to be a lot of fields. And I guess playing that north ferry pier hillside, that's about the best you got.
There are some really strong hills in this zone. You got the hills that LG are rotating on right now, just south of Pachinki. Then you have that Forest of Death there, north of Ferry Pier, that are both very, very strong places to play. And then, of course, that compound that 0-0 Nation are beelining directly towards. Outside of that, it gets a lot more precarious. So you might be seeing some edge fighting for those two hill positions in particular. But man, 0-0 Nation, they feel very, very fortunate to be able to find this position. Now, whether they can hold it is going to be a separate challenge, but Friendly Fire, at the moment, they do not want to take that fight.
Yeah, 3-man Friendly Fire, they're just kind of roaming around looking for whatever they think is safe. And just, are they opting into a shack in the middle already? Man, that's a high-end defensive position. As Fumba is going to spot out Synergy and rotation. This is just on the outskirts of Pachinki Hill itself. So with this, Benya is going to be trying to cross over, and you can hear a couple of shots still going at him as LG is playing the opposite side of this hill and continuing to harass as well. There you go. Benya is going to go down. I figured it was just a matter of time with that one. SG still doesn't have the best life right now as they're still being shot out by Sonics and potentially Peak as well. And you can see that their health isn't sitting in the best, but they are about to at least make landfall on a compound that they might want, or at least send it down into the trench.
Not if Peak have anything to say about it. Selfish and Laurent both with great angles, but Laurent's the one that gets knocked. Selfish does get a trade there, but can he knock Pippa? He knows the general position of that player. Flash is going to come out. HVZ needs to go big if he wants to try and shore up Peak's losses.
He's got the wall. He's got good defendable Peak areas, but on the opposite side of it, Pippa is playing this one much slower. Does get spotted out. Looks like it was going for utility. Perfect timing on that push coming out from VHZ. Now Synergy just really hiding out. They're not in the best of position right now. It's just going to be kind of hiding out of here.
Who's they? Well, just Danny left as a solo player, so absolutely hiding out. Maybe looking for an angle because Peak had a couple of knocks against them, but ultimately just trying to play for the mid game and pick up whatever they can.
Shoot to Kill now making their wrap down into a very wide split. Trogloditas looks like they're going to come in that warehouse pathing and maybe be moving up along Rabbit Ears, see if maybe they can find a place to stop inside of this. That's going to be... I wouldn't be surprised if we see them play kind of more of that eastern area. That's a very strong sight line, and we know the fact that Shoot to Kill likes to exploit those as they can. A couple of shots going to come out from Necro, but he's kind of on his own little isolated island over here, so he's got more eyes and has to be more afraid of what's going to be going on with Dynamic and Systematicos, who are already on their rope.
And SDK a bit lucky that he didn't take a knock there, because that angle looked wide open. But the UAZ gave them enough protection for that one. Dynamic moving down on this. SDK here, Penta backing away to find a separate angle to set up a crossfire with his teammates. But the other half, the other pairing of SDK are distracted by Trogloditas. It's a lot of fighting, a lot of kill points up for grabs, and especially shooting at players in vehicles. This could be a really nice knock for Alo to get, but it could be quite heavy as well.
it's just everybody's separating out. A couple of bullets are going to make it to where everybody gets a little bit afraid of what's going to be happening here as Dynamic is going to cut back up into the north, move out of this position. SDK is going to continue to take some shots into Systematicos and force them out of there as the circle is going to shift even more field-centric, I guess is the best way to look at it, as Pachinki Hill going to be big and LG again in the center of the circle.
It's a good split. It's a great split even, but can they hold on to it throughout the mid game? Part of me really hopes to see LG group all up at the Pachinki Hill, but then again, you're kind of giving up the center of the field. So it's a big catch-22. Similar idea with Spam and Fiumba and all these teams with splits, but the teams that are on the west side that weren't even in this zone, or at least even in the previous zone, not in this one either, where can they go? We already see Troglodytas and the remaining member of Synergy driving through an open field, but those spots have already been taken by 0-0, by Friendly Fire, and they are going to be holding on to their spots as strongly as they can.
Friendly Fire moving into this position with massive foresight are going to be able to at least pick up a kill. Is when you're the man in the shack in the middle of the fields and there's nothing else but fields, it feels pretty good. Sonics now looks like they're trying to assault up into Fiumba's position. We need to be careful about this one. And yes, that is going to be Mime leading the way yet again in sneaky camouflage, trying to creep forward around over here. Smokes now and other utilities starting to come out. But while this is going on, LG is just putting a smackdown onto Troglodytas in their rotation as Kill Demo and the rest of the team look like they're going to land on the opposite side of LG away from this. Then could be a distraction. There are a couple of pot shots also coming out from Elevate into Sonic's direction, hence why they're being more cautious and trying to climb. You can see the Tracers coming in back behind them, but it's not really hurrying them too much. It's just kind of a light harassment.
Yeah, but it meant that they couldn't push Fiumba as aggressively as they might have wanted to, which means that Revive went through, Fiumba are back up to 4, and in a 4v4 with Elevate shooting at your back, that puts Fiumba in a much stronger position than they were just a few moments ago. So Sonics need to make a decision, and they need to make one quickly. Do they re-push Fiumba, or do they try and back away and hold a separate position and perhaps try to contend with Elevate's angle? That does seem to be the case, the latter. The tree to cover up those lines of fire, and Honey Badger caught out in the open. Doesn't take too much from it, but there's going to be a lot of action in the field still, as you see in the kill feed.
Yeah, I was kind of distracted by watching Dynamic trying to make their own rotation into where we saw Friendly Fire and their shack. Now Pink is going to be taking some shots at them. If you've got the map open, remember the fact that we also do have a map feed, and it is very useful at times like this if you're trying to track what's going on with your team, as STK did also bump into Decimate to the south and are going to be on similar pathing. Coming up right over here next to Lister, and Dynamics woes going to continue as now Curdy going to be playing the opposite side. You do see the fact that one of the members for Friendly Fire is down, as well as just a moment ago a car did run over one of them, so it's just going to be a full-on send into the shack. Oh my god! Catches some airtime. Curdy, I don't even know that was like a 1080. Makes the land of Vegas, finishes them off, and coming into this one, do they get some style points for that?
It's looking tricky up in here, and they take the spot from Friendly Fire. A lot of smoke and even more vehicles for cover. Now that it's 2 teams worth of vehicles in that spot, and just in time for phase 4 to hard shift their direction. What a send, what a grab. What position can any other squad play now?
Okay, kill points are the name of the game. You're going to be running down Troglodytas. I don't know exactly what your plan is, but there are going to be the hills that are going to be around where 0-0 Nation is and Decimate. That might be where you could potentially vie for some stuff, but this is going to be a lot of shack life, and you can see the fact that Sonic's already making an eye on what's going to be going on. Williams coming in, and it looks like this is going to be where Troglodytas decided they wanted to stop, but Synergy trying to hold out. Last member up, can't defend it by himself, so Troglodytas going to just charge in there and finish out Synergy.
It's still only 2 members of Troglodytas. If they can hold on to that shack, that'll be great for them, but we're going to be seeing a lot of teams from the southeast side likely sending it that direction. Back on the southwest, though, 0-0 Nation versus Decimate. 0-0 with an ambitious split from that compound. 2 in the compound, 2 in the hills, and they've gotten 3 kills from it, have yet to lose a member. But at some point, there is a big chance that a team is going to send it on the compound, and they're going to want to have all 4 members there, especially in a circle like this.
I think that this is a continuation of what we saw going on with the Decimate and Shoot to Kill. I think they stretched down there to see if they can pick up any kills, and yeah, they're going to be regrouping now after Decimate and realize the fact that Shoot to Kill's already moved. Now, Sonics Where, oh, where do you go? Still taking those harassing shots at Elevate. Looks like they're going to try to wrap around them. It's going to be Peak that's also going to be along the sight line. You can see Ethan's going to jump out, but those hills are going to do just enough of a job to try to cover them. Peak, though, going to have a much clearer sight line into this as they're going to be roaming in. And oh, we got a joust going on, and it looks like it is going to be Sonics that win that joust. A couple of casualties are coming out of it, though. Dynamic still watching in what's going on at range. Lamborghini seeing maybe he can sneak away a kill here, but looks like that was just going to be somebody that picked up a teammate and ran with him.
Yeah, actually really good idea to pick the teammate up and get to a spot that the line of fire is not as heavy from that field. You saw Lamborghini with the lineup. Really wanted to steal that kill, and already H-Wins, here's the vehicles, holds point, and not only defends his revive, but also gets another kill off of it as well.
All right, Elevate. Sonics, it's time to move yet again. Elevate making the send in. They're getting Peak shooting at them on one side. LG, who's firmly regrouped on the opposite. Looks like they're just going to lead into a vehicle fortification. That's about the best that you're going to have. While this rotation is going to come in, at least it's going to be a distraction. But Sonics now going to have to make a similar pathing into this when it's going to be 0-0 Nation from all the way downtown that are going to spot them out. Looks like they're going to try to hop out. And this has gone terrible for Sonics. They're just trying to regroup at this stage, just mime up. And it's going to be those harassing shots just to finish them off. Sonics goes down into 13th place. While this is happening on the opposite side of the circle, we also do have some rooming actions happening as Fiumba is going to get eliminated by Third Eye, who made a leapfrog in front of them.
Like I said, if you're not in the field, good luck. Fiumba eliminated, Sonics eliminated. Now we still have Third Eye that need to make their way in. Decimate as well, and they have decimated Funny Business. Only one member of that team remaining. It's going to be Tater. At least Tater is in a shack, but that shack is not in the zone.
Okay, Decimate. You're winning your firefights. You're getting your kills as you're moving in. Picking up some kills. Do have 2 so far, so that's going to put them right back behind 0-0 Nation. But 0-0 Nation right now in a far more comfortable position. Tater, I mean, you've had some good plays so far this event, but I don't know how you're going to be able to get away from the remaining member Troglodytes on one side. As now we're going to see Spam getting continually harassed, as I believe that Meisner is still hiding out there with the rest of Third Eye still continuing their shots. LG also are losing their cover inside the circle, going to have to make a move. And remember, it's going to be Elevate that did make that vehicle fortification in front of them that they're going to have to contend with.
At this point, the vast majority of the high ground has been eliminated, and what's little is left in play is not going to be in phase 6 once phase 5 fully closes. So that's going to make these movements throughout the field a lot easier. Doesn't mean that it's free, though. Tater picks up a nice frag onto Rusty, who is trying to chase after that spam vehicle send into the field.
All right, now it's just time to go old school PUBG. Jump out here, drop down to your belly, and just follow the bush line, right? And that's about the best you can do. They do have a slight decline in this hill that they're going to try to use for cover. Funny Business is going to get eliminated as Kill Demo manages to take him out. Troglodytes still has to make a move of their own, and it looks like LG is leaning into a slow and steady push into Elevate. Now starting to get into throwable distance. This is a nice, sneaky way to move into this. As you can see now, Elevate having to step away from some of their defensive lines. That could open them up to Flood on an entirely different angle.
Yeah, they're backing away from the grenades. That gives players like Kickstart to push on in, and as you said, the Flood angle is coming on huge. Doesn't get the knock. But still, this crossfire is looking really strong, and there aren't that many shots coming in from elsewhere in the circle. This is like a fairly isolated fight as it is right now.
Everybody else has eyes on those solos, and with the way that the hill is lined up, really it's maybe Elevate that could have some shots coming at them, and I believe that Pinta is taking a couple of shots into this. It's just still going to be Third Eye, just trying to harass everything that's going to be moving around them, and that moving is going to be Decimate as they try to roll through, as they do manage to at least make it into the circle, but not comfy cozy, so they still have Troglodytes also going to move. Third Eye now up to 4 kills, trying to see how much more they can get, because look at how compact it is. With friendly fire already out, Troglodytes at 71. This is a target they know that they need to kill, because taking them out is going to allow them to creep into that 4th place position.
If they don't take them out, there's a big chance that someone else will, though, because Troglodytes, it's not looking hot for them. Third Eye, they're actually looking in a couple of different angles, spotting out a member of Luminosity. It's going to be Flood. Quite far, so not the easiest shots to land, and Flood's going to have some happy dancing feet stay alive for now. Troglodytes do go out. They're actually just going to be giving their life away to the kill zone. They know that the chances are that low. Next phase, swings pretty hard, not fully hard, but still pretty hard towards the north. That gives Luminosity even more room to play with. And Elevate, if they can defend against that push, still a strong position.
Snakers has shifted into a very sneaky angle as well, and this is a full entrapment, looking like trying to see if they can prod in any form of angle to work with right now. Hikerman does get a knock on a kickstart, but finally Snakers is going to come alive. Hit some amazing shots right now, and this is going to be what Elevate needs to try to work with, but it's going to be Third Eye on the outside of this circle, taking shots into LG. That's going to slow it down. Grenade's going to end up just a smidgen too short, but while all of this is happening, do remember the fact that 0-0 are going to have to move as well as Dynamic, and they might have their eyes set along this angle. Hikerman's going to get flushed out. LG opting into going for the res as they are kind of in the safe zone already and content with the damage that they have now done to Elevate in their solo member.
It's just Gath. They know that he's pretty much going to be gone for this world not too much longer from now. Third Eye.
Spam. Oh, spam.
Booping in. Oh, those are multiple grenades prepped. This could be absolutely huge.
Dropping him right on top, hasn't quite connected. Finally do manage to get the drop onto one of them. Third Eye throwing a retaliation red zone of their own, seeing if they can connect. Do manage to get one of them down. That one's gonna be money right up on top of them. Get the knock onto Vox, and now Spam with one member up, also having to contend Den, but shoots a kill. Having a problem in and of itself, as it does look like Penta is about to have a whole bunch of 0-0 friends rolling in and right up on top of him. Nade's gonna connect, buy him some more time. VHD trying to drop this one out, trying to look around, figure out exactly what's gonna be going on, and the mess on every single angle, but it's going to be LG providing some support. Camborghini also running in back behind this.
Penta does lose its life, but 0-0 Nation barely get anything out of it. They have a whole bunch of kills, but they're running out of positioning. It's only LFP remaining, and that revive onto VHC is not looking pretty hot. With Vegas with the lineup right now, that run across that field, despite there being a little bit of smoke, pretty precarious.
Teams in tatters right now trying to creep into this one. Even LG, who's sitting on 4 members. Look at how many firefights, how many knocks that they've had to contend with moving into it. We've kind of seen the fact that that slight hill has been what's divided so much of this, and now LG gets control over half the circle into the north, while it is going to be 0-0. I think getting their res onto VHZ, or at least trying to make the run. Is Shoot to Kill going to be able to connect? Oh, no, you can't lay down there, bro. That's just way too out in the open. He's going to go and get spotted. Now, just the last solo member up for Third Eye is going to be Oldless, and I think that STK might know this, but they're stretching out to the east, and he can undo their plans if they're not careful. Oh, they don't know.
I thought that they were looking for him. They know that there's another team, but Vegas getting removed. This is all falling apart for STK. Oldless could ruin their chances right here, confirm second place.
Perpetually second place for Shoot to Kill, man. They just cannot find that chicken dinner. They've got a variable back behind them that they don't even know is about to cause them a problem. Circle has shifted back to their previous position, and guess what? There were 2 crates right next to where Shoot to Kill was, and it's going to be Snakers that picks those up. So we're going to have a replenished LG with circle control. Now with Shoot to Kill having to contend with Oldless, who's finally decided that he's going to make a move. Grenade's going to come out, doesn't get the knock, but gets a decent amount of damage. Old spins back over to Alo, does get the knock onto him. Now it is just Purdy-Curdy on Nero on no life, but it's going to be good old boy Snakers that's going to provide some assistance, as now Purdy-Curdy all by his lonesome.
I love that play. Throw a grenade on Kurt. Get the spray down on Penta. And with the grenade going off, try and confirm that kill. It just barely missed in order for the quick 2-piece. But Luminosity, easy win for them. With the teammate removed, Kurt threw his life away, recognized that there's no way to win a 1-4 versus Luminosity. And in the chase that they're in right now, just giving up to the zone.
I feel like Luminosity might be seeing the light at the end of this tunnel, as they are just continuing to rack up more and more points. It's just solid performance, good reads on weird circles time and time again. As again, this is a Milta team now managing to make it into a good position inside of the Gatka fields, and it's just so consistent.
Yeah, if you want to argue that the first game was free, you can argue. I won't stop you from making the argument. This one, you cannot make that argument.
Oh, 100%. This was to the nail all the way across the board. Oddly lined up against Elevate for so much of it. It's just, that is just a hard fight that you have to deal with. It's so open, and we do have to acknowledge the fact that Oldest did provide a lot of support inside of everything. But I mean, whenever you're looking at the lay of the land, I mean, Cam, you'd know more about that than anybody, right?
Yeah, speaking of land, Logna is the New State Mobile's latest map. A desert landscape warped by a fallen sun shield. It is a new 4x4 map, which incentivizes mid-range skirmishes across ridges with dozens of long-range sniper opportunities. Logna includes new ways to travel across the map with the introduction of a cable car and 2 new vehicles built for riding up and down the sand dunes. There's all kinds of new updates on the map, so download New State Mobile now.
We've got just a few more minutes. We're going to have to take a quick break, let the players kind of reset. We've got 3 more games to go, but only 1 left on Erangel. And remember, this is the last time that we only have Erangel and Miramar. So this is kind of a historic moment that we're going to have to be keeping an eye on. Make sure you stay tuned, and we'll see you in just a few. Here on No Life, but it's going to be good old boy Snickers that's going to provide some assistance as now Purdy Curdy all by his lonesome.
I love that play. Throw a grenade on Kurt. Get the spray down on Penta.
Welcome back. It is another game done and another Luminosity win on the board. I hate to say it, but I am not surprised. And if you guys want to win as well, you'll have your chance later today. Don't forget to keep an eye on the stream because we'll be giving away a code for G-Coin later today. All right, let's take a look at that dinner winner screen as I get the boys back to talk about it. It was, I mean, it is Luminosity's day, man.
Yeah, it's pretty gross at this point, isn't it? I mean, it was a little bit lower on the damage side, still high on the kills, but you know, the game just kind of laid itself out for them, really, didn't it? They're playing from that northern side. It's not like they got circle luck this time around like they did last time, and they just kind of played it forward, and everybody just fell down before them. It's kind of crazy to watch, honestly.
Is it? Are they falling? I mean, yes, it is crazy to watch because it does feel like they're falling in front of them. But Godspeed, I feel like the teams that are making it to these Final Four, it's not like they're in a bad positions. They're just, are they getting outplayed or outflanked? I can't figure out why Luminosity wins everything.
I mean, it's just the way that LG approaches circle, and again, their timing, right? The timing is their greatest weapon. They hold onto their edge as long as they can until they know that they need to move, or they find an opportunity to move forward. And when they find that, I mean, they pounce on it, and they rarely ever make the biggest thing is we talk about how well they do, but most importantly, it comes down to their execution. They rarely ever miss a step when it comes down to execution. And again, timing, Raylo's brain is just juicy and beautiful.
Very wrinkly. Extremely
the most wrinkles. The most wrinkles of any brain.
His brain is a highlight.
Oh, highlights. See, you were so mad that you didn't get to do your highlights thing.
I like it.
And this is just, you know, Peak actually having a nice, Peak, you know, having a nice little cleanup here of Synergy. Man, I don't really know what Synergy was doing there. Just way too much driving, way too much rotating there, in my opinion. But Luminosity, as we said, just so dominant, man.
You know what the other thing is, guys? Like, if you look at it, okay, so we're getting used to seeing LG in these late games. When's the last time we've seen them in a late game like this with less than 4 players up? Yeah. They don't take losses. No, like they'll take a knock here and there, but they're not losing anybody. They're not having to make lemons out of lemonade. Yeah. Like they are just kind of they're just playing at such a high level right now.
I mean, as we see it with 19 points on this match, I think my favorite comment on the internet last night is seeing a final circle without Luminosity is more rare than an island circle on Miramar at this point. And it does feel that way because they seem to have better movement, better brain, better everything than everybody else. Let's look at the overall leaderboard just to prove that, because I guarantee the climb continues. 155, only 3 games less to play, Godspeed.
Yeah, real close race for first here.
Sonics versus STK,
yeah. Look at STK. I was about to say though, Mike, look at the way STK has caught up to both Sonics, not so much Luminosity, but has caught up to second place, and that fight for fourth is still very
friendly fire.
Yeah, let's dig into that for a second while it's up, Godspeed and Poro, because it's super tight, and because of the way the qualifications go, fourth place, assuming the Sonics doesn't somehow slide into fifth, fourth place will get a bid to PGS, and it is, I think it was like 10 points between that fourth place all the way down to something in the ballpark of 10 or 11. So really, I think in the next couple games we're going to be focusing on fourth place, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, Friendly Fire, you could be kicking yourself a little bit for dropping out now, but now your task is still the same, right? It's still to maintain, get into that fourth place position, just get as many points as you can, even in games where, you know, you're not favored or you're having to make something out of nothing. Just staying alive, staying up till late, trying to get those kills, making sure you get those flushes, get those steals if you can find them, just head on a swivel all the time. Every point you can get matters right now. And that goes from fourth place all the way down to 10th.
And also a big shout out to Third Eye, who we watched him slide all day yesterday. The last game yesterday, they picked up 3 positions, and then in 2 games, they're back up into fourth. So we'll see if they can keep that going. But you know what time it is, gentlemen. It's time for my new favorite thing that we do here. It is time for Dave Rates.
Hey, Dave Rates here, tuning in live from the studio. Last day, last and final day. First of all, GG's boys on the first 2 games. The casts are amazing. Guys are killing it. But let's get into clip number 1 here. I just want to play a little clip here. Let me see in the chat some kick holies. If you know, you know. But real talk, Kickstart, if you're watching this, I need you to start farming some fantasy points for me, please, man. It's about time, man. A couple more games to go. Kickstart, get out there, get these kills, get these points. I need you to finish number 1 after tonight. So that's gonna be Kickstart. But rolling into that next clip, pause. I need some help. We need a counter. I need to know how many flips this was. We need to slow motion this clip right now. This is STK rolling in. doing something. I don't even know what. Okay, ooh, rewind. All right, pull up the counter. Pull up the counter. We need the slow motion. Chat, I need your help. All right. Whoa, kickstart number 1 fanboy. What is going on? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like 6 flips. But what's even more impressive is Purdy landed it and then got out with the boom, boom, the 1 tap. Dirt nap right there. So that is pretty impressive, honestly, in my opinion. So shout out to them for just making plays happen like this. And whoever put kickstart number 1 fanboy, I'm coming for you at this. What's going on over here? But last but not least, let's go get my popcorn for this one, because this was something else. Oh, okay. That happened. SQ, Sonics, what's going on? Boys at the desk, you got your popcorn? Because Sonics are... I don't know what's going on.
I love Dave.
Oh, you're asking me. Oh,
I love Dave so much. Oh man, I take credit for this. I take the blame, guys. I shifted Tiggleton to my captain because we wanted some variance, so that way it wouldn't be just me and Godspeed tied at the top. And you notice what's happened since. So I'll remind you guys that I also had Tiggleton on my PGC team during group stage. So
okay. The real answer is, that's the fake answer. The real answer is Sonics aren't actually playing that bad. They're really not. They're just getting into chaotic situations. At least today, at least the first 2 games today, they're picking up a bunch of kills on all the games that they've had. They just don't have the positional advantage, frankly. And that's not something that is... Positional advantage isn't something that's incredibly reliable no matter what team you are. LG seem to be an anomaly with the amount of times that they're able to have a good position in every single game that you find them in. But Dave, I love you, man, but to say that Sonics are like falling off is a bit extreme.
Here's my thing though. How did Purdy not get a 10 of 10, dude? That was like at least a 1080, right? 1440, lands it, jumps out, and he doesn't get a 10 of 10 on Dave rates? Rigged.
I know. SDK fans are right. They're always chasing something, whether it's the circle, whether it's Dave scoring. There's always a bias. There's always a bias against them. I'm telling you, it's a conspiracy. The people up top.
It's just against the script, dude. At this point, they're the perpetual underdog. We can't let them win. The circles are specifically designed that way.
That's true. They can always get second place. Third Eye, Old List was paid off to ruin SDK's game.
Yeah, that's the way we do it. We just jump into the comms real quick and be like, guys, don't shoot Old List. Don't shoot Old List. We need him to take down SDK. Be fine. Looking in though, plane path's gonna be coming off over a military base island just to the west of it, touching it just barely, like a foot, and then it's going to end over Stallbury yet again, Cam.
Yeah, it's a nice even circle, no alt drops to be expected this time around. Please don't go north again. Please don't go north again. It's been a while since we've had a melee-based circle. I don't know if this plane can really favor it that well. It might start with a split, but that'll at least be something different.
Melee circles are just too bland whenever we look at what PAS circles want to bring us, right? I mean, at this point, like...
Didn't we start off with a pachinki donut circle? Like just bam, 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 center, center, center?
Island circle, please, PAS. It's still technically on the map up there in the top right, please.
It's not north.
It's not north, this is true. But it is mostly water. What, I would say 60%, maybe 70%?
If you include Sosnovka Island... If you include that little bit of Sosnovka that is stupid to play, then yeah, I think it's like 60% water.
Well. So the potential of bridge camps going to be much more magnified for FB and LG, so they're gonna have to be careful about that one. LG making their secondary drop. So they're going to be down on Military Base Island. 0-0 is going to have the potential to gatekeep on that eastern bridge. Spam, boy, I guess find you a boat or something. Find you some gas cans because you're going to be driving for a hot minute.
Don't suggest a vote from Severny, please, Matt. How many years has it been? It never happens.
Look, that doesn't mean it's the worst idea. It's not a great idea.
It is the worst. It is the worst idea. It's actually the worst idea. The only thing that'll be worse is Funny Business not taking a boat to Primorsk from their position, because if they try and drive across the bridge, you know it's going to be friendly fire there. It's actually Luminosity from Novo that's going to be the really rough position for me, because you know 0-0 Nation are going to, or well, I thought they'd stick around here. They're definitely looking out for something, but if they don't camp this bridge, that's trolling.
I don't necessarily mind that, because with the amount of landmass that we have in the circle, getting in the circle, I think, is very, very pertinent, right? So saying, okay, yeah, we could get 4 kills, but then go out in 14th place, or we can just get inside the circle and try to prep up for that and maybe make it into the later stages. I don't think that's the worst idea.
That's fair, but unless they're going now, they're going to get beat there anyway. So might as well try and set up an advantageous fight before you have to go through the choke point that is the Ferry Pier Highway on the south side.
Hey, Synergy, I hope you're done looting, because Peak's already decided that they're coming after you. Sonic's already making a rotation as well. As look, it's always a rivalry between Sonics and Shoot to Kill. Not content. They want to try and make their own flips by themselves, but all right, Synergy, this is going to start being an issue for you. Sonic's also now coming in back behind Peak. If Peak just sits on this for too long, they're going to have some issues, as Selfish is going to go down, but that might reveal a good angle to play from. And oh, that was like spider senses going off, realizing he did not want to go for that angle. Still Peak's down anyway, and BHG is at least going to pick up a KP for that.
And now Tiggleton, I said on HVZ, the kids are fighting again, and Daddy's home. Stop all this nonsense.
All right, come on. Get the Sonics, you're in the circle early. You've been having some issues. This is true, and the circles haven't been friendly to you, but this is a very fast rotation to try to counter that one out. I like it. And on top of that, you now realize that's Peak. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe this might be a chance to try to get some KP. I don't know. Either way, yeah, everybody's inside the vehicles for Sonics. This is a specific goal of saying, okay, we're at least going to crest over here. They're not going to chase all the way into the compound. But that does mean the fact that Sonics do at least manage to shoot them away and should be able to get anything in the west that they want.
Yeah, the west is a lot better to play, because as we saw from the previous game, there are so many fields on the east side of where this first circle is going to be. It's not amazing on the west side, and there is some open area there, but there are at least a few more options around Quarry, around the swamp, and a bit north of there as well. So that's where Sonics are heading in. They're going to be taking this compound, a very nice compound to hold on out, and a little bit of a split. Looks like a 3-1 if that solo player doesn't return to them. Friendly Fire actually backing away from the bridge. Friendly Fire aren't camping Funny Business, but instead they're going to be driving into, or at least Elevate driving into them. Elevate 180 away from that.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of compounds. There's still like Governor's Mansion and all this other stuff over here that they can come and take. So they're going to move into that. I like this position coming out from Friendly Fire as well, playing that hillside so that way they can control the road, and also do have Roth on the opposite side. So that way if they kind of discourage anybody from playing the road and jump in, maybe Roth can pick up a kill. We do also have Third Eye. Looks like they're going to go ahead and get themselves a nice little wizard tower with a lot of vision. That's going to be over into a small section of the circle, though. Bolton's going to go ahead and take some shots. And remember, we still have Third Eye on the hunt to get as many points as they can, because Friendly Fire is already in a good position to try to pick up some kills of their own, and there's only 5 points between them.
Yeah, not only is a circle like this an advantageous spot to try and go for kills on teams that are just scrambling to find something. If you're a team like Third Eye, you know that the ability to find a solid position to the mid game is also very weak, so you might not have a chance to get points outside of this, and every single point matters, not even for the teams that are trying to go into 4th place, but the teams that might not have no chance to qualify for PGS1. They still want to get as many PGC points as possible, and if they can do a better performance when we return on the next regional events, every point will matter.
I do want to give a point while all of this rotation is going on over here on the west. We do have Shoot to Kill as well as Troglodytes that are rotating in. Sonics have opted into a 2-2. While this is happening, FB has now left Military Base Island. They have just now crossed the road. LG is going to be coming up right back behind them. 0-0 Nation, though, still in Milta, still looting. So not committed to the bridge camp and not even committed to make it into the circle.
Like I said, they're going to get beat by everyone else in front of them, sans potentially the Sosnovka teams, so they just want to get all their loot. STK, however, they're coming in from a fairly free angle. I use fairly quite loosely, but they're scouting out and they're getting themselves a pretty wide split. But Pippa has eyes on members of Systematicos, and well, Dynamic aren't far from this either. This is a wide spread of SG. You usually don't see them play for control. Usually they're just big bang boom, push you down, try and get the kills.
If it don't work, try something new. That's kind of what this feels like right now. You're in 15th place. What's the worst thing that happened? You slide down to 16th place. It's Systematicos in front of you. Killing them at least secures you some kill points and maybe try to start climbing up after Dynamic. Dynamic with that split as well. All of the, I guess, the bottom 3 teams pretty centered, but also pretty close to each other. So that could spell doom for at least problems for the 3 of them. LG now about to start coming over. Do you want to point out that Decimate as well as Spam have now crossed in, starting to move into Georgia Bowl. They should be coming into the north, but that's also pretty open, maybe bumping into Shoot to Kill, but that's still probably like a minute or so away at max. I do like this coming up from Synergy. I like the idea at least to control Corey on multiple fronts.
Bunny Business was able to make their way across, tried to go a bit deeper in the circle, found a hold, and decided to back away from that. Just get into a safe spot. Get as much information as you can with the scouting, and this play on when phase 2 reveals itself. LG doing a similar thing. They're opting to go for the west bridge because they know the threat from a camp on the east is way too high, and at least here they're close enough to the zone that they can take their time scouting ahead of themselves. And 0-0 recognizing the same thing. At this time, LG don't seem to be showing up, so they're going to be backing away and making their way to the zone as well.
Yep, and so now with this, the trek begins for 0-0 Nation. Having to be careful of the fact that they don't end up donating points. It's going to be fields predominantly in front of them on their pathing that they're choosing to come into. Diumba, potentially the closest team to them. I do want to point out that LG is in no rush to actually move into the circle at all. Still on the opposite side of that eastern bridge, and I think that they're probably might be just hoping the fact that they can kind of play the bridge and wait for the next circle. We'll have to see. Pippa finally reveals himself, and he's at least going to be able to take out Casa Grande. Is this Corey defense kind of working?
More of an attack than it is a defense, but Pippa, once that kill has been gathered, doesn't want to invite more trouble his way, so we're going to be backing away from this one and just playing the nice 2-2 from Synergy. A lot better of a position. Ooh, a couple of shots coming from Anzero, though. Under 45, but the line of sight should be broken, and Pippa will be home free this point out. Easy does it. 1 kill, 1 point, and they play on.
We do see that Decimate is now moving into the area that we saw Third Eye holding down there. Remember that Wizard Tower just a moment ago. Third Eye is now leapfrog down to the south just a bit more. Spam's now making their way into the circle. We also do have 0-0 Nation inside the circle, but we're now waiting for the next one to pop, and it's still going to lean Primorsk with a massive amount of water in it. This hold now from Friendly Fire could be massive for them. We're going to have a massive crunch coming in. You see SG already inside the vehicles, already making their rotation, and Trogloditas doing the same. FF trying to regroup. This is just a game of chicken at this point, seeing who can get to the position that they find the strongest, fastest, but it is going to be at least Roth with an inside track onto it. Magi now coming in to provide some support, and Friendly Fire says, this is what we want, and we're not going to let you anywhere near it.
This is a disgusting circle, an absolutely disgusting circle to play with. It's basically all the teams on the north, their only real option is to drive through camps on the north side with teams like Fiuba, teams like potentially Systematicos and Dynamic if they want to hold those positions that they currently are. Drive through that to bomb Primorsk, but everyone's going to be bombing Primorsk from the one side they can access it from, which just, it's going to be camps on camps on camps. This spot right here, what we're looking at on our screen is a perfect example of that, of everyone just driving and everyone just dying.
That was well timed. Vehicle's going to run off into the distance, and Zera just dropped that right on to Shoot to Kill. Looks like they're trying to recoil a bit because Sonics are playing to the south of them, and it looks like they're wanting to go for some KP on this of their own. Alo's taking some damage. This is going to be the roam up over the top of it, and Zera's going to go down, and that is a vengeance for Shoot to Kill, saying, nah, man, you can't go after our boy like that. Issue is, Spam is going to be coming up back behind this. They're going to go ahead and spot out Alo. They get the drop onto him, and it is just going to be dominoes continuing to fall. Synergy has a sightline into this. Dynamic has a sightline. The only benefit that's going on right now is the fact that there's a firefight going on more to the north between Decimate and Peak, so at least they can't fourth and fifth party this, as it is just full on reverse. Now another member down for STK, and this is about to be their doom.
And STK out in 16th place. They only got 1 kill point. They were looking for an opportunity against STS and Spam that would give them more opportunities, but it got too hot too quick for them. And Sonics was there to put the final nail in the coffin, as they will continue to do so on that eastern road. All of these teams on the north side, they either fight each other or they fight Sonics.
I still continue to be impressed with Spam coming into this lobby. Again, you often see people play afraid whenever they first enter like competitive lobby, but these guys are still trying to play with whatever strategies they feel are working. Peak now finally separated from Decimate. They're roaming in. Dynamic still taking those shots in, as well as Synergy making Spam's life ridiculously difficult, but they should be able to get those reses. Peak is roaming very far over into the west, and that's going to put them along the line where Tiggleton's trying to defend up at. So potential couple of kills could be coming in for him. Going to take those shots, but keep in mind, he's kind of isolated right now. Looks like Mime could be coming back over to provide some reinforcements, but that means that Shrimzy, who is now creeping over to see if maybe he can get involved in what was going on with Spam, is going to be by himself.
Tiggleton backing away. Want to hold down inside the compound rather than that hill. Even though Peak's open positioning might be tempting for him to send down a couple of clips, could easily get shot in the back by a team more towards the center. Decimate now backfilling where Peak are currently holding. Peak aren't on the move at all, so this is going to be another fight. Decimate look like they spot something out. Going to be trying swinging around the coastline. And Reparo with the shotgun. Multiple knocks, can't quite get the third.
Oh, that one hurt, man. You just walked in, and he defended the best that he could. Circle's going to stay on from worst to no surprise right now. It's going to be Sonics also lining up back behind Peak, and it's going to be a 1-2 punch coming out between Sonics and Decimate to remove Peak from this lobby real fast. Now, Decimate, where are you going to go? That is a Shrimzy and Tiggleton lined up in front of you as LG jumping in a boat. G-Cam, the team that's obviously in first in a boat down near this Primorse circle?
It's not a boat from Severny. That's not a gotcha. This is when you would want to do a boat. This is really the only option for LG, and it's only one person in a boat because they know how precarious it is. Everyone else is swinging in on the vehicles on that coastline. That angle that they're on blocks a lot of lines of sight, but not this one from 0-0 Nation. Sparking gets a nice knock onto Relo. Flood trying to answer back, but it does at the very least redirect Flood's approach into another spot.
Ghost vehicles roaming around all over the place right now as it's going to be LG trying to cycle in back behind this kickstart, providing some support inside the boat to be a different angle. I am loving this. So now it's going to be at least two more members of LG going to be running right into the coastline. Looks like they have their eyes set on that warehouse. I say that as Flood is going to get knocked and flushed. So at least the Snakers and Kickstart should be able to make some type of landfall as bullets are going to come back in. Res did happen for Sparking, and okay, to the north, we've got all kinds of weird. We've got Sonics that are going to be looking into Decimate, while we still have Dynamic that's going to have to be moving next to Synergy, as well as Spam, and Fumba that's going to be having to move next to Third Eye. So rotations woes not done just yet.
A lot of PGC points on the line, and Sonic spotting multiple members of LG getting removed. They're going to try and have an even better game now, but Elevate pushing in from the east, pushing in onto 0-0's position. Already a knock gets them, and 0-0 are going to be backing away. They don't want to hold onto this. They know how hectic it is. Back onto Sonics versus Decimate. H-Win has been knocked, but the rest of the team are flooding this position.
I love the fact that Mime left the smokes, being afraid of how the vehicle was going to be coming in. Tiggleton playing this other side of this, trying to make sure that he provides some type of support. Shrimzy is still back in the other compound, but look at that over in just a second, and now going to be able to pick up H-Win as well. West now belongs to Sonics as they've got themselves space to play with, and really the only team to do so is Pippa still get these high ground angles down into what's going to be going on with Dynamic. Different team, new strategy though, right?
No, it's the same strategy. It's El Clasico with that rooftop. That's the exact same rooftop.
That's what
it doesn't get a knock from it.
It's totally different team, right?
Yeah, totally different. Yeah, different rulebook entirely. They're getting a couple of kills. 2 right now. Going to be climbing even higher. Still a few kills away from overtaking Dynamic, but if they wipe the squad in front of them right now, I could put them into 14th place, and maybe we can start to talk about them breaking out of double digits. It's still going to be a long road ahead for them, however. We'll see what the road in this game looks like as Phase 3 comes to a close. In about 5 seconds, we're going to see how much water will remain in play. It's going to be a hard shift up towards the northeast. There's still that little bit of lick of water, but at least Friendly Fire and 0-0 Nation, they knew with this circle shift that they would be holding center.
I want to point out the fact that FB Troglodytes all already pretty defended inside of Primorsk right now. 0-0 Nation did move into the west and relinquished that hill over into Elevate. So now we're still going to have that continued mess in the north, as it is going to be Pippa no longer on top of his building, looking down into Dynamic. As Spam's going to try to rotate next to Dynamic. They're going to go ahead and lose one. Sonics have also moved into this aggressive position to see if maybe they can pick up some more kills, and Tiggleton can't quite pick that one up, but there's still going to be Spam that's going to go ahead and try to leapfrog in front of this one. Stop, and now looking back into Sonics. This is a bold place to try to hold down a defense, but I mean, it's the best that you can assume that is free right now.
Yeah, if they drive any more forward, they could be running into a trap that they have no idea is set up, and at least here that they can stall out, use the hard cover of those little itty-bitty shacks to defend against the Sonics, but the Sonics are on a quick movement, perhaps here faster than Spam might have expected. Theros taken very, very low, not knocked just yet, but is going to have to take some time to heal, and that's going to allow Sonics to get even more ground on the push.
Just clean moving forward in this. Mine is going to go down, but the reposition coming out means the fact that now Spam in some trouble. Theros last one up, but he has had himself some moments. He's going to go ahead and go out, though, not finding the angle that he wanted inside that. While this is happening, Elevate is now making the move, and Sonics, this is their opportunity to start trying to catch some ground on LG, who is weakened and having to play far more defensive down inside from Morsk. So I like this. Use the opportunity. Know that STK is out. Go ahead and try to get you some kills to try to see if you can close that gap.
Third Eye looping on into the northeast side. Spotting SG out. Definitely hearing the shots coming out from Fiumba, and they're going to be pushing their own ground. Try take advantage of this and gain some semblance of control on the northeast side. A lot of weakened teams here on the north. Benya looking for an angle to try and trade back against Fiumba. Now Fiumba are distracted because they hear the footsteps of Third Eye.
Quietly trying to hold that. Good angle coming up from Draft King. Now what is he going to try to do? He's getting harassed from behind. It's going to be Benya looking in on this one, seeing if maybe he can pick up some more kills of his own. Solo doesn't even matter with this now. Fiumba Solo now has to retreat down. Third Eye trying to see like they're going to reset, try to go for this res, but they have to be careful. Elevate did hear this and is trying to creep up back behind them as these Solos now look like they're in their own little standoff. It's going to have to be Benya hopping inside the vehicle and I guess roaming back into Sonic's sightline. That's not a good option.
Spotting the vehicle, Rebo sending some shots that way. Nothing really major connects. And so instead, his attention is now strictly on trying to stay alive from Third Eye. Whereas Benya's decision is, they got to find someplace to stop, but where? Who? How? What? When?
Why? Perhaps? I don't know how many more of those articles can we throw out there. He is going to find himself his own little tower to call home. I mean, it's hard to find good real estate right now outside of Primorsk. It's been pretty quiet in there. These teams just kind of comfortable with letting each other regroup and position around it. I want to point out, while we do see Elevate playing up in the north, up against Third Eye, Hikerman is already down way to the south, and it looks like he's trying to see if he can scout what's going to be going on over there. If Elevate can win this firefight, they at least, well, looks like they just decide they don't want to even have to deal with this firefight, and are now heading down south to regroup with him.
With this circle shift that fairly center, slightly edges down south, their road, they're likely going to have to go south of it anyway, so the best time to do it is now, especially with Hikerman's position. Sonics, though, trying to clear up the last member of Fiumba, who is able to dismantle himself, detach himself from Third Eye. Running into the Sonics, though. Can't expect too much more out of that. 9 kills for them. They've been just pushing and fighting every single step of the way and surviving, keeping all 4 members alive. And they have a nice little hill to play off of, but they're going to be eyeing that road the same way that Elevate are and really considering what's the best way to play around it. I wouldn't necessarily think that now would be the time to cross, but they know that they're going to have to likely cross at some point.
Third Eye, Third Eye, Third Eye. Okay, you've got the road in front of you that you know is probably death because it's going to have Friendly Fire holding it down. Elevate's already kind of shooed you away from that eastern area, so now you're going to have to roam over into the west. That's going to be Sonic's territory. And then while they are sitting on 9 kills right now, it feels like there's a potential to have 3 more delivered. Trimsy is inside of a vehicle. They are going to spot that one out. Now going to be rotating up more into the north. Means that Tickleton can reposition, but it looks like the sightline's not going to be good enough for him. Good read coming out from Third Eye, trying to make sure that they use that hill as much as possible. Issue with it is, what are you really going to have the capabilities to do with this, as it is going to be actually Maji and Friendly Fire now trying to chase back behind Third Eye. Maji taking those shots into the backside of Sonics as they're trying to encroach into this.
Lineup held by Sonics. Waiting for someone to push, whether it's Friendly Fire to try and get just a little bit more ground, or more likely Third Eye to get into the zone. Let's hear what Sonics are calling in order to hold their position.
What's up?
Hard.
In front of smoke right now. Knocked in front of smoke. Knocked in front of smoke.
The one's far low left somewhere.
He's already pushed up.
Sane, I lit him. Knock, knock.
One
yeah, the guy could be towards Shermsy.
He's talking about that song. Hard left.
Okay.
Hard left? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try to res mine.
Getting flushed from Sniper Tower.
I'm smoking.
I don't know where he went, actually. Careful. I don't see him over here.
Watch your back.
You need a res. You need a res now.
Yeah, the solo died. All right, listen, they could push us orange line, guys.
Yeah, I heard.
They were already prodding me from Orange Ridge.
Yo, there's one guy in tower. We could kill this guy and then play into the hill.
Let's
Green line.
Triple I. We can still play orange levels.
11 kills and their eyes on more. The circle has now shifted, finally leaving Primorsk, but it is going to be favorable to 0-0 Nation and their retreated position that they took from that hillside. Elevate also going to be in a comfy position, but also LG and their 2 remaining members are inside this new circle.
Sonics as well. They don't have to play as dangerously now because they can continue to stay on the south side of that road. It's still going to be a brutal position to play around, whether you're north or the south, because at this point, the game likely is going to end on the open asphalt. But at least for now, teams like Sonics and Friendly Fire, they can just focus on the north and maybe get a couple of shots. And Corsac with a nice knock on a T-Stock, while all these teams on the south side, not only do they have to worry about those northern angles, but also about angles from each other, because there are still 5 teams here on the south.
Family, I always want to say family business for whatever reason. Funny Business Incorporated, now defending up, has to be very, very cautious, as it is going to be Mime sending it in right next to them. Keegan got the grenade prepped. It looks like there's going to be a throw out. Not going to connect too much just quite yet. Revealing position. Sonics are going to roll right in. That second nade, though, lands right on top. Sparking also aware of what's happening. Keegan's just going to walk in, and after all of that, it ends in just a second.
Looks like Sonics had to choose a direction to send. It was either towards Friendly Fire or down towards the south, and, well, they got eliminated and deleted because of it. Still a fair number of kills.
I'm conflicted.
Good number of
kills. My fantasy team, but Tickleton was my captain, so I don't know.
That was Tickleton, yeah.
I don't know how to make of that.
Now, Friendly Fire, how are they going to play from the north side? Outside of a couple of solos, it is only them with control of this hemisphere.
We do see Elevate that's starting to creep into Friendly Fire's location. They are now starting to be aware of that with the shots now. Friendly Fire regrouping in, but you can see they're down in a funneled position. And they have to be very, very careful. Honey Badger's got a good sight line into what's going to be happening. And Adam, the last surviving member for Third Eye, is creeping around into the north and kind of can, like, I don't necessarily want to say it can sandwich into this because you're kind of a solo, but you can at least put in some harassment, pick up a kill or two, because that's what they're after. FF, he wants them dead. Still just a few points separating them out. So if he can just pick up 1 kill off of them, he will feel so much better.
Oh, getting shot by 0-0. Adam trying to stay alive. Inside the zone. Finds a small little angle to hide out in. But unsure if Funny Business or Troglodyta's going to be able to spot that one out. Looks like someone is, yeah. Rusty Zero with the angle. Adam down to 33 HP using a first aid kit. At some point, someone from Friendly Fire could start to smell something. And look his direction.
That's completely across the circle, too. That's Troglodyta's entrenched inside of Primorsk in buildings, taking shots at poor old Adam that's just having to jump tree to tree. You can see the defensive line now being set up for 0-0. That said, they're not getting a lot of information in that position. That's just full on, we're going to defend here, and I dare you to walk into our sight line.
Funny Business, a lot of smokes used, picking up the loot from the entirety of the Sonic squad. Another advantage of them sending it in like that meant that all their loot is in one single position. Maj with an angle on to Gats. Some nice shots, just barely cannot get the knock.
Elevate has just been roaming back and forth, north and south, just trying to pick up as much information as they can. And they're trying to use it to get as many points as possible. Necro is going to be able to take down what is going to be going on with FB and them trying to creep forward, trying to step out, but that's also going to be 0-0 Nation taking some shots. And so Necro's trying to get away. T-Sock drops the nade on top of him, though. Going to see if maybe we can get some follow-ups onto it. It's going to be FB with more and more nades. It's been beneficial, and look at all the counter nades coming out. But that small little divot is going to give him enough time and cover to work with. Puza have Half-Life, gonna have to step away from this one. He has an idea what's gonna be going on, but T-Sock gets the knock. Troglodytas having to make sure that they hard peek this, trying to see if maybe they can get the last hit in, but T-Sock can actually go for the res onto Tater now.
Yeah, that's really good if you can get Tater picked back on up. While Troglodytas are likely to be slowing things down, hoping for an opportunity to get another res of their own. Necro did get confirmed, but oh, there it is. The blue didn't give him enough time for any sort of counterplay, whether it was more utility or a revive or anything, and Funny Business do go down in 7th place. 6 teams remaining, and Adam's still alive on the north side. Friendly Fire not aware of his positioning at all. When will he pull the trigger, though, to try and pick up that kill?
Adam is so smart. You know he's going to try to use this to the best of his capabilities. Creeping down back behind this. Has he gotten spotted? It looks like Corsac could see him, gets nervous, instead drops down to his belly. He's got a bush that's in front of him. Elevator taking shots into LG, who now have to leave Primorsk because all of Primorsk has finally left the circle. Troglodyte is going to have to move as well. Snickers taking some shots into them. But that firefight being a good distraction and allowing Adam to creep in on just kind of an unexpected position that I don't even know. Friendly Fire, they're not even really looking behind them anymore. Luminosity is going to get eliminated. It's going to be the final touch of the blue zone to finish it out. And Elevate still continue this roaming strategy that's working so well.
5 teams, all of them in heavy contested for that singular 4th place spot to make their way into PGS1. Elevate all grouped up down. No one on the north side of that road. It is strictly Friendly Fire and the lone player of Adam up there. And Kill done with that knock onto Sharp Shot. Adam might close the jaws of that trap. We have to wait and see for that. But Elevate right now pushing in onto Troglodytes. What remains of that squad?
Oh, they know the fact that they can make a push in, but they have got to be careful. 0-0 Nation's defended line is still inside the circle, but remember, they've been playing this a lot more passively. They're not getting involved in too much of what's going to be going on. Elevate making the push through the smokes. They're after. They're on the hunt. Spotted out. They do manage to finish off Troglodytes. We're now in our top 4. Nade's going to explode in front of them, but now 6 kills. Elevate creeping up right back behind Third Eye, but do not forget, Adam is living that bush life right now. He is entirely one with nature, trying to keep an eye on what's going to be going on in front of him as FF did send Roth down now into Elevate's position, and that means the fact that that is going to be one less person that they have to contend with, and Elevate should be able to peek back in and see them in a second. Yep, he's going to go down. Friendly Fire's plans keep coming apart.
Man, Roth getting taken out and removed in an instant, it felt like. They wanted to make a push towards the south side of that road, but now they just have to use utility for that. The hillside that Elevate have, that they're holding, that they have the sight lines from, with the scopes, is just going to be holding out Friendly Fire in a nasty way, all while 0-0 Nation and Adam are just proned down.
I'm having the Metal Gear Solid theme go through my head right now as he's creeping in back behind this one. Slow and steady. He's just staying right ahead of the blue zone. That's all he really wants to do. He's waiting. Keep in mind, a second ago, we did see one of the members for Friendly Fire go down, but he doesn't want to reveal. He wants to see how much he can get out of it. Friendly Fire has no idea. They think that they've got this entirely in control. Why would they expect anybody to be back behind him? Sharp Shot, though, finally spots out, but Adam Reddit gets the knock onto one Corsac.
And Corsac!
Oh my God! Adam's going to go down to the blue zone, but Friendly Fire in so much trouble now.
Magic doesn't really have the space to go for any of the revives. There's no room, there's no terrain, and the blue coming in, those kills are likely going to be confirmed from Adam. That's absolutely huge for Third Eye. But can Elevate continue to take over this game and eliminate 0-0 Nation, the last team with a real chance to contend against them?
That is just so important on the overall leaderboard. Just Adam being able to get that there is just massive. The shot's going into Sharp Shot as the blue zone's going to come in. That's just a weird situation entirely, as now it's going to go ahead and be finished out. Elevate stepping away as, Maji's just going to be watching, taking some shots into 0-0, who finally left their fortifications. Elevate, though, just has so much control over this circle. It was surrendered by 0-0 in that firm defense, and now Elevate know exactly where they are. They've got the numbers. They're sitting at 7 kills. They're just looking right down. Can we maybe see a side angle come out? Let's go ahead and listen to Elevate as they're trying to close this out.
Slow down.
He's gonna deny or he's gonna fuck.
Nice. Oh, God.
It was a quick one. We didn't hear much, but it was a quick victory for them. 9 kills for Elevate as they take 0-0 Nation out. VHC tried to go for something, sneaking up around the blue, but they just weren't able to gain a lot of control from their prone position. They waited it out, 0-0 Nation. They got a lot of placement points, but it was Elevate and the Sonics with the kills pushing into that zone. It might not have been a North one, but it was still just as nasty.
There are so many pivotal moments to look at inside of that game. Elevate walking away with the victory with those kills means that we might have a new contest up in that top 4. We did see, again, Adam coming up big, getting those 2 knocks, and whenever it was just so vital for him to do so, to make sure that Friendly Fire couldn't get a big lead on top of his team. Even 0-0 Nation hunkering down in position, getting so many placement points is so big.
Elevate, they seem to be incredibly feast or famine right now, and this game is going to be huge. We only have 2 rounds left in that fight for 4th place. Elevate looked out of it not too long ago, but they are well in the mix with the likes of Friendly Fire, with the likes of Third Eye, and even Decimate and 0-0 Nation if you want to extend it that much further. But with 2 rounds left, every single point is going to matter.
I'm really loving what Elevate is bringing. They were never content inside of that. They realized the fact that they had control pretty much all the way down to the due south, all the way over to the east, and then just kept moving back and forth between the different positions, making sure that they got all the information all the way since the group stage. This has been a much more active moving team and so strong.
Yeah, so strong. Before we send it to a break, however, we want to remind you once again that Battlegrounds is marking its 6th anniversary this month, and we are celebrating the occasion with our community in style, including a new Dev Talk, a fun collaboration with artist Tristan Eaton, special in-game item drops, new background music, and much more. Whether you're a new player dropping in for the first time or you've been eating chicken dinners for a while now, Luminosity, it's never been a better time to check out PUBG Battlegrounds. Don't go away. We will be right back with the final 2 rounds of PAS1.
What's going on? Day number 3 here. I got Selfish from Peak. Let's go. Day number 3. So let's get right into it here, Selfish. I gotta know, what is the game plan for day number 3?
No, I think our first objective for the game day 3, it's make regular games. We'll have really bad games in 2 days with 0 points, and today this doesn't happen. We need to make good games like 8 or 9 points. If we make this today, I think we have a good chance to get a good spot on the table.
All right, love to hear it, and I'm looking forward to it. So I want to ask you, there was a play yesterday, all right? Let me ask you if you remember. You had a grenade, you were about to throw it, but then you swapped it for a molly. You threw the molly, it blew up in your face. Do you remember what I'm talking about here from yesterday?
Yeah.
What happened? What happened? Why the swap?
I think it's Vegas or shit. Yeah, I don't remember who is the player who shot me. So the plan is make the molly, kill all the guys, got the check, and wait. I don't know if I can win that play, but I think I can secure one top 2 or also like this. So the plan's that, but when I cut the molly and going to make the throw, I think it's Vegas. I don't remember who's the player. He just looked for back, and in like 0.2 seconds, who the mollies exit my hand, he gonna blow up, and I think, what? And dead.
Yeah, we saw it, dude. We saw it. I had to slow motion it, but hey, I'm looking forward to the big plays today from you and the squad. Any shout outs you want to give to the fans right now watching?
We have a lot of fans from Peak, honestly, because 8VZ is a good streamer here in Brazil. So in the Brazilian streams, the chat's gonna have a lot of emotes who go Peak or else like this, and that's really good. And today, for the Peak fans, can I say in Portuguese? I think it's better.
Yeah, for sure.
No. Ok. Para todo mundo que torce pela Peak no dia de hoje, o que a gente promete só é tentar fazer valer a pena essa vaga que a gente conseguiu. Estar aqui é muito importante pra gente. A gente sabe o quantos times ficaram para trás e saibam que a gente vai dar o nosso melhor, que estamos muito felizes de estar aqui e que a gente sabe que a gente não é equipe de fundo de tabela, nós estamos aqui por um motivo, a gente conseguiu essa vaga e lá o porquê a gente merece estar dentro desse top 8, dentro das melhores 8 equipes das Américas. Então esse sim é o nosso objetivo hoje, e representar todos vocês que são tão especiais para nós, que assistem, seja de casa, sejam pessoas novas que estão chegando agora e torcendo por nós. Tem alguns torcedores torcendo por a gente. E, bom, quem sabe o que eu tô falando. E Bom, é isso. Muito obrigado por todo o apoio de vocês. E a gente vai destruir hoje por vocês, assim. Go Peak.
Heck yeah, what I think you said is that you said day 3, Peak getting all the chickens here for Brazil. I appreciate that, Selfish. Manos, my friend, day number 3, best of luck on the battlefield.
Thank you.
This has so much control over the circle. It was surrendered by 0-0 in that firm defense, and now Elevate know exactly where they are. They've got the numbers. They're sitting at 7 kills. They're just looking right down. Can we maybe see a side angle come out? Let's go ahead and listen to Elevate.
Welcome back. It is a change of pace as Elevate takes home a chicken dinner, stopping the non-stop onslaught of Luminosity. My name's Thomas, I'm joined by Cameron and Matchup, and I'll remind you guys at home that we're going to be giving away some G-Coin a little bit later, so make sure you stay tuned to the stream because I think, well, with only 2 games left to play, it's got to be coming up soon. Let's take a look at the winner dinner screen and talk about Elevate. Cameron, they did it. I mean, and I'm not just happy because Honey Badger's on my team and he's finally made something work for me. But it was good to see these guys are on the glow up.
Yeah, especially because, as Matt was keen to like point out so often, they really did ping pong from the north and south side, which is risky not only because crossing the road so many different times, but also just not having a consistent place to play from. But by doing so, I imagine they were able to gather so much information and make the best decisions for positioning from the constant sightlines that they were just toggling through.
Matt, who won that game, Elevate or Adam?
I don't know if you can count Adam as winning, given the fact that Elevate is also now going to probably be in contention for that 4th place position. But I do have to say, Adam won my heart in that. Like, the patience of that man. We talk about how smart he is all the time. We even saw people get knocked in front of him. He was like, no, not yet. There's going to be a better moment.
Not to mention, as we get into highlights, that cheeky little turkey got two points and then denied himself to blue. I loved it. Let's get into the highlights.
Yeah, this was, you want to talk about chaos? This is probably the most chaotic game that we've seen, even worse than the Milta Power Peninsula game, just because of not only the amount of water in play, but the amount of angles that you can approach this part of the circle. You had Kickstart in a solo boat while the rest of his team was going along the beach.
You mean Kickstart?
Oh, wow.
Oh, God. I love it. I love it in the worst and worst of ways.
Wow.
I also do love the fact that Sonics were getting so aggressive so early. You know, that they were after points. They had a difficult situation that they had to deal with here in just a second, and that's what caused them to go out. But you can see that this area of the map is just so interesting, specifically when we get to the hillsides and the amount of capabilities. I thought that T-Stock was going to be able to get this res, but I mean, I guess that he opted into trying to go for some more kills in the later stages of it. Either way, Elevate, big game.
Yeah, wow, actually, Sonic's...
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I go up. Just, I got Sonic's in 2nd place despite going out in 7th, 8th. That's how many kills they got, but it also shows how few kills so many other teams got, or at least how spread everything was because of the nature of this zone. No one single team could really get a lot of control.
And Sonic's juicing back up. I think they know that they're not happy with Luminosity and how they've pulled ahead. And that is something to keep in mind as we go over the overall leaderboard. PGC points are on the line. You get there through regional play. Luminosity is looking good. Sonics wants that 300 points really badly, but also there was a risk there, Matt, because STK chose to turn around and take a fight that I still am not sure why they did that. And the difference between 2 and 3 is 35 PGC points. So if SDK falls behind Sonics because of that choice, it could really, I think, haunt them.
It was a very aggressive choice. I mean, it's kind of in the same vein of what we were saying with Sonics about how we like the fact that Sonics went aggressive. I appreciate the fact that they were like, hey, we can turn back around and we can try to pick up the kills on this. I just don't think that they were expecting the amount of crossfire that was already in position, because there were 3 other teams that weren't even around that firefight that had sightlines into it.
I'll tell you why they went for the fight. It's because it's a team that is completely out of their grade, out of their scale, out of their tier. And when you see that you're driving into Primorsk and you know that there's a big chance, whether or not they knew that it was Sonics holding down that road right in front of them, they knew it was someone holding down a road. And if you're going to drive through that and go through a meat grinder, that's a really bad choice, no matter who it is. Might as well turn around and take a fight that you know is a really big chance that you can that you're just going to mechanically stomp.
Not that you need reinforcement, Cameron, but that's exactly what the other 2 knuckleheads who are hanging out with me here getting ready to cast said, is that if you don't know what's ahead, you may as well fight what's behind. They just weren't ready for spam. They just weren't ready for spam to come up there and pick that fight with them. All right, let's talk about the battle for 4th, because it is on. You saw Elevate pull up there. We're moving to Miramar. I mean, I don't remember the last time I saw it this wide open in terms of teams that off of one good game can jump into that global qualifier, Matt.
This is going to be a nail biter. I mean, even whenever we look at the fact that Shoot to Kill went out pretty early inside of that, there is still going to be capabilities for some teams to try to make up some points. Sonics honestly feel like the biggest beneficiary, picking up the amount of points that they did, and that's just a little bit more than 10. So it tells you something about how close everything's starting to get intermixed into all of this. I don't know who's going to end up at the end of this. Elevate's been playing very, very well, but let's be honest, Third Eye's been all over the place. Who do you even want to go at this stage? Because they're going to earn it.
Yeah, Elevate's fascinating to me, Cameron, because there are 4 players who I think are all very good, but if I had to, I'm just going to go on a limb and say they are each of them is very inconsistent on their own. And so you can have really bad days where 2 are not hitting and they're kind of struggling to stay middle. But today, the consistency has lined up and they're playing really, really well. It's just stressful.
Can't be inconsistent. It has, and everybody's inconsistent.
That's true. That's true. Absolutely. But what also I think goes in Elevate's favor is that from the first 10 games before today started, they actually got more points, on average, on a Miramar. They had a 61% of their points from Miramar. Now that we're going that for the last 2 games, that gives them a really good chance. And while I'm on that note real quick, I do want to give a shout out to Troglodytes, because they actually shot themselves up in the past couple of rounds. And, everyone enjoys Troglodytes. It's like no one's favorite band, but when they're on the playlist, you always appreciate because of how fun they can be. They've been incredibly inconsistent on a lot of the previous events. But they don't actually share the same trait with Elevate. They get most of their points from Erangel. So that's a team that I think a lot of us would love to see really come out into that exciting play that is sort of their calling card. Miramar would be a change of pace for them if they do that here.
Matt, he brings up a point. I mean, right now, I don't have any teams from Latin America going to the global, and I wasn't expecting that when this started.
This is so crazy. Whenever we're looking at what's going to be leading into PGS, I'm sorry. Yeah. The dyslexic and all of the PG letters are bad for my brain. But we're kind of in the Wild West again, aren't we? Of PUBG just in general, where we're looking at featured teams now coming in. We're potentially going to be adding in maps in whichever fashion that's going to be coming. I'm just excited for the forefront on how this is going to be working, and I don't know how it's going to end up.
We don't know how it's all going to end up. We've got 2 games left to play today where teams can make the statement, make the points, and prove that they deserve not only to go to Global Series, but also to earn that cash. As we wait for the plane to take off, just a reminder that everybody gets PGC points, but the closer you go, 6 and above, it starts to jump up by 15, 20, 25, and the same for the payout. It's $1,000 difference between every single point after 4. So all these teams are fighting for literally thousands of dollars and PGC points that could allow them to play for millions. 2 games left. It's about to get wild. Let's head to the dusty deserts of Miramar to wrap it up with the casting duo of Porosaurus and Godspeed.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, we are headed to the dusty dunes of Miramar to wrap this thing up. 2 games remaining, Godspeed, to figure out who will be taking that 4th place spot, who will be going to PGS 1 to represent the Americas.
That spot is wide open, but it's about damn time to get me some Miramar, man. I'm trying to cast this back.
My eyes are all red. I'm dusty. Like I got a sunburn. I've been here for a while now, bro. But I'm glad to have you here with me.
Staying on Miramar. I've been in there. Look, Erangel's the classic. It's it's the vanilla that we all love. But I don't think it's a secret. My favorite map is Miramar. It's always been, it always will be, and I'm just glad to finally cast a game here because I will say the Miramar games we've had have been absolute barn burners,
boppers to say the least. And yeah, hey, we've had quite a few northern circles. This time though, we're going to be centering up right around LG over there in Minas Generalis. Now Sonic's just off to the south as well in Picado. But all that being said, we have a very, very tight race for fourth place, Godspeed.
Yeah.
I have a feeling there's going to be, how many teams do you think before this thing is all said and done will be in that fourth place spot? I mean, obviously it's going to end with one.
Right, but we've had so many different, your point is we've had a lot of different teams shuffle in and out of that fourth place spot.
Yes.
From Third Eye, it's been Friendly Fire, Elevate, Trog at one point was just kissing just the notion of being in fourth. And yeah, this is crazy because yeah, we already kind of know who's won first, right? But realistically, it's who else is going to join our three teams that have been so consistent, looking at one of those right now and shoot to kill at the first international event. And I have to say, looking back at the game we saw from Elevate, in their last 6 games, I don't think they've placed anything under 7th. On top of that, they're getting kills and they are just dominating. I mean, round 8, they had, let's see here, they got 3rd, they got back-to-back 3rds, they had a 7th, a 2nd, another 7th, and then a dub, and they are just getting frags everywhere.
That's a glow up to be sure. I mean, this is a team that we were looking at last year when they were playing with Finna instead of Honey Badger, and they were running under the Dodge moniker, but they were looking good. The best that Dodge looked last year was when they had Ethan and Gats both there with them. So, a lot of expectations placed upon this team, this young gun team coming into this event. And, after a slow start, it's starting to finally deliver. And that's what you want to see if you're an Elevate fan. Also, Honey Badger, this is a nice little come up for him.
Sure, the return of Honey Badger. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen him, but yeah, and this is definitely one of the cases where it was way before too late, and that's exactly what we want to see with the team that's been struggling. There's obviously some other teams that have been struggling so far in this event, as it is the first event of the year, Poros. Obviously, we have to, some teams are new, some teams are still figuring it out, but overall, this has been an exciting tournament, even with LG dominating as much as they've have, right? Like, this is something we've expected from our big three with Sonic, so, the Three Kings, as Steve likes to call them, as well as SDK and LG, but LG is just, I mean, it seems like at least so far they're cut above the rest.
It definitely appears that way. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, touched on it, about how looking forward, right, looking towards those international events, you have to be excited. If you're a fan of the Americas, if you're a fan of Sonic's, LG, STK, I mean, they're playing basically in mid-season form here at the very beginning of the year. That was one of my concerns, was that we usually see a little bit of rust from some of our teams in our first events of the year, but usually, obviously, it breaks away eventually and they start operating in good form. But with international competition being so early on now, there's no time for rust, and it seems as though these 3 teams in this particular have kind of taken that to heart, and they're ready to go.
That's a fantastic point you bring up as well, is the fact that we are getting international so close, Poro, to these events. And there's more international events generally for the teams to have to go to through different PGSs. So this year is going to be very exciting, as well as, all the changes coming. So it's a great start to the event. And as you said, as an Americas fan, you have to be happy with who we're sending.
Absolutely. Well, that is a knock picked up by Adam. So it looks like Third Eye running into Peak in rotation. That is one of our teams. We got to keep a special eye on all of our teams that are fighting for that 4th place spot. So getting that 1 kill is absolutely huge for Third Eye here, as they are now 2 points removed, Godspeed, from that 4th place spot.
I still imagine, like you said, we're going to see a lot of flipping back and forth between the teams that might hold forth even throughout the game, going into the last game of the weekend of the event. And, Third Eye was a team that I was kind of focused on in the beginning, obviously coming in with Adam and Oldless, a duo that's been very successful in the past before, and they've definitely had a very strong start. I think yesterday they kind of slipped up a little bit as far as points, but they were still accruing them at a somewhat decent rate, right? And so now moving into these last 2 games, I want to see if there's any adjustments. Maybe they get a little more aggressive to try to close out some of these fights to try to make sure they sustain 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, also taking into consideration the technical issues that Vox had to where they had to play with a sub for a couple of games. So to be able to kind of come back from that, you know, that's something that can easily rattle your mindset, right? And it seems like Third Eye has definitely turned around and got back into the swing of things now that Vox is all squared away and situated. You see Shoot to Kill, trying to send it a little bit closer towards La Bandita. Now they have Trog in a 2-2 split just off to the west, but a lot of real estate, a lot of space available to play here in this first circle. So not too surprising that we haven't seen too much action other than that one knock on a peak.
I would even venture we're not going to see any action in the circle at all until it closes, right? As you said, all these teams are already very comfortable in the circle. They're all set up where they want to, and that's just kind of generally what happens when we have these central circles. You and I were actually talking about how northern a lot of the circles have been, both on Miramar and Orenco. And it's been fun to watch, to be fair, but it's been also interesting that we're ending in these circles in places that we haven't been before. And these double crate drops, by the way, have just been nonstop,
everywhere, man,
right next to each other every single time.
I know, yeah. I wonder if STK had their eyes on, if they may have spotted those just off to their east. It doesn't look like they're heading over that direction. Funny Business, meanwhile, is just off to the south. It looks like they're spending their time scouting out what the next move is going to be. So who knows? Maybe they'll find a nice little pleasant surprise in a double crate drop when they round that next hill. But Funny Business, for their part, still, I mean, they're still in striking distance, I guess, but it's definitely kind of tapered off. Very hot and cold on that squad.
Yeah, another really strong team at the start of this event. We gave them all the flowers and they deserved it, right? Coming in with the roster that they have, with Tater just being the superstar on that team. They've been able to hold multiple teams out against edges, as well as just kind of, you know, impose their will on the edge at times. But I think ultimately with the other team starting to adjust to the lobby, it has become a little more difficult for Funny Business to kind of hold those edge splits and whatever else they've been finding success in as far as winning team fights has not been as successful today. That being said, I think 2 crate drops will help a little bit.
Presents. Let's get an Alm and a Groza. Why not?
We've had an Alm in every game, and I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it.
You know, honestly, I'm just kind of, no offense to Funny Business, I'm just wondering how this Alm is going to make its way into Vegas's hands, because I swear for a while there it felt like every game we popped over to Vegas's point of view and he was holding an Alm that he got from somewhere. So hopefully Funny Business can hold on to their own and not donate one to the STK charity. Meanwhile, Capitan with the high ground over Peak slowing down things a little bit after that early loss.
Yeah, Peak indeed just down to 3 now. I also kind of want to talk about Fuma here as the team right next to him, as you're mentioning. I mean, Fuma has had again another team with a very strong start. In the first game, they were able to clean up multiple teams on the edge, and they were playing. They've had some risky rotations that have ended up working out for them, especially towards the weaker side of the circle. Specifically, I'm thinking of game 2 on day 2 yesterday, where they kept 4 up. That's actually been one of their strengths, is keeping 4 up for the majority of the rotations. But today, again, with all the other teams, you know, vying for that position of 4th place, it's just gotten much harder for them to do so.
Much better team than their score currently, or their position on the leaderboard would indicate, I would say. But you could say that for a number of these teams, really, maybe other than LG, as the new circle does pop. And it is going to go back over to Minas Generalis once again. Systematicos already on the low side, Friendly Fire on the high, and they are already kind of splitting around, trying to decide how they want to play. If they want to play the high ground around Minas Generalis, or if they would rather push down. It looks like they'll just go for a little bit of a split here, hold on to that high ground, gain all the information they could possibly want. Meanwhile, Elevate, they're getting a little bit close to Dynamic here, just off to the west of Hacienda, but looks like they'll just be ships passing in the night.
Yep, and actually, I don't know. It looks like Dynamic is potentially stopping here, but that's just, I mean, a great position for them to either hold rotations or just hold in the circle just because of that shift. I mean, even looking at Funny Business, I was kind of hoping they'd stay on that crater side around La Bandita to control that, but it looks like they're going to go for an early rotation in. As we also look at 0-0 Nation, a team that just desperately needs to have one really, really good game here to just push themselves into 4th place and then hold that spot. We know what this team is capable of. We just need to see some action here, Poro, from them.
Yeah, 0-0 Nation. It looks like they had a little bit of a drive-by. They saw that this compound was open, getting there just in the nick of time, just ahead of Ribo XD, who's just kind of doing a little bit of scouting, it seems, for Fiumba. They'd like to hold on to that high ground as long as they can before they have to move. Now, they do have the 3-piece of Peak just off to their north, so we'll hear, or we'll see if they hear those vehicles moving around next to them. Meanwhile, 0-0 Nation, they'll be comfy, cozy inside this little compound for now.
We'll be comfy, cozy. They'll also be able to see most of the rotations coming up and down that road, right, Boro? But I mean, unfortunately for them, is I'm sure they'd want to camp some of those. Most of the teams that want to be rotating in that area have already found their way in a circle, right? We do see Peak and Fiumba off to the west side of them, but ultimately the good thing here for 0-0 Nation is the fact that you just have a really good foothold for the next rotation, depending on the shift.
And honestly, something that I kind of wanted to see 0-0 Nation doing for a while now is just playing from that hard cover, that compound. It feels like it's the antithesis to what that team is built to do. Like, that is a fragging squad, but for whatever reason, be it ping or just being early year rust, the fragging just hasn't really been there for that squad. So I was kind of hoping to see them play a little bit more tower defense, and it looks like that might be the call here in this second to last game of our grand finals. We'll see if it pays off. Third Eye eating a little bit of blue damage, but it looks like they should have a clear path into the zone.
Yeah, they should have it. Right above them, actually, rotating right now is SG, right? And so I'm curious if they're going to see that rotation and maybe try to backfill on the south side of Bandita, which would be very possible, and then they can play in late, or if they're just going to kind of go in ahead of them. It looks like they are wrapping, so we'll see what happens with them. But Peak's avoided the fight completely with Fiumba. Mike, they just want to get out of there and they want to go towards Hacienda. They don't want to deal with that. They just want to get in circle. Yeah,
definitely a slow burn here in game number 4. And I think all these teams really appreciative of that fact, as we've had some crazy circles, a lot of hard shifting stuff going on early game so far today, and this allowing them to catch a little bit of a breath here now that we have swapped over onto Miramar. Peak will take over Hacienda. Next circle is going to pop up that way, so nice play by them. They get all of Hacienda to themselves. Decimate has a lot of real estate for themselves, as well as Elevate just off to their east. So all these teams off to the south now, you start worrying about what are the lines that they're taking as far as rotations.
I'm actually worried about just every team that's not in this circle, Poro. There is really not a lot to play in the center, specifically around Dynamic, or really anywhere up in those north fields where Decimate is. Those circles, you know, are notorious Hacienda. If you're not in there early, you are going to struggle. You're going to fight on the edge. And that's exactly what's happening. It's all starting at the southern edge, Mike.
Absolutely. SDK coming under big fire, big pressure. Penta is going to take the knock from Posa. It looks like Kickstart will finish that. Actually, Snakers will steal that away. Luminosity will pick up a point off of STK as it's Vegas. I mean, he's just trying to escape, but the rest of the rest of SDK run into Sonics exactly at the same time. H-Win slowly bleeding out. They might be able to get that res. No, he's going to get picked off by Flood, and now everybody tried to send it for the ditch Godspeed, and it is just utility back and forth. Did I say it was a sleepy early game?
You did, and it was a little sleepy, but now everybody has woken up. This circle obviously pushing so many people into these unfavorable rotations. SDK already gone. Sonic's now fighting with 0-0 Nation, and Trog trying to somehow get Necro across this death field, and he's gonna run right into mine. Will he make it? I don't know, but that would be a miracle. Necro. He does! He actually makes it to his team. How is that possible? But look at Shrimpsy and Tig.
Oh no, Tig now the last one alive. He's got a flaming Murado. He's got to run for the rock. He's going to send it. He's going to make it. Troglodytes, they can't pay attention to him because Third Eye is crashing onto them. Third Eye, take out Troglodytes. Tiggleton lives to fight another day.
And Elevate, meanwhile, is fighting Funny Business. This fight is happening all the way on the northeast side, right around where that death road is, that ravine. And this is a stale fight. This one can actually, they can take their time here, but Tater's still up on the top here.
Third Eye is out. The team that is in 5th place currently 1 point behind Elevate. They have to see that in the kill feed. They have to realize the situation they're in now with Funny Business. They've lost one. They're collecting the rest of the boys together to try to take the fight to the rest of them. It looks like Tater had a nice little angle on the street cross, but will be forced back. Bunt and Keegan playing against the wall, listening for those footsteps, waiting for the inevitable peak, but Elevate not going to give it to him just yet.
No, not at all. Elevate knows exactly what position they're in. They know that they have to get rid of this team so that they can control the side of the circle, and what control they would have, Poro. If they were able to wipe Funny Business, they'd be able to move south, take control of that entire hill, and then do massive damage and get a lot of kills, honestly, but they have to deal with this fight first. Oh, Bunt!
They got to be quick about it. Nice retreat from Bunt.
Oh, Zero Nation is out.
Zero Nation get taken out by LG as they add to their point bank. The pre-nade from Nader. Oh my God. Not Nader, he's Tater. But he was a Nader in that particular position as it goes a little bit too far. Elevate have to retreat back to the hard cover as this dance between the 3v3 continues, and the shift, as you said, does go to the north, so they have time to play this out.
That was honestly one of the craziest, I think, circle threes I've ever been a part of, either casting or watching. I mean, the amount of chaos that ensued just in the middle there, right around to the west of where Dynamic is, was absolutely ridiculous. The fact that Sonics is still alive is also very impressive. But man, what a game. This fight is so meaningful, again, for Elevate, though. They want to get rid of Funny Business so that they can control the Northeast.
So much riding on this one, as you said. Keegan holding the angles for now. They're laying the smokes down to just kind of put a pause on Elevate, make them have to peek from the angles that they're expecting them to peek from. Bunt has that Groza in hand as well. Remember, actually, he's got the Groza and the Boy, Bunt.
Why not?
Sitting real pretty right now.
Boss.
Yeah, he sure
Absolute
is.
raid boss. Dude, that is let me tell you, when you're in a public game, that is the setup, let alone a competitive game. Obviously the best close range gun, or one of the best, and then an is just absolutely devastating at distance. Spam, though, is a far away from home as we see the first knock coming out from Tater.
We'll get the knock on to Gats, won't be able to get the flush, however. As Bunt getting taken low too. The big shots there is Keegan gonna try to make the press, but Ethan's ready and waiting, and that's gonna slow down everything here. And they might be able to go and try to stick this res onto Gats. As unfortunately the smoke cloud gonna prevent the flush, but no, Honey Badger gonna get spotted out by Tater as well, and he's gonna get finished off. Tater, the aggressor here for Funny Business. Everything down to Ethan as he sticks the res onto Gats, brings them back up to 2 strong.
But at the very least, this is a very difficult, as I say that, he goes for the play on the backside. Ethan is gonna find Tater. Now it's just down to Bunt, and he's gonna get one flush. Can he get another knock here? It's just down to a one-on-one.
Peeking through the windows, 2 knock teammates. Ethan hasn't peeked it just yet. He has to know he's going up against that Groza. As Bunt holding the line, holding the window. Lost track of him, will pull back just a bit. Send it back over to his fallen teammate. We'll flush that out, get the point. That is bad news for Elevate. Even if the fight is won here by Ethan, it's going to be him going solo from this point on. Spray through the window, just going to miss.
That crouch under that window was beautiful to get him some timing. That was a smoke grenade being tossed in. And right now, Ethan just wants to do whatever he can to cause confusion and delay the res. He cannot allow this to become a 2v1. The trade would be too strong. And so he's continuing this pressure, and Tater is slowly bleeding out, but he's trying to find an angle in the smoke, but he's getting hit. This is very, very risky.
Chess match going on between the two. Bunt! Immediate spray down, but he has to pull away before the last round lands. And now Ethan's sending it to the 2nd floor. Oh, he's waiting for the peek. Oh, Bunt hurt him. He's going to avoid that peek. Yes, go inside. Don't get snuck up on there by the free peek from Ethan. And he's actually, I think he's going to try to stick this res. Ethan has to read that situation, pulls down, pulls Bunt off the res. And that could be huge in this fight. Is Bunt now going to try to stick it again? Ethan just constantly on the move, keeping Bunt away from resing his fallen teammate. The spray coming through once again. Ethan just dancing around, being a problem, lasting forever. Gets the spray, doesn't get the knock.
Nice read! And Ethan keeps them alive.
Like book.
But the damage, Poro, the damage that they sustained in that fight, it took so long. They're now out of the circle. I mean, granted, Ethan is going to be able to walk in on the south for free, but he'll be all alone. As long as he can just do some damage. There's still some kills to be found here, though. It's not all over for Ethan. That he can make an impact and still get those points for Elevate.
Oh man,
What a
not
fight.
many kills left to find though. I mean, we spent so long watching that fight. We're down to our top 6, Godspeed. So many teams going down in those early shifts. Now, you see Dynamic still with 4 up, Decimate still 4 up. It looks like Spam, I believe they have 3 hiding inside of a shack on the top. They're gaining the attention here of Synergy and Dynamic. Friendly Fire actually in a beautiful position, dead center circle in the compound, 4 alive. This could be absolutely huge for them.
It can be. My favorite position though on the map has to belong to Synergy. They have so much room to work with. Yes, there's 2 teams on the south side with them, but they have that entire east side. Even if this hard shifts west, they should still have something to play at the top of that hill, and that becomes a problem for a team like Friendly Fire, right? We've seen Sonics play from this position so many times in the past. They generally have people on the hill trying to take control. That's not really the case here. They kind of have to hunker down because of how many teams they know are above them on that hill, plus that solo of Ethan. So Friendly Fire, wonderful position. They're just going to kind of wait this out, see what happens on the backside or the south side of the hill, then potentially push out if they can, as long as Decimate is not still in.
Yeah, this is one of those positions for Friendly Fire where you're pretty much guaranteed a good late game placement, but how many points can you get? How many kills can you get from just hiding inside when everybody can avoid you? Got to give flowers to Synergy as well. We were kind of poking on them a little bit, wondering what happened to that squad. We expected so much from Benya and Pippa, but so far this game, 7 kills. And as you said, the dominant position here in this late game circle, a lot of shots being sent over towards Spam. But it looks like the hard cover going to be enough for now. And there you go. The circle will shift again. And all of this will have to come to a head.
This is probably the most ambiguous circle as well. As I said, Synergy and the teams on the south still have the option to play that hill, but off of this shift, I'm not so sure. As you said, Friendly Fire and Decimate are just sitting and at least guaranteed a top 3 finish as long as they don't make any any crazy mistakes.
First knock on to Spam will come from Delta. Lister will try to get a little bit closer, land that Molotov, but it's going to fall just off to the side. Grenade will force him back, and now Haztan going to spot Delta from range as he goes down. Can't get the flush just yet. Camberghini trying to provide some support for his teammate from those Synergy guns peeking over the ridge line, and he's doing a bang-up job so far. Dynamic, they will lose 1, but they should be able to reset.
That being said, with Dynamic, the other teams next to them, Spam and Synergy Gaming, I'd really like to see some movement now. Is coming in late is just fine, but they need to get a good foothold in the circle so they can start pressuring these other teams around them, or at the very least getting points, right? If you're a team like Synergy, Poro, you need points. You're so far behind. You just have to go for whatever you can.
Bad news for Ethan there is that he got spotted out by Benya, and the rest of Synergy started sending it towards his direction, but good news for Ethan. He's got a Grozan and Alm, so he's feeling pretty good about things as a solo here in the late game. Looks like he will be able to reposition and avoid Synergy's eyes for the time being. Now Spam have left their shack and they're backfilling Synergy. Synergy has to have their eyes on. They have to be looking for the potential of this wrap, but so far they're still focused in on Ethan.
This is what I was worried about, though, because they were basically waiting for the circle to do most of the work for them as far as pushing their rotation. They now have to contest with Ethan the solo, who, as you said, with that Om can be a nasty distraction, but also Spam. Spam is literally shadowing Synergy right now. In fact, here come the nades, the utilities coming out to spray from Theros, and he's going to find Alir.
Theros doing the big work here. Ethan still has that on just to the side there of Yato as Spam crashes down upon the smokes laid down by Synergy. Utility landing everywhere. Molotovs everywhere. Meisner will spot out one from range, land a few shots, but he's going to go down to Benya as the Benya getting the grenade shot. Ethan, so close. He's got the Groza in hand. He would love to get some more of these points for his squad. Pick those off, young man. Get those points. Secure your 4th place spot a little bit more. Yes, he will. Can he get the last one?
And he cleans it up. Oh my goodness. Again, the impact that he had. We talked about how he could potentially come off that hill, pick off the third party, 6 kills, and more importantly, he's keeping Elevate alive.
Keeping Elevate in this game, keeping more or getting more points into their pocket. And look at that circle. He's going to get to stay on this high ground and keep oversight of Decimate, of Lister. Looks like he actually spotted out Lister. Lister, the sneakiest rock tortoise.
I'm curious if Decimate knows he's there. I'm sure Friendly Fire does, but I mean,
how did he get there?
We didn't
the Murano. Okay, I see it. I see there's a Murano just behind him in the blue. So that must have been it. So they know he's there. You have to assume.
Yeah. But again, as you stated earlier, Friendly Fire with such a commanding position in the circle, and now with most of that nonsense in the east and south being dealt with by Ethan, they actually have all the control in the circle at this point. You see Decimate trying to move up, but there's really not a lot to play there. There's a few destructible hay bales and maybe a tractor here or there, but they are about to be in a very barren situation.
Solo heroics. When everything is on the line for Elevate, Ethan coming in absolutely huge for his team. 6 kills to his name. Lister will try to retreat back to that Murado. He's going to take some blue damage. Roth ready and waiting. Shots come through. Lister, he's going to get out. Okay, Corsac will be the one that lands the last bullet. And Dynamic goes down in 4th place. And now Ethan has the high ground. He's got so much room to work around here too with Decimate just in the wide open field.
Yeah, and he's got that rock ahead of him now too, just smoke to make sure that he can cross to it. He knows that there's a team underneath him and he knows the team across. That's why he's focusing on Decimate. He knows that's probably going to be his best bet for more kills. But I mean, depending on how Friendly Fire plays here, he might actually be able to get a knock or pick off on one of them. And so Decimate do have a very small ridge to work with here, but it is not great. Ideally, one of them would want to send it to those barrels, hay barrels, right there underneath that tarp. If they can make it there, that's a strong position. But look at Ethan now holding this wrap all the way on the north side.
Oh, but now you see the problem for Ethan. He's got 5 rounds for the Alm, 20 rounds in the Groza, but he can make 1 round work real well there on Amaji. Another point picked up for Elevate, and now Decimate has made their way just underneath him, but might be job done here for Ethan. If he can get 1 more of these, that would be just icing on the cake. Let's see what he can do. The utility coming in from Decimate going a little bit too long. Oh, that one right on top of his head somehow. Didn't do that much damage to him. Thank goodness for prone damage reduction from grenades, as Ethan just going to keep sending it back. Decimate, this is a hard push for them to make here, isn't it?
It is. It's a very hard push for them to make. Not only that, but Ethan is playing phenomenally right now. I cannot understate how much work he is doing as a solo in this situation. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this. The flash is out. He might be able to do something. They're backing off. Ethan's still alive. Oh, and it's Hasted from distance with the mini, but you can sleep well, King. Your job is done.
Beautiful work by Hasted to cover his team there, because they knew they were going up against a Groza. They might not have known that the Groza only had 24 rounds left in it, but even still, that is scary stuff there. And now the attention of Decimate turns to Friendly Fire. How do you dig this team out of this hard cover position? Maji has been taken down. It's down to just Corsac, Roth, Sharpshot. They absolutely need this win if they are going to make that 4th place spot. Roth will find Haven, but it might be just a little too late, as the res should be possible.
It was a little too late as well. And what you've noticed here is Decimate has realized that compound is going to have to move first. And so they've actually taken position in the field, making sure that they have all the advantage when this circle closes and goes to phase 9. And now Friendly Fire find themselves on the back foot here. They're going to have to move. Obviously, the utility is there, but they're going to have to make that cross with just smokes. There is no protection from sprays or utility being thrown at them.
Still some utility in the pocket of Sharp Shot. You have to imagine that Roth and Corsac have at least a couple of things left in their bag of tricks as well. The blue slowly encroaching down, but they've got time to plan this out. You see the smoke wall is slowly fading away. And we'll see if maybe Friendly Fire can find some kind of angle, maybe open up a door here with a single knock. But so far, Decimate not giving them anything.
Yep, a knock is exactly what you need. You are 100% correct. It's just, yeah, are Decimate going to give up that knock? Could they resolve themselves to just wait for the circle to start to close? Now, they can't get too complacent here, Pearl. They have to make sure they're still keeping track of Friendly Fire. Otherwise, they could very easily get someone to wrap on their north or their south. But, yeah, this is going to be tough. This is absolutely a game for Decimate to win here. But I'm not counting out Friendly Fire, specifically with how they've been playing at the end of yesterday and today.
A smart play by Friendly Fire. They knew that they had a double at that hay shack, so they wait out. They bide their time, force those guys to leave as the blue pushes in. No smokes being laid down just yet. They're waiting to the last minute to make their push across, and you can see Haven, one grenade is all he has, and one grenade might be all it takes for Decimate to clinch this win. Vinny holding the line on the roadside. Blue tickling the backs of Friendly Fire now. They have to feel the pressure. The smokes are starting to come out. They have to wait for them to bloom here a little bit, but the grenades coming through. Oh, they double grenaded the wrong spot, and Friendly Fire, they're still okay for now.
But again, the utility, they're in the open. Yes, they have the cover of smokes, but that's not going to do anything when nades and mollies are raining through, and the blue now starting to push everyone and condense towards the center. But still, the advantage is so overwhelmingly in the favor of Decimate as they're going to take down Sharp. That's one, that's two, just down to Corsac. And that is it. Decimate going to clean up this game with very good decision-making towards the end.
Really, really well played by Decimate there, but Friendly Fire, they get a few kills to go in their pocket. I'm not sure what they ended up with, to be honest, but the fact that they get the second place placement points as well, that's going to help them try to catch up to Elevate. But the story of this game, Godspeed, has to be the solo heroics of Ethan from Elevate. Huge, huge game for him.
That was a massive, specifically because that fight could have ended them going out early, right? Which would have opened the door for all the other teams. But with Ethan able to survive, get the and the Groza as well as the 3 gear, he was able to pelt so much damage into Synergy as well as Spam coming up. He picked up most of those kills. He was able to pick off a member of Friendly Fire as well, and he just did the most work you could ever expect from a solo in that situation.
Well, 7 points and a win for Decimate. That's going to jump them up the leaderboard as well. They might have a shot at that 4th place spot as well. It's all going to depend on the overall leaderboard to see where they're sitting after that one was all said and done. But yet again, another fantastic end game. It was very slow to start, Godspeed. It was a little sleepy to start, but boy, they got woke real quick. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the analyst desk will get us ready for our final game of the day, guys. Don't go anywhere.
What is going on, everybody? Euler, the coach from Third Eye, baby. Third Eye sitting in a really good spot coming into day number 3. So Euler, I want to know as a coach, what's the mentality? What's the mindset today for the squad?
The big thing to hit on is consistency today. We had a decent first day. We had a weak second day. So a third day, we definitely want to work on consistency and finishing out those games. Yesterday, we had a bit of a trouble trying to really close out on a couple of these games, but I think with a little bit more patience and recognizing the timing a little bit better, I think that we'll be able to close out a lot of these games.
Heck yeah, looking forward to that. And I kind of want to switch gears a little bit to something a little more spicier. I've been scrolling the internets and I've been seeing some talk, right, about coaches and PUBG. Are they necessary? I want to know from a coach's point of view, like what does a coach bring to the table here?
Honestly, it really depends on the actual roster, right? So rosters can need direction, can need help with micro gaming, could need a 5th person to kind of divvy out the decision making of what ultimately needs to be done to correct problems, right? I think I stumbled upon the same article that you have, and I understand the controversy behind it because there are some teams that can be successful without coaches, but I think in order for you to really truly reach your peak or your to be able to reach your maximum potential, having that fifth person is definitely optimal. Like it's kind of like any sport, kind of like anything. Is it possible to be successful? Absolutely. You don't necessarily need a coach, but it definitely raises your probability, right? It's always nice to have an outside perspective, right?
Yeah, I love to hear it. And I want to put you in a scenario here. It's going into game 5. We're in the locker room. The team's almost there, right on the cusp. I want to know from your point of view, what are you telling the team? How are you hyping them up here going into the last matchup today? Let me hear it, man. I want to hear the real thing right now.
Well, so there's different perspectives. We actually had this conversation yesterday with the roster, right? So we have half the roster that they want that high caliber, that speech, that coach speech, that motivational speech. But then you have the other half that they want that realistic speech, right? They want to hear, all right, let's be honest with ourselves right now. We really screwed up in some of these situations. We put ourselves in this situation. Now, how do we maximize and how are we going to bring this home, right? And I think my perspective is more of the latter. I come from a military background, and so it's very realistic perspective. Like we're going to be harsh about it, and that usually drives me to work a little bit harder. And I think these guys agree as well. So I think that the realistic perspective is I'm not going to be a cheerleader. I'm not going to tell you things that like go team. Like I want to be realistic about the situation.
Hey, if you ever need a cheerleader, hit me up, man. I'm here right here. Hey, let's go. Last day, but best of luck, Euler, to you and the boys here today. I'm looking forward to an amazing day number 3. Catch you on the battlefield.
Thank you.
Do anything when nades and mollies are raining through, and the blue now starting to push everyone and condense towards the center, but still the advantage is so overwhelmingly in the favor of Decimate as they're going to take down Sharp. That's 1, that's 2, just down to Corsac, and that is it. Decimate going to clean up this game with
Welcome back. It's a great win for Decimate as the battle for 4th continues. My name's Toppies, and I've got something that you have been waiting for. That is a code to get your hands on some of that sweet, sweet G-Coin. So get those fingers ready and write this down, because once it's gone for good. SL5TUMBMNKMN. Write it down. SL5TUMBMNKMN. It's there for you to get the stuff. So go ahead and get that G-Coin. And in the meantime, we're getting some G-Coin. We're having some fun, and we've been doing it for a while. 6 years. In fact, it is the 6th anniversary of PUBG. I want you to check this out.
Most of my memories from PUBG are all like in professional tournaments.
United as well. Kickstart, all that's left for the team. Bulls managed to find one. Kickstart able to come out victorious.
I got into esports because I was absolutely in love with PUBG.
Playing for trades, playing together. It's going to be a systematic push. Shrimzy doesn't even need the help.
Shrimzy with 450 damage so far.
Oh, the smoke! Yes!
Hello.
Let me run away.
Drop all your stuff in.
I'll give you everything.
Did I just shoot a bird?
Buena, los tres aquí.
My favorite PUBG moment is definitely winning PGIS.
PGIS champions are the Sonics!
Hard to believe it's been 6 years. In fact, I remember 6 years ago, Cameron and I in Toronto casting 2 totally different games. You remember this? You were there for CS. I was there for Dota 2. And I met you for the first time in a ramen shop to argue about whether or not PUBG could work as an esport. And here we are hanging out, arguing 6 years later. I thank you, PUBG, for everything you've done for us. Matt, same for you. I remember visiting San Francisco with you early on and just absolutely getting to see this thing grow.
Sharing, that was the first time I actually had Korean barbecue, which is like the esports thing. I remember we had to share that room, and we had to sit on those very uncomfortable stools there. I mean, it's I'll be slightly emotional for a second, but I mean, I went from having a job that I hated and moving into something that I've actually got a chance to really enjoy, and I wouldn't have been able to do that without PUBG. It's like I found a whole bunch of new friends, whole bunch of family, could travel the world. Can't thank them enough.
Cameron, do you want to be tender before we move on?
I don't know if tender is the right word for this, but we all have horror stories of some of the earlier events, which is, the case as it is when everything's finding its footing right now. And to group it back into what we're here on this broadcast to do, to watch the best of America's fight it out as we go into the most international year we've had in quite a while. Things just keep going up and up and up, not just for PUBG as an esport, but also for this region that we're currently broadcasting in, Luminosity, Sonics, even STK. It's going to be a very, very exciting year.
Hey, Cameron, please exit the stage. As we look at the winner dinner screen, that's an old one. That's an oldie but goodie.
It's a classic.
Dinner. It is. Decimate comes out with the big win, 7 kills. But the real number is that smoke, Matt. They had to, they just sat in that field and smoked.
A big factor inside of it is one of those kills being Ethan, because it felt like that was the Ethan show for most of that game. So finally being able to take them down allowed him to have the opportunities to actually go forth and win that game, because God, that was just a crazy game.
That's just so underwhelming, though, when you're a team like Decimate who's trying to break into that 4th slot. It's not impossible, but when you get a win, but only 3 kills. I understand that getting a lot of kills wasn't particularly easy for this situation, but we're at the 11th hour. I don't know how much celebrating they can be doing off of that win.
You know what? I will be still. Sorry, go ahead. Highlight.
No, it was it was 1,700 points of damage, almost 1,800, and they only converted that into 3 kills.
Highlights.
Yeah, that is the most awkward highlights transition I think that we've ever had. 6 years of highlights, and that was it on that one. Speaking of awkward transitions, Cam, this was a long 1v1.
Oh, look at this guy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This was the beginning. This was the training arc for the Ethan anime. The training arc, and then he finds the overpowered weapon, and he's gonna absolutely pop off with every single thing that the game throws at him. Dragon Ball Z style, it's a full power creep right now. Who knew that all you needed to perform well was 2 crate weapons and level 3 armor and helmet? Who knew? I mean it seems simple when you say it like that.
In front of you, right? That does.
And
help.
people to stand still, not looking at you. Yeah, that's true. That's not hard to come by in normal games, though.
I mean, that was superhero stuff. And as we look at, Decimate gets their 17 points. Synergy finally shows up and makes a push. They're no longer in that battle for the bottom, I think, after this game. Elevate, though, Friendly Fire, Decimate, these are teams that are in the battle for 4th. So let's go ahead, pull up the overall leaderboard as we go into the last game of the day and take a look of where that battle actually stands. First off, Shoot to Kill has let that slip a little bit. Elevate theoretically could move to 3rd, which is a massive come up in both prize pool and points. So that's a pretty huge PGC gain, 25, as well as a payoff of $2,000 extra. So we're going to watch that. But also, Elevate, Third Eye, Friendly Fire, Decimate. I mean, any of these teams could come out with a big game, Cameron, and take over 4th, which is going to get a bid to PGIS.
It's a bit of a stretch when you start to consider Decimate and 00 Nation, but absolutely Third Eye, Friendly Fire, and Elevate. Those are the 3 teams that we're going to be looking at going into this. Looking at the points, I don't think any sort of hot drop is going to be in a conversation, but that doesn't mean that rotational traps is out of the picture. And we already saw a whole bunch of that today, partly because of what the circles sort of meant teams to do. But even the last game where there wasn't any water, whatever, we still saw a bunch of random drive-bys. So it's about to get real crazy.
I want you to look at that leaderboard and remember the slide that we just saw a second ago and how important that 1v1 fight with Ethan was. How important it was to pick up those kills across the board. It is just a 12-point difference. If he had gone down much earlier in there, this would have been a much closer race. If Elevate does go to PGS, a big amount of it's going to be due to that hero play coming out from Ethan.
On the heavy lifting by Ethan, because not only did he get those kills, 7 points off of that, but he managed to get a lot of placement points, piled in there as well. And so that is a massive difference. He would be in a 3-point battle, I think, with Third Eye and Friendly Fire going into this one. That said, I am going to ask you, because I think it's fun, who ends in 4th place? Do you think it's Elevate, Third Eye, Friendly Fire, Decimate? Cameron, who's your pick to finish here and go to PGS? Name your 4 PGS teams. Let's do that.
Well, I mean, 3 are
obviously,
easy, right?
It's going to be LG, Sonics, STK. There's a chance that STK fall out, but I don't think that is probable at all. My 4th, it's got to be Elevate purely because of the 12-point lead over Friendly Fire and 10 over Third Eye. That's just way too big of a lead.
Matt?
My heart wants to give it to Adam, but I just feel like Elevate has been playing so freaking well the past couple of games. It's got to be them.
I think that's where you want to go. But you know what? I'm going to say Friendly Fire. They've been consistent. They've been getting to the end game. Elevate has been leaning on Ethan so hard. I don't know if he can do it for one more. Let's find out, though. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone watching, it is time for the final match of the PUBG America series. We're dropping into Miramar. Let's do it. It's Porosaurus and Godspeed.
Thank you very much, Toppies. And yes, we are heading into our final game of the day. Godspeed. Got a little emotional.
Little mosh.
Their favorite memories over the past 6 years. You know what my favorite memory was, Godspeed?
I think I do, but go ahead.
My favorite memory is snuggling up with you on a cheap Swedish mattress in Stockholm. And getting a new best friend as we hung out with the Rumblers there so long ago at the GLL Grand Slam.
That was a beautiful moment, especially when we came in a day early and you had to pay for our room because they didn't have it ready. It was a bonding experience on the list. I mean, this game has given me obviously an incredible amount of memories, starting off as a competitor, being able to travel the world competing and finding success there, to transitioning to a coach. I've been an in-game producer, an observer. This game has given me so many opportunities to wear so many different hats, and now to be talent and to be, friends with our amazing team here and going out, and then even you and I, becoming lifelong friends with Hypoc, someone we don't see much here, but going to UK and spending time with the two of you in Scotland and and just all the adventures, right? Man, this game is just so special in so many ways, and it's given me so many opportunities. So I definitely have so much to be thankful for when it comes to just this whole community, man.
And that goes for all of you in chat as well. The real PUBG was the friends that we made along the way. As we are heading into our final game, getting ready to see can Elevate hold off the impending storm that has got to be coming their way. They definitely relied on Ethan, and Ethan delivered in a massive way for them. May have secured them their spot at PGS 1, but Third Eye is not done yet. Friendly Fire, not done yet. Decimate might have something to say about that as well. We have so much left on the line here. One thing is for sure, LG securing top spot. Sonics, it looks like they may have secured that second spot over STK. Who knows what's going to happen here in this final game?
Yeah, aside from first place, I mean, realistically, Sonics could have a not great game. STK could pass them up, but also on the other side of that, XTK could slip up, and all of a sudden Elevate finds themselves in third, and STK may be holding out some crazy game from Third Eye or Friendly Fire in order to pass them up. I mean, it's going to be a 15, 16, 17, 18 kill win, but the possibilities are there nonetheless, Mike, and I'm looking at this circle, and already so much of it is unplayable. So this is going to be a very tough game for the teams rotating in, especially if this continues to hold water.
You know, we've seen crazier things in the past, and honestly, we've seen something pretty crazy recently. I don't know if anybody got a chance to catch the OCE action with I was always obviously kind of keeping an eye on things just because our former buddies at Wildcard Gas Cans have they were so close, man. They were so close. But remember what happened that final game? Archangel Predator put up something like 22 kills and a win in the final game to almost take the top spot away. It was so close. The fact of the matter is, it is doable. It is definitely doable for any of these teams.
It's absolutely doable, and we've seen the glow up, as you said, from Elevate coming into the last day, and even the end of yesterday, they've able to find their footing and get some points. And Friendly Fire, much of the same vein, right? They were able to turn around their bad day and really find the consistency that they need. But ultimately, I'm very much looking to see how the teams that are vying for that fourth place spot deal with the pressure. Poro, are they going to play more passive? Are they going to turtle up? Will they play aggressive? Are they going to take the risks that we would normally attribute with some of these teams depending on the position that they're in?
And it's something that we've been talking about all day, and it's kind of magnified here now that we've made it to the final game. But holding on to that spot is so much more difficult than chasing it. And Elevate now in that spot themselves, 12 kills, or 12 points rather, separating them from fifth. So they're in a good spot. I think if you're Elevate, the only thing you're thinking right now is we cannot go out early. We can't just have a 0-point game here. We want to at least add something to our total just to be sure. We don't want to have to sit there and sweat it out while watching from the spectator screen.
As we watch Vegas get his 15th AUM for this tournament. But yes, as being as someone who's been in that situation, that might actually change your rotation. Like, guys, we don't need to do anything fancy. We just need to survive here, and that sometimes causes issues. But speaking of issues, already it's popping off, and oh, look, Pippa gets 2, but Sonic's trading back and forth. This is already a 2-on-2.
2 big ones for Pippa to open things off. Tickleton now the last one up for Sonics as he is going to try to creep around. He's going to spot out one, take the spray, won't find it. He's going to get spotted now by Benya, and that is going to do it for Sonics as they go out in 16th place.
STK is now only 18 points behind Sonics. They can pass them up. That's 18 points is doable, especially for a team like STK.
And they're in dead center circle right now. LG, they're creeping up. I think they heard all the commotion. They want to see what the noise is all about. They're gonna, oh my God, Benya, don't do it to him. Gonna get the knock on Arello instantly. Looks like that should be Resible. Snakers immediately hopping into the vehicle to go and revive his fallen IGL.
And LG at this point, I mean, this is just fun for them, right? They're going to find any of the fights, they're going to find any of the teams, and they're going to absolutely do whatever they can to just wipe them, right? They are in full comfort mode. There is zero risk for them losing the top spot. So why not? And that's what makes them so absolutely dangerous when they have a lead like this, right? We've seen it from Sonics. We've also seen it from STK, is you have nothing to lose.
Yeah. I will say one thing about LG, though, knowing those boys and getting to know that team over the years, even though they have obviously a very comfortable lead and hold on to first, they want to embarrass you. They don't want to just win. They want to send a message with every single game. And you can guarantee that they came into this final game of the day wanting to get another win, wanting to put their foot on the necks of anybody that had ideas about chasing them. And we'll see how it plays out for them as Benya gonna find another one. Benya, he is opening things up here in our final game of the day.
Benya is absolutely on fire. He's found one. He's gotten 2 members low, and that's going to spin him out. Dude, Benya is insane right now.
This kid is popping off at levels
Where was
we have
this?
not seen from Synergy in several days. Now Gizera, the last one alive for his squad. He's going to pick up the sawed off, wait to listen for the footsteps, but you can hear the utility just raining in among. He's going to find one. Nope. Gizera stays alive, will get the knock on the Benya. He's got, he pulled the shotty out. That might not have been the play. Danny will get the final kill, and Snakers, as a little measure of revenge, will steal the kill on the Benya.
That was a big player to lose. 8, dude, that's this fast. And now imagine, Mike, if we had seen this synergy from the beginning.
Your heart breaks, man.
It does.
You know that this team is so capable of it too, and it just hadn't been their weekend so far, man. And sometimes that happens.
That happens, man. It is what it is. It's happened to me. You want to talk about holding a lead and losing it? Boy, oh boy, do I know what it's like to be in first and then not be in first when the tournament ends. So
hey, we were talking about our fondest mememories of the past 6 years. All right, not our worst memories.
I was very good at throwing leads, baby. Don't you doubt me. I've been in first and second a lot of times, and boy, have I also dropped the ball.
Well, you know what? It's all fun at the end of the day here. Is checking with friendly. I'm trying to I'm finding this silver lining here, man.
You know, those events were honestly some of the fondest moments of competing in any game. So it happens. And, you know, talking about SG, it just happens, right? You just have to pick yourself up, move on to the next event, and then just, you know, fix the mistakes. So ultimately, I'm sure we'll see SG back much stronger the next time they're around.
The big wins never feel as good as they do coming off of big losses. As you see Elevate, they've left Ethan, the raid boss, off to the north, and he's taking shots and peacocking here a little bit, and actually looks like it's going to work. As Funny Business was heading right towards him, and now they're heading right towards the rest of his team, as they are on a line leading them directly into Impala.
And Impala is, we honestly don't see many circles end towards Impala, and fighting in that city can be pretty awkward. There's actually just so many little one-story shacks and things that you can have these weird angles against you, and never mind.
Okay.
This is just going to completely shift off Impala, so that point is, it's null and it doesn't matter. But this circle is very interesting, specifically because of how much high ground is around Leonis, both on the west, but also the east, Poro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be real interesting to see how these latecomers to the circle decide to set up shop. Now, keep in mind, we have a little bit lighter of a lobby now. There's already 10 deaths, 54 alive, so there's a little bit more space up for grabs, but it looks like Spam is more interested in pressing right onto Luminosity's compound. They had a split going here with 2 and 2, and Kickstart and Kickstart and Flood will hold off the line right now. Theros will find Kickstart, though, to open things up.
As long as he goes down at 10 minutes, we're good. You know what I mean? We are good. LG, though, I mean, they took some shots over at Synergy earlier. They've repositioned here to this quite good position, but all of a sudden, Spam really making a case to take this from them.
Well, they were going to try to send it to get that revive, but unfortunately, it won't be able to happen here. As now the rest of LG spreading out, trying to find angles. You can hear shots coming from range, just pinging off the concrete, as the shotguns have been picked up, at least one here by Gabiri. Theros, Meisner just staying inside right now. Flood still holding that angle. That man is committed to this angle, and is it going to pay off? Theros looked like he might be considering it there for a second.
Yep, they are isolated, and this angle does cut any forward progression off, but the smokes here, yep, and that's going to be a big indication. Flood is now very much alert to see if there's a cross, but I think Spam just wants to get out of here. I'm not convinced they're trying to necessarily fight, or maybe they are, but Flood has a disgusting angle if they're not careful.
Oh, Rello had one too. He's going to find the opening knock here on the Gabiri and won't be able to get the flush just yet. Snaker's going to follow that up with a well-placed Molotov. Will fall just inside the building, but actually is going to miss Gabiri, so they should be able to stick that res. Looks like that's what they're going to try to do. Meisner just holding the line. Luminosity, they don't want to give him the chance. Rello going to push with the shotty in hand, peeking through the window, not committing to the vault, though. They're going to recycle the smokes as you hear just more and more bullets. These are coming from Fiumba, actually, from the north side of Los Leones.
Speaking of Fiumba, they have a disgusting amount of control here on the north. They actually can pretty much do whatever they want, and taking shots at both Spam and LG obviously falls within that. But man, that's actually a really good split given the circle and how much information we have. Fiumba, not bad at all. And this fight's going to take a while, Mike. I don't imagine they're going to push those buildings anytime soon, as we now look at the rotations here of Funny Business. And they're just going to get peppered from all sorts of angles. But they're going to make this rotation.
Yeah, fortunately for them, it looked like Dynamic was in probably the best position to spray them down, but they took a few shots from Elevate and forced them back down. And so now Funny Business,
look at this,
spinning it right across the middle of the zone, and they keep all four alive, and they get a great compound.
Great. Yeah, I mean, arguably one of the best. I mean, you go from a rotation like that into a position like this. We just have to see what the shift is going to do for them now. But all these teams are now set up. Any sort of hard shift, especially to the south, is going to be devastating. And there it is. It's a southern shift.
You said it. Any sort of hard shift going to the south will be brutal, and brutal is what we're going to get. Flood's going to find Theros as he tries to run by, while his teammate tries to stick the res on the fallen Snakers. Snakers got knocked from Capitan from Fiumba as they were trying to set up for this push. Another nice spray from Flood will find Meisner, and now Spam down to just Gabiri. The spray will come through to confirm the knock, and there you go. Snakers will finish it off. 3 more points picked up for LG.
And now they have to rotate, though, and there's multiple teams rotating on their side. They actually might be able to turn around and get some points out of this with the multiple knocks. Selfish is going to find Haven out of that vehicle. And just like that, Decimate down to 3. And Selfish has been amazing for Peak. Even though the team has struggled, he has been an outstanding member.
3 deep in the drop top for Peak as they make their way by. Funny Business left the good compound. They try to send it again. They try their luck one more time. T-Sock, though, he's going to get spotted out in the field. Sharp shot. Oh, Rusty's arrow will save him, but Systematicos will take care of him in the end.
And this is such a fractured push. They tried to make it across. Obviously, the split was not ideal. They did not want Tater to just be caught out there alone, but here he is, and now Roth is going to know that the shots came from underneath because of the call from Sharp. He should be able to get some kills. That's 1.
Oh my goodness.
And that's 2. No!
Oh no, Roth. Oh,
they need these points.
Himself.
Yeah, they need these points. Still possible to get that. He should be able to. Oh.
Slightly overcooked, maybe. As you said, I mean, they absolutely need these points. That is a incredibly difficult angle, and you can see Systematicos actually sending shots over in that direction as well. But now Keegan, they might be able to get this res on a bunt and keep Funny Business in this game. Now Peak, we remember they were on rotation a minute ago. They run right into Elevate, who has laid down a line of Molotovs. They're going to find an initial knock. They'll get the flush onto MV as well. Ethan holding that angle, waiting for somebody to peek. Nothing happening just yet, but you can tell Elevate, they want to clear this out as fast as possible.
And the way that they've been playing these compounds has been incredible. These angles that they're holding, the trades setting up for each other. Aside from that last fight we saw last game, with Funny Business, they've been pretty flawless, but as I say that, Selfish finds 2. That's Gats and Hikerman with a flush. Honey's gonna get the trade, but so much damage has been done.
They try to go for the push onto the separated duo of HVZ and Laron, and Selfish with the high ground on that second story just destroys them. And now Gats has been flushed out. They might be able to go for a res. Look at this, Luminosity actually looking over in that direction as well. They're gonna spot out Vox as get a little bit distracted, but now the blue zone has arrived. The Hikerman res can't come through, so Honey Badger and Ethan back on the move again. The Selfish is just, I mean, there's no way to take him out. Oh, no.
And that's it, Elevate is out.
Vegas Vegas gets one and Selfish gets the other. Elevate is now out, and Third Eye, they have to see that in their kill feed. They have a compound. They're in zone. They are 4 strong, and they see the light at the end of the tunnel.
And if you are Elevate and you see that position, I mean, your fate is no longer in your hands, right? A strong position, that's got to be so anxiety inducing for that team. I've been there. It sucks. But yeah, Third Eye is in a beautiful position to capitalize off this, and they only need, 12 points?
Like that on my scoreboard is a little tiny in my feed right now.
Oh, I'm blind. I can't.
The point is it's extremely doable. And the one thing, the one thing that we said Elevate could not do, and that is they could not get a 0-point game this game. They get 1 point. So, it's better than 0, that's for sure.
Yeah, but
it's not a. They're going to be sweating watching this thing.
Absolutely, they're absolutely going to be sweating. And remember what I talked about? When teams know that they have to stay alive, potentially they play different. I don't necessarily think that Elevate made really any massive mistakes there. It's just that disjointed push onto that duo cost them so much, and now they're just sitting on the sidelines, hoping that Friendly Fire, hoping that Third Eye, hoping that Decimate even doesn't have a decent game here.
Corsac and Friendly Fire at high ground. They have lost Sharp Shot, but all is not lost just yet. They are in the same position as Third Eye. They see Elevate down. They know what they have to do here. Unfortunately, their position not as great as Third Eye's. Zold is actually going to take some damage. I'm not sure if that was from Peak or STK. Either way, they have eyes on Peak. They know that team is there and has to leave here shortly. But Third Eye really just heads on swivels right now, waiting for the inevitable push or waiting for just any points to reveal themselves.
The other thing with Third Eye as well is they know that they're going to be in the next circle. At the very least, they'll have a wonderful position to rotate out of it. And so, yeah, as you said, this is just going to be a stressful situation. They're just waiting for circle coming. And sometimes when you're in circle like this and you're in a situation where, you can qualify or you can win, Poro, it's actually more nerve-wracking than getting in fights because you're just sitting there playing the waiting game, looking around. And sometimes, for me at least, that was more anxious than just getting in raw gunfights. It's just the waiting is the worst part.
It is tough. And now DraftKings and Fiumba will try to get in the Bronco to make a move. The spray comes down from Roth and not going to find a knock. These high ground sprays just have not been working out for Roth so far. He's going to find the knock on the Emmy there, though. Can he get another one? Capitan going to be the next victim as now they're starting to hit. Roth going to spray it again. The smoke wall has been laid down. Rybo going to try to peek at him. And that's going to be another one for Roth as he finds 3 of Fiumba. DraftKings now the last player alive for Fiumba, but these are points in the bag for Friendly Fire. They have to make sure that they secure these kills.
Roth playing like a man possessed. They know they have to get as many kills as possible, as well as a good placement. And Roth is unrelenting. He's going down potentially with the sawed off. There's no chance. The flash is coming through. He could just take out his rifle, but he's going for the drop. No, Roth!
What are you doing? Are you kidding me? Roth, the Spider-Man plays with 6 HP to his name. He collects 5 kills for Friendly Fire.
What an absolute animal. That play was just crazy. He could have pulled out the rifle, maybe get a knock, but he wanted both and he wanted to get rid of them quick. The flash came out. What a gutsy and ballsy play from the leader of Friendly Fire. Oh my goodness.
I have never seen anything like that in my life. Roth just putting it all on the line. He knows what they need to get this final position. And you can see there now, what is that, 9 points removed from Elevate. Not sure what the tiebreaker would be, as I'm not sure what their total overall kills are, but Troglodytes now in a little bit of danger in the smoke cloud. They're trying to go for the res. Looks like Systematico is going to leave their compound, starting to send it out here. They should be just within throwables range, but unfortunately it looks like STK is keeping Systematicos from really committing to this push.
Yeah, and I'm sure STK realized with Sonics out, they can absolutely make a bid for that second place spot, and that's definitely more money in their pockets, which, not having an org at this point would be pretty big for them. So overall, STK still doing what they do well on that south side, and now they're moving into the circle. But look at Roth, another team, another set of victims for his high ground shenanigans. He's gonna find another knock. knock!
You've got to be kidding me, Roth. He's going to find the initial one. He sees Lister off in the distance. He has grenades in hand. The spray comes through. Lister will return fire, and no knock just yet. Roth has to pull back, go for the reload. Doesn't want to peek the same angle multiple times. He's got to be careful. The rest of his team nowhere near this. So Roth really on an island, and he's going to take a knock finally from Richie B way off in the distance.
And that was a devastating knock. Roth was being a menace, solo holding that entire north side. Fortunately, I believe that's his first knock, so he should be able to get up, but they have to worry about funny business now. The circle is also about to post, and this actually might help Friendly Fire. Depending on the shift, they might even be in a better position as their other duo was playing on the edge. Roth has been amazing this game. I can't get over that.
It is full send, saving Private Roth right now as Maji on the move. The circle's going to pop, and they're going to get the circle as well. Corsac just holding the line here for Maji, defending his teammate who's going to get the revive onto their IGL. Can he get there in time? You see Funny Business starting to make moves down there. He's got to be careful about both sides. And Bunt, oh no. Bunt could have a beautiful angle down here onto Corsac if he's not ready. And there it is. Bunt just looking, waiting to strike. He's going to switch over to the M4, go for the spray. That'll do it. Gets the knock onto Corsac. But it looks like Maji has made it to Roth.
I understand what Corsac was doing there so late, but after that circle shift, I was praying he would just leave that position and go to double up and help get Roth up. He was obviously covered dynamic in case they tried to push up around that wrap, but they just lost Corsac for free.
Where did Vox come from? Third Eye.
I don't even know.
Finally leave their compound, and somehow he gets in between the high ground of Friendly Fire and Dynamic on the low side. Vox finds an angle, and he's going to spot out Delta, leave that shot, feed that information over to Oldless, let the rest of the boys know what's going on. But keep in mind, Friendly Fire back on the move. They're focusing down on Funny Business right now, as Bunt will get the confirm onto Corsac. Now Vox is going to spot out Roth. Roth doesn't even see it coming. Vox will get him from the side, go for the confirm on the kill, and this might be it for Friendly Fire.
And the pressure on Maji now is absolutely immense. He knows that the entire tournament is on his shoulders. Roth is on a second bleed as well. The nade is going to come out. That should buy him a little bit of time. I'm not sure if he's going to stick the res, but as we know, he actually might have time to do so, but it's so hard when you're a solo, when you know there's someone on this. Roth is going to go down. It is now just down to Maji.
And Third Eye has to be aware of the standings. They have to know what's going on in the leaderboard. They'd love to be able to get rid of Friendly Fire altogether, but they're not overcommitting. They know that they are in the driver's seat when it comes to this late game. 4 up, cleaning up the north side. They want to get all of these dynamic kills, all the points they can. That is the only shot they have at trying to catch up to Elevate. Right now, they are 9 points behind, but Maji still alive, still a thorn in the side. And Clemson and Camberghini, they haven't gone anywhere yet either. They're going to find the opening knock on a Richie B.
And just like that, all of a sudden, Third Eye in the back foot, and not to mention that Decimate has decided to backfill their position. So now Third Eye is actually finding themselves pinched between Dynamic as well as Decimate. And on top of that, Maji's still alive.
For this fight, Maji's still alive. 2 down for Third Eye. Is Dynamic not going down without a fight, but they do eventually go down. Vox gonna go move his teammate, try to go for the res, but look at this. Hayes, 10, and Vinny, blood in the water. They smell it. They are sharking up on this position, ready to get some more points for themselves. They could ruin Friendly Fire's day here, or Third Eye's day here, rather. Again, Maji's still alive, as you mentioned, but look at that. Immediately, the shot, the throwables coming in from Third Eye to push Decimate back. Such heads-up play from Third Eye.
Third Eye is playing absolutely incredible. That push, it was a wrist, Decimate coming out, but they defended even with 2 knocked, 6 kills. They are so close to punching their ticket, only 4 points behind. Decimate now, the circle is posted. They have to move. Can he find the knock? Vox! He's gonna find Hayes 10, but I think he's gonna get that res.
Oh, tries to go for the flush, and he gets around the corner just in time. Unfortunately for him, good work from Decimate to defend their fallen teammate. More shots coming through from Vox. They just miss as Vinny carrying his team to victory here, literally and figuratively, as Hayes 10 slowly bleeding out. But should be able to get that res. Maji still a nuisance though. Will spot him, and Friendly Fire's tournament is over.
What a hell of a run, though, they made at the end. Unfortunately, they are not going to hit that 4th place spot. They're not qualifying, but it's still not over. Decimate as well as Third Eye are making the case. They'd love to get the win. They'd love to wipe out the server to get enough points to just pass up Elevate. And Elevate has to be biting their nails till they have 3 points of a lead on Third Eye. And look at this push from Adam onto the south side. I love this rat, Poro.
They know what they have to do. They know they need the kills. They are making the hard push. Adam will find the first one, but he's going to get knocked and get flushed. So it's now down to 3. This is exactly what Third Eye needs to be doing. They need as many of these points as possible. Lay the smoke wall down. Keep themselves protected from the hard cover where Zig is currently holding down. Funny Business still have that high ground on the north side of the, or the other side of the circle, rather. Meanwhile, Keegan going to get spotted out by Vox. Won't be able to get the flush just yet. Oh, Bunt again. Bunt, the dream killer, is just ruining the chances of all these teams of making PGS.
And just like that, Richie B get inside, but there's one in there with him.
The call's coming from inside the house, Richie. You've got to stop down. Go for the res. Go for the heal. No res to be found as everybody has been flushed out. Richie B, the last player alive for Third Eye. All hope remaining, all resting on his shoulders. Unfortunately, he knows there is a monster in there with a shotgun waiting for him to peek around the side. So Richie throws the flashbang, lays down the smoke wall, trying to slow this thing down and see if he can maybe catch someone slipping.
The other problem with this is he doesn't know that that's just a solo in the house with him. He doesn't know that the other team in the long building aren't connected. And so he's got to make that move. But is it going to be him or Zig first? I didn't even see how many points they had. I think they're 1 or maybe even 2 points away from passing up Elevate. All he has to do is survive. But against the shotgun upstairs in this unpushable, this situation is absolutely nuts as he pulls out his own.
So close. Everything on Richie B's shoulders right now. So much pressure, but he's going to slow things down now.
Here we go. This is it. This is everything. This is the whole tournament.
Flashbang laid from Zig. Zig, peeking around the corner. Richie's ready. He hears the footsteps. He's going to fall.
And he gets it!
Richie B, keeping Third Eye's dreams alive.
I don't know if that was enough, but now he just needs to push forward into that building. There's 2 members still left of Decimate, but look at this. The crate in the middle of the field has bought some reprieve for Keegan as he now has cover. They're in the circle, and they can actually hold out Decimate as well as Richie B. But this fight in this long building is what it's all going to come down to. Richie B going very low.
And one found the angle just for a brief moment. Gets Richie down to next to no health, but he's going to be able to heal up now as Keegan trying to send it into the field. Takes a few more shots from the Decimate boys. The duo has to have eyes pointing in every direction right now. Richie, they're going to find Bunt as he now knows Decimate's attention is focused on Funny Business. It is a 1v2 for the final win here. Richie has managed to get his team placement. He's got another point. Can he get any more? He's going to come through the blue with his back. He's taking so much damage, but Decimate will get the kill, and they will get their second win of this tournament. Was it enough for Richie B? Was it enough for Third Eye? Or did Elevate hold on to that 4th place position?
I actually have no idea. It's been so close. Decimate with that win and 8 kills might have actually just got enough, but then Richie B getting that kill in that final 2-story, pushing up forward and getting 2nd place. I think it might be Third Eye and Richie B. Mike, I have no idea, dude. That game was insane.
The amount of heroics that we have seen from these players here today in the final 2 games on Miramar, trying to get that final spot, knowing that the top 3 spots were taken by Sonics, LG, STK, the dominant teams of this region, and all credit due to them. But here in this final game, it was all about that last grouping. Who was going to have what it takes to finish this whole thing off? And everybody to a man delivered in such a huge way.
You want to talk about individual performances. We talk about Ethan the last game. We talk about Roth in this game. We talk about Richie B. I mean, this has been chock full of incredible performances. That hold on the top of that ridge from Roth was one of the most disgusting solo plays I've seen recently. And this is just, what an event. I don't even know who's qualified. I think it's Third Eye, Mike, but it could be Decimate as well.
I don't know either, man. I'm going to have to wait for the final analyst desk of this tournament to break down that leaderboard, let us know who's going, and let us know where everybody finishes, how much money they're going to get. That's been it for us, guys. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, the final desk of PGS1.
Now Roth is going to know that the shots came from underneath because of the call from Sharp. He should be able to get some kills. That's one.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's two. No!
Oh, no, Roth.
This is it. This is everything. This is the whole tournament.
Flashbang laid from Zig. Zig, peeking around the corner. Richie's ready. He hears the footsteps. He's gonna fall, and he gets it! Richie B, keeping Third Eye's dreams alive. For the final win here, Richie has managed to get
get out. You gotta get out.
He's got another point. Can he get any more? He's gonna come through the blue with his back. He's taking so much damage, but Decimate will get the kill, and they will get their second win of this tournament.
Welcome back. The last game is done, and man, it was a good one. Shout out to Decimate for getting that win. My name's Top. He's got Cameron and Matcham here for the end of action report. We'll get to Decimate in a second because, gentlemen, I think it's time to give the flowers to the champions, the victors of PUBG America Series. I think it's no surprise to anybody. Luminosity Gaming. These guys came out, played out, and put up, Cameron.
Yeah, Kickstart, everyone is saying how he's one of the best players, if not the best player in North America right now. But this entire roster is filled with mechanical ability. We know how strong Flood, Snakers, Relo, all four of them can be. It is not a one-man army at all. And the fact that they defeated Sonics and the new improved SDK with the margin that they did is absolutely astounding.
All right, let's see what they walked away with. The champions, Luminosity, gets first place. That means they're going to get $25,000 and the bid to PGS1. Sonics in second, Shoot to Kill, and Third Eye pulls it out at the end for $8,000 and the bid to PGS1. And in a little while, we're going to show you the scoreboard because I'll bet that is about as close as it can possibly get. Here they are, Match'em. The 4 teams representing the Americas at the first Global of 2023.
So many little moments in this. You got to give a shout out to Ethan for everything that he tried to pull up. But remember, Adam snaking up back behind FF and making sure the fact that he could pick up a couple of kills here or there. We can see Richie B clutching in probably one of the most stressful situations I could possibly imagine. And he manages to get it. This has been a moment of just... This has been an event of just hero moments coming up for these guys to be able to qualify for here. So massive respect to Third Eye.
Looking at that Third Eye logo, it's going to burn a little bit for Friendly Fire, seeing their logo upside down, tucked behind the eye, as Third Eye climbed past them in that match to make absolute magic. All right, let's get Dave back into here, and we're going to go ahead and get a chance to chat with our winners. We went ahead and asked Luminosity to join us so we could ask them the hard or easy questions because it felt like that was an easy win. Welcome, Kickstart Snakers. I'm going to start by just saying congratulations on your absolute dominance of this event, gentlemen. Woo.
Thank you.
Dave, ask them a question because
Yes. Hey,
all they
first
can
of
do
all,
is be excited.
Big GG's here on dominating the competition. I got a question for Snakers because we had some communications earlier on. I got to know, Game 5, did you really let my boy Kickstart die right there, man? So you can farm the points on the kill leaderboard. Tell me the truth, man.
Honestly, Sonics was already dead, and he was pretty low. I don't want to risk it. I let him die. I knew it would guarantee me being our team's top frag. And at that point, nothing else mattered because we won. So I had to do it.
Knew it.
Nice.
I knew it.
I'm going to pivot. I got a serious question. You guys, the young guns, it feels like the future, even the past, because last year was incredible too, of North American PUBG. You got 4th at PGC, which is an incredible showing and best of all the teams coming out of our region. What did your offseason look like to help you stay so sharp that you were able to come into PAS and not even seem like you're skipping a beat?
For me, it was just a lot of streaming, grinding stream. I think it's really important, playing the game a lot, not getting rusty with my mechanics, stuff like that, getting better. Team-wise, I think we took like a few weeks off, and then we were straight back into scrims as much as we can, pretty much.
Nice.
All right, and I got a question, kind of a follow-up one for Kickstart here, because, you know, #1 fan, and hey, you already know. I saw a couple people on socials. They were throwing shade at my team, LG, saying they get blessed with zones every single game, every single day. I want to give you guys the chance to kind of clap back because hold me back. You know, I'm about to tweet away, but I want to hear from you guys. Like, what do you have to say to those haters out there?
I don't think we really need to clap back. We never really have to. We let the tournaments speak for themselves and how we play, and I think it's just a lot of copium from TIG fans. Is all it really is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Copium.
Snakers, what makes you so good at this game, man? I mean, I
don't know. I just got it like that. Yeah.
No.
I'm just good at everything. So
just born this way. All right, let me ask you a very serious genetics. This is an important question. I want you to answer this honestly. Kickstart, was Snakers on your fantasy team?
I didn't even make a fantasy team.
Oh, the ego.
Snakers, did you have a fantasy team?
I honestly didn't know. I don't really care about all that.
Okay. Fair. All right. So let me ask you this. What's next? You guys are going to the globals. You guys got some big games ahead of you. What does the time between that and PGS look like?
You got it this time.
Well, I turned 21 in like 2 weeks, so I'll probably just get pretty messed up for a couple weekends, have a good time. And of course, we're going to be practicing a lot. But yeah, I'm just excited to go wherever it is. We don't really know yet. But I'm hyped no matter what, and we're going to put in the work.
Nice.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Yes, happy birthday. After celebrating, congratulations. And that just puts a cherry on how young you guys are and how strong you are. I'm looking forward to a big year. Real quick, Kickstart, we'll start with you. Do you want to give any shout-outs or anything before we call it a night?
Just a shout out to all the fans I've been getting recently for the stream grind. It's been insane. I've been getting a ton amount of support, especially for just our team, even if it's not for just me. Insane support, and I love watching our fans clap back at the copium suckers in the chat. So it's awesome to see, and yeah, I appreciate everybody.
Snickers?
Honestly, shout out to my team the most and our coaching staff, Trevor and Nomi. They helped us learn how to play all these circles like really well. Shout out to Big Gnome. And of course, all the fans supporting us in chat, defending us from the Sonics haters. Big shout out to them. They know we're better.
Kickstart, I need this pose, man. I need that pose. I need that pose, man. Come on. Give me the kick.
There it is. All right, gentlemen. Good luck in PGS 1. I cannot wait to see what you guys do there. It feels like this is the year of Luminosity. The 1-2 punch of Kickstart and Snickers seems unstoppable. Good luck, gentlemen.
What happened to
we'll
last
see you
year?
soon.
What was last year, not our year?
Have a good night.
Thank you guys. See you guys later.
All right,
Peace.
Thank you. Let's take a look at that winner dinner screen. And this is where we get a little love for Decimate. I thought they might pull it out for a second, Matchroom, but it was not meant to be.
I mean, if we look at how many teams actually won chicken dinners inside this, you got to give respect to Decimate. It has been a hard contested thing to walk away and be able to nom on some chicken after a match, and they've been able to do it.
They have been able to do it. Let's take a look back at exactly how that journey went. This is going to be quite the highlight reel because it was just solo battle and hero plays for a lot of these teams, Cameron.
Yeah, and the reason why this game looked so chaotic and was so aggressive on a lot of different fronts is because this was the last chance for a number of these different teams to get the points required to qualify. And so there was, you can't play for safety when this is the only chance that you got. Roth was constantly looking for frags, constantly looking for kills. And yes, that made Friendly Fire overstep just a little bit. We saw Funny Business wrap back behind them, have the opening because of that, but it's just because they were chasing kills. They knew they needed to come up with something huge to overtake Elevate.
Ain't no Bruce Wayne here. That was 100% Batman dropping right up on top of him. Roth going after those points, and it's just like you were talking about. I mean, this is one of those, you can't leave anything on the table. You got to try everything to get every single kill you can. And also, big shout out yet again to Richie B to clutch up in a very nerve-wracking situation.
Going into this game, we said that there were 3 teams that could chase down, elevate, and try to knock them out. It was Decimate, Third Eye, and Friendly Fire. And this board shows just how hard these teams went to try to lock up that PGS spot. Overall leaderboard, here's what we were waiting for. Luminosity, they do win. Sonics and SDK looking good, but this is what it comes down to. Decimate gets up to 100 points, but Third Eye with that 104. And it was Richie B. It was getting that shotgun kill, pushing 2 placement points, and surviving in the most terrifying haunted house he's ever been in, Cameron.
That Zig kill was the kill that qualified them, because if that kill did not happen, not only would they have been down placement points, but even if somehow the math worked out differently and they were tied with Elevate, Elevate had the kill tiebreaker. That one kill, you saw how important it was for Richie. His hands, his mouse was shaking everywhere. The footsteps up and down the steps of that building from Zig, he could not relax, but he was able to slow his heart rate down in time to get the kill when it mattered.
Put respect on that name. That's all you can say. Deserved.
Well, it was the boldness. He was willing to pick up that Saiga. He was, he took the risk for just a second to get it changed out, and it came down to a double barrel versus the Saiga there at the doorway. This was beautiful to watch. There's the prizes. Once again, you can see what everyone takes home. Thousands of dollars in difference in the way that they played. Elevate, I think, going to be pretty frustrated with the end of that match, but hey, that's PUBG. Don't leave it to the last game. Never leave it in the hands of the judges. Prize leaderboard there. Let's also take a look at the road to PGC. We're going to be updating that. Points are going to be looking pretty good, as it's going to be 300 points for Luminosity Gaming, Sonics with 180, Shoot to Kill with 145. And this is a big one for me, I think, Cameron. Third Eye walking away with 120 points sets them up for a good season.
Absolutely. It absolutely does. And one where that middle pack is still looking incredibly competitive amongst themselves, not to mention the potential of trying to contend blow for blow better with the top 3 kings of the American region. getting, even though it's only 25 points over Elevate, that could still be either make or break. Reminder, guys, we've had PGCs where the points have been down to like 5 or 10 for who qualifies from our region.
Whew, it is close. It is exciting. And that is America's PUBG in a nutshell. I say that, but EMEA had a really exciting finish today too. So it's been some awesome PUBG. And what better way to celebrate awesome PUBG than immortalizing Kickstart in the picture frame. I love it, Mustache Dave. And the top 5 plays of the day.
Oh, where are we even starting on this one?
I know where we'll start. Number 5.
I was waiting for it. There we go. LFP. This nade popping right off from the front, but really you can see it's just such like that angle right there, and playing into that is going to be so big for them. I mean, that was kind of like the beginning of them starting to string some stuff together.
4.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
the beginning and the end, though, right? But we had this play on the slow motion. I think we counted like 3 or 4 different flips right there. You love to see it. But STK, man, qualifying 3rd place. This team in particular, I think they're a strong contender moving into that next lobby here.
Number 3.
Okay. Nice little grenade. Yeah, all this fighting that Sonics had on the west side, they were being active like they were a lot of these days. And that one just being on the money, being so secure to give Sonics yet another position and keeping all 4 up. People say it all the time. That's
number 2.
All 4 up. That's the way. That's what you need to do.
Ethan OP. I mean, this guy was playing 007 today. We saw him in that one game with the Groza, the AWM. Honestly, I thought Ethan was gonna pull it out here and clutch
it's
out,
Richie.
but
in the number 1 play,
not even Richie.
Batman.
Not even Richie.
There wasn't.
Timeout. Foul play.
This was good.
Foul ball. This was good. But
that match just ended, so it probably just didn't have time to get added to the clips list. That's the way I'm going to say it. I have faith in our production that they understand, but also Roth's Batman is really good. I also just have to give a shout out to Ethan, dude. He played the hell out of today. I mean, he put his heart on the table, and I know I feel bad for everybody on Elevate, but after that, the plays that he made in game number 4, dude.
Okay, if we're giving shout outs right now, can I start to drag everyone's attention to Snakers right now? I understand that Kickstart is the best player on that team statistically in 2022, hands down. His numbers coming into this event were absolutely fantastic. Snakers outfragged him this event, at least went blow to blow in terms of damage, and it's obviously the way that you said in the interview, the 1-2 punch of those two together is going to be absolutely fantastic. But I really want us to start talking about both Snakers and Kickstart.
I've got like 2 PUBG pull-ups that are based on Snakers.
Yeah, I get that, but he's right. Everybody talks up the Kick versus Tiggleton war. Snake wasn't even allowed to talk about his off-season training. Snakers deserves. As much as I like to give him a hard time because I've been watching him since he was super young. We used to call him Snackers when we first started out in PUBG Online. But Snakers has blossomed into probably one of the strongest players I have seen in a very long time. So definitely deserves those flowers. One more group of people, I want to bring them back up. They deserve even more recognition. It is our 4 teams that will be making that journey to PGS1. The Sonics, Luminosity, Shoot to Kill, and Third Eye making the push to represent the Americas region, and they are going. What do you think, Dave? Do we have any winning? Do we have any top 3 teams in this list?
Yeah, I see 2. Honestly, I see 2. It has to be LG and Sonics, no doubt. I want to see some improvements from Shoot to Kill. They did have some sloppy games yesterday, and I believe Purdy Curry also kind of mentioned that as well, that they definitely understand they have areas to improve on. So maybe from now until then, if they can kind of tighten up a little bit and really grind it out, they could be top 3 here.
Get it tight. All right, let's see if they pull it off. SDK can't. I mean, if there's a team that bounces back well, it is them. Let's take a look at the top 5 kills for overall the entire grand final. Tiggleton comes in. Now, Matt, the real question is, did you switch the captain band back today?
I did not. No. But his big day was day 1.
So he has a really good run. Alo up there. And like you said, Cameron, Snakers, number 3.
Yeah. Up there with Penta, Ethan. It's just the damage that puts Snakers on top, and that's a lot of damage that's coming out for him. He's actually, unless there's some secret damage dealer who doesn't get that many kills, Snakers seems to be the damage leader of this entire lobby as well. Just Luminosity, they always are able to find positions where they can start to aggressively control the circle. The high ground, give them high ground, they are able to use it more effectively than any other team.
if there's anybody who maybe is an underrated damage dealer, I'm going to go ahead and give shout outs to my Hard Peak legend, Honey Badger. I'll bet he's up there because he dies, but he hits you first. It's awful fun. All right, let's take a look at the global fantasy leaderboard, see who came out on top at the end of this whole thing. It was tough for fantasy. There were a lot of good options, but it was really hard to get away from that big 1-2 punch of Tig and Kickstart. But we saw some other players putting up big points. Buckus. Ah,
there we go.
Goes ahead and gets himself some major points. Good for him. And now let's take a look at those caster picks.
Oh, they made it up.
Let's look at pictures of casters. Everybody.
You know what?
Well, hey, I'll go ahead and help out. Poro, you're no longer cursed. You're not in second place
Toffee's
anymore.
on the first page.
You're not even on the first page anymore.
The come up, bro. All right, Godspeed takes first place. Congratulations to him. Matcham, you're the highest ranked person on this desk, so you get a chance to talk a little smack if you want to.
That's okay. I still love you, Godspeed. I wish that we were running hand in hand in first place together, but I just wanted to mix it up a little bit, you know. But Toffees, I love seeing you over here. I do have to say though, Poro, you just begged me to switch and you said the fact that it gave you an opportunity to get in a second. Where you at?
Man.
Where you at?
I hope he's one. Right? Is he 1 point behind me? Please be 1 point behind me. Let's see. Second page. I got 368. Second page.
Zig was alive in that last game, so man. I'm still down there. Cameron.
That's shocking.
55.
Wow. Good pass, Cameron.
Okay. At least, but again, this is what I was afraid of. I missed the deadline to switch to Tiggleton. I don't know where that would have put me on the leaderboard, but this put me right dead middle, and I'm tired of being dead middle. I'm tired.
Hi, it's you, the deadline. You're the problem, it's you.
Yeah.
Mustache Dave. I'm sorry, man. What's the excuse? Here's the plead excuse the corner.
Dude, I shouldn't be the one coming up with excuses. It has to be Pippa and Yuzera for their teammates coming up with excuses, because let's be real, a big letdown here. It ain't on me here, Toffees. I'm walking away. I'm sleeping tonight just fine, man.
Listen, okay,
you're gonna lose some sleep here.
Dave, you picked with your heart, and I think that that's important.
I don't.
They were supposed to pop off.
And no, I don't, because my heart told me to pick Pippa as well. I was looking at it. He was on one of the earlier iterations of my fantasy roster. But when we saw the Maestro Invitational, them trying to talk smack to SDK and being that aggressive early on for seemingly no reason, I knew that it was just not going to be there. So,
look at it this way, Dave.
Listen,
you might be his number one fan, but maybe
Pippa right now, Cameron.
In just a moment, we're not going to be here. That is the end of this. We've crowned our champions. We know who's going to the global. It's incredibly exciting, but I have to get your last thoughts before we sign out for the night. That is it. PAS1 officially in the books. Cameron, final thoughts.
So 2022 was the year that the current LG roster, then known as United, I think we could say officially beat Sonics in their rivalry, but they were still very, very close. The way that things stand right now, the way that the performance happened at PGC in 4th place, and then coming into this performance with such a dominating lead from start to finish with all the wins that they had, this could very well be the year that Luminosity leaves Sonics in the dust and has not a single rival to their name in America.
I like that. So not just the year Luminosity, but the year that they dust their competition. Beautiful. Matchroom, final thoughts?
6 years, man. 6 years. Thank you to all the players. Thank you to all the people in production. Thank you to all the casters. Everybody watching right now. We would not be here without you guys. It has been a wild ride, and it's just going to get spicier from here.
Mustache Dave, final thoughts?
Hey, first of all, thanks everybody for having me just kind of tune in, but I agree with Cameron. LG, this is the year. I mean, just looking at stats alone, these players are at the top. I believe they're going to be dominating on the world stage here this year. This is their year. It's do or die. That's it. That's the statement. That's the thought.
I appreciate that. And Dave, I'm going to tell you, I'm glad to have you back. Cameron, Matcham, we've been working together for a long time. Dave, you're one of the OGs too. You were with us from the beginning. Thank you so much for your return. And I can't wait to work with you and all of you guys again. Everyone, thank you so much for watching. From all of us here, a big shout out to Ray Reese, the best producer ever. I told him I'd say that. And thank you to Crafton for having us. And thank you to you guys for watching. From all of us here, Toffees, Cameron, Matcham, Mustache Dave, Porosaurus, and Godspeed, we love you all. We appreciate you watching. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.
Over one of them, so it's just going to be a full-on send into the shack. Oh! getting some airtime. Marty Cardi, I don't even know that was like a 1080. Makes the land of Vegas, finishes them off, and coming into this one, do they get some style points for that? I love the fact that Mime left the smokes, being afraid of how the vehicle was going to be coming in. Tickleton playing this other side of this, trying to make sure that he provides some type of support. Shrimzy is still back in the other compound, but look at that. Over in just a second.
In hand. He would love to get some more of these points for his squad. Pick those off, young man. Get those points. Secure your fourth place spot a little bit more. Yes, he will. Can he get the last one?
And he cleans it up. There's no chance. The flash is coming through. He can just take out his rifle, but he's going for the drop. No! Roth!
What are you doing? Are you kidding me? Roth, the Spider-Man plays with 6 HP to his name. He collects 5 kills for Friendly Fire.